Over the next 1,000 days, I'll be transforming this semi-built ski resort into a fully functional, fully automated industrial town, bringing us to the end of Phase 2. Throughout this video, I'll be building tractors that automatically harvest fields every morning, a delivery van that moves items around the town for processing, and fully automated animal food and crop farms, as well as fully automating all sorts of chocolates and confectionery, potions, and even blaze cakes. And I do a whole bunch more than that too. The mods I've got in this world are amazing, featuring huge world generation changes, new biome structures, mobs, and a whole bunch of create mod add-ons to get the most out of all of my crazy contraptions. And there are a whole bunch of other mods too, and you can download the FXNT Create mod pack directly from CurseForge. I've also offered this world as a world download to my patrons, and the links to both of those are in the description below. Let's create. Guys, I've made a huge mistake! As you know, I've always tried to keep a very strict level of realism in my Minecraft worlds and builds because at its core, Minecraft is a real-life simulator game. Hold on one moment while I fly up here with my jetpack, drink this potion and stand in this lava underneath an anvil that's held up by a piece of string that's not attached to anything and not get burnt. So yes, obviously everything in Minecraft is hyper-realistic, and that's something I've strived to keep in all of my builds and contraptions. Contraptions such as this lava train that goes into a different dimension in order to fetch lava in order to power my power stations. Totally realistic. Oh, jeez. And builds like my power station that's completely maintained and operated by monkeys. Hyper-realism. And speaking of power stations, the most realistic thing in here are all of these aliens that I went to another dimension to trap, put in these metal cages, and force them to drink lava in order to heat up these turbines in order to create power. It's probably the most realistic thing in my whole world. And while we're on the subject of contraptions, obviously another hyper-realistic thing is all the monkeys I've got running my logistics over at these industrial factories that just take cobblestone and turn it into 19 different varieties of items, including probably one of the most common resources in the world, and that's soul sand. Very common, just like real life. And while we're on the subject of realism, my cable cars that are all driven by unique drivers have seats and carry wood and lava from this cable car area to a logging camp the other side of that hill. That would definitely happen in real life. Hold on, let me just throw this green ball I got from an alien so I can find somewhere better to talk to you about all of this. Perfect. Teleportation. Yes, I do that regularly at home. So yeah, Minecraft. Totally realistic. I would never ever do anything that's not totally realistic and can't be done in real life. So when I built this A4 class express train and attached it to these freight containers, you were absolutely right to lose your minds in my comments and my Discord about how totally unrealistic and practically impossible it would be for an express train to carry freight containers. So you're right. I made a stupid mistake. I'm a total idiot. How could I do this? The Sir Nigel Gresley that this train was made on would never pull freight. There's literally no video evidence that I happened to show in my last video at all of this ever happening. It wouldn't happen. Express trains can't pull freight ever. I'm just such a moron. Now you could argue that this single player world doesn't actually have any passengers that need to be moved, and I do have an extraordinary number of items that need moving. So, you know, building a cool train to move those items about is a really cool idea. And you could argue that all of the times in history when express trains were commissioned to pull freight instead of passengers, that could excuse me from this crime that I've committed. But that's not realistic. It just wouldn't happen. Especially all of the times that it did happen in real life, particularly during wartime when there weren't many passengers to carry about and the countries needed a massive amount of freight moving from one end of the country very, very quickly. And they used express trains. But clearly that wouldn't happen, even though it did. But it wouldn't. So I hear you. I hear you. I apologize for making such a ridiculous mistake, and as a result, poor old Nigel's gonna have to be decommissioned. I do apologize, Nigel, but you're gonna unfortunately have to spend the rest of your days blocked away in this little tunnel, unless by some freak of nature I just happen to have a surplus of passengers that arrive in this single player world just totally by happenstance, and then you're required to pull some passengers. But I do have to say that's quite unlikely. Goodbye, Nigel. So now Nigel's put away, I'm gonna do the right thing by righting my wrongs and building a freight train to pull this freight wagons instead. And here it is, a freight train. However, guys, I've done it again! After spending ages building this in-game, I've just trawled the internet archives looking for any evidence that this train pulled freight, but all I could find was a whole ton of videos of this exact locomotive pulling Amtrak passenger cars! I've built another passenger locomotive! I'm so dumb! What an idiot! Alright, well, you're no good. You're gonna have to go away as well. It was a nice freight train, though. But don't worry, peeps, I've got a new idea that's possibly the best idea I've ever had. It will be 100 100% realistic. No one will be able to tell me it's not suitable for pulling these freight cars. It's going to be the most suitable vehicle for pulling freight that you've ever seen. And behold, in all of its glory, I have built a giant skateboard. And to really seal this realism, to prove to you that I've learned from my mistakes, I'm going to bring over the most famous train driver you've ever seen in the whole history of the world. You all 100% definitely know them, and they are the Pope. Off you go, Pope. Have a good time. Well, that's much better. I feel a whole lot better about all of that now. Good. And with all that out of the way, I think I've had enough of being ultra realistic for now, and I want to do something a little bit different. So I'm going to build something totally ridiculous, which is a barn that has animals in it. Crazy. However, before I can start building over here, I really want to sort out this terrain here. See, this is a total mess. We're going to be building here in a couple of episodes' time. And in order to know what level I need to build all of this on, I really need to fix all of this up. So I'll be back with you in a minute. Well, that is an absolutely massive difference compared to what the area was like before, but there's still a massive amount to do. But just to go through a few changes that I've made, we've now got a wall in front of this hotel, and we've got some stairs up there with a whole bunch of lanterns on. We've got some stairs there ready to join a path up to over there. We've smoothed off all of that terrain and just filled it with snow, and I've smoothed the snow down, gradually bringing it down towards this end here, and then rebuilt all of these little platforms where we're going to have buildings soon. I've also continued the snow line from where we've got it on our factory roof over there, along here, around the corner, and it's going to then go around here and meet up with the mountain, but I haven't done any of that yet because this has taken me hours. I've literally been doing this for about 3.5 hours. I'm a little bit fed up of placing snow, so I think it's about time to move on and actually start working on this barn area, but unfortunately, I haven't actually managed to deal with any of the terrain over here yet, but at least I've got a better idea of what level that's going to be, so now I'm going to have to build out a whole area's worth of terrain over here so that then I can build a barn. Oh, jeez. Well, that's a big old area that I have now terraformed with a whole bunch of things in it that I don't really want to go over and see. So I guess I'll tell you my plan for... Oh my goodness, there's loads more over here. Where did it all come from? Well, maybe I should have lit this area up. Oh, geez, stop it. No, thank you. Okay, so this area then, we've got a two-tiered area to be working on. This area up here is going to have buildings, and this area down here is going to have farmland and some animals in it. And speaking of animals, we're going to have even more animals up here. So this building is going to be some stables where we're going to keep horses. This one's going to be either pigs, chickens, or cows. This one's going to be either pigs, chickens, or cows. And this one's going to be either pigs, chickens, or cows. Well, basically because I haven't decided which one the pigs, chickens, and cows are going in yet. And in between all these buildings, we're going to have a little farm track running down here, and that's going to run all the way down here towards the fields, and then we're going to do something rather interesting in order to harvest the fields. But before we get to any of that, the first thing we need to build is obviously the big old barn area. Now, I was toying between the ideas of a farmhouse or a barn. I wasn't really sure which one to go with, so I think it's going to look more like a barn. Okay, in order to make a whole bunch of materials that are going to be suitable for us, we're going to be making use of the chipped mason table and the chipped botanist workbench, which is this one. On the botanist workbench, I can make a whole bunch of different styles of hay blocks, which is great, and I can also make a whole bunch of different styles of gravel, and this dusty gravel here, to me, looks perfect for like a farm area concrete, because it's got that, I don't know, mucky, muddy, but concretey feel to it. And what goes really nice with that is this sanded stone, just to add a little bit more of a stone type feel, I guess. Now, this gravel also has these blocks, and that one kind of looks a little bit like hay, although it's quite vibrant. And this one, I don't know if we could use that. It almost looks like it might fit in with the snow, but I think it's a bit yellow for that one, so we probably won't really be using those ones. So let's take the botanist workbench and the mason table, and for good measure, we might as well take everything else down there with us. And that'll just save us having to keep coming back up here every time I need some new blocks. So I guess now that we've got that in, it's time to actually build the main part of the barn. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Hit that time-lapse music stuff? I don't know, maybe. there we go. We have a little barn. It looks like Mr. Beardstone's storage system. No, it doesn't. It looks like this picture, which is modelled off, loosely. Now, it could probably do with a little bit more decoration and things later on, but let's focus on the inside, which I've left completely empty, ready for lots of things. And before we get all excited about what's real and what's not, this sort of place would probably be home to either animals or grain or something like that, but in fact, this is going to be a slaughterhouse. It's not a slaughterhouse. I know, it doesn't look like one, but that's what it is. See, we can use deployers, we can give them wheat, and we can basically set those up to breed animals, and then we can separate those animals so that the babies end up somewhere else, and then when they grow up, they can be dealt with. But before we get too carried away with what type of animals we're going to have in here, we should probably check out the Farmer's Delight mod and see what foods are available. And the main meats we're really going to be dealing with are the beef patties, the bacon, the mutton chops, and the ham. And there's also chicken. We need roast chickens in here as well. So we're basically going to be dealing with cows, pigs, sheep, and chickens. And I think the best way to do this would be to have the main animals that we're breeding up at this level here, so they're out of the way. We'll have some conveyors underneath them that are pushing the baby animals out to points that they can drop down. We can then filter the animals that are dropping down into these side bits here. So I think the first thing to do will be to get a floor in, and I think the best thing to do to save space is put the floor in at probably around about this level here, and that gives us 3 full blocks there to deal with the animals before we hit this beam, and then that gives us a little bit of room underneath for conveyors, and then that gives us plenty of room down here for everything else. And there we go, we've got a floor in. Nice. So the next thing I'm going to do is determine where all of the animals are going to be, and we're going to have 4 different types of animals, so we need 4 different pens. But before we start building walls and things, I'm going to build some conveyors. And the conveyors are just going to be in groups of 3, a little bit like that. Now I need an animal to test things, and I could really do with a cow or something. Now there was a sheep kicking about over here while I was building, but it's probably despawned by now, and typically when you need animals in Minecraft, they all magically vanish. I've got this huge grass area over here that's perfect for things to spawn on, but all we seem to get is these Galata monkeys and a bunch of flies. Head into the woods then, let's see if we can find anything in here. A sheep and a chicken, perfect. See, obviously when I hold wheat, a sheep will follow me, but will it follow a deployer? Will the sheep go to it? Or is it just no? It's going to totally ignore it. You suck, sheep. Okay, fine. Let's grab some andesite bars and stick them on that conveyor like that. And then if we put some slabs across here, can that sheep fit under those slabs to get out? And yeah, that sheep is stuck, but a baby won't be. If I stick him in there, get myself a little hand crank, and then do that. There we go. So that fed the sheep. Perfect. Nice. So we just need a couple of sheep in there and a couple of cows in there and a couple of pigs in there, and then we'll have to figure out how we're going to do chickens, because chickens are totally different. I want this to look farmyardy. I do want it to look like it's part of a farmyard. I don't want it to look too industrial. So that's why I'm going with these iron bars, because it kind of does look like animal pens. Right, let's go grab another sheep, a couple of cows, and a couple of pigs. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Another sheep. Perfect. Good. Sheep number 2. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, okay. Right. We need... Oh, geez. Maybe I should get one from over here instead. Villages normally have all the animals stashed away somewhere, don't they? In fact, there's a little pen down here that when we started this phase, I actually came over here and showed you the pigs. There we go. A whole bunch of pigs, look. And a horse. And a chicken. Pig, I feel very close to your bottom right now. I hope you don't need the toilet. Pig number 2. I need you... Oh, hang on a minute. Pigs have got a different height hitbox. Oh, yeah, pig can get straight out. Okay, fine. In that case, if we put slab at that level, will babies be able to get underneath it? We need to find out. I wonder if pigs will eat onions or tomatoes. Ooh. Do you want onion, mate? No. Tomato? Oh, yeah, they'll eat tomatoes. Excellent. Good. That should give us a baby pig. No, the baby fits. The baby fits. Perfect. Okay, that's pig sorted out as well then. Oh, what was that? A chicken. Hello. I'm hoping this chicken's not just going to float away up here, but it's not trapped in, so maybe I should make some fences and pen it in. Chicken. There you go. I spy with my little eye something beginning with chicken. Is it? What is it? It's a duck. Oh man, I nearly guessed it. I have spied another sheep. Amazing. Right, just cows then. If those villagers got any cows, I can see a pen over there. Oh wait, no, it's got cows and villagers. Okay, 1 cow. Oh, a donkey. Oh, you'll be good for my stables, donkey. Don't keep stables in a donkey. No, you don't keep stables in a donkey. You're right, keep donkey in a stables, moron. Oh yeah. Right, don't stand on the other cow or get stuck in a wall. Perfect. Well done. Good job, cow. Excellent. we've got 2 cows, 2 pigs, 3 pigs, 2 sheeps, and 2 chickens, and a donkey, and a raccoon riding the donkey. Because why not? Does your baby fit through the gap, cows? It does. Excellent. Good. But now I'm running out of space in here to keep all these things in, so I'm sorry, baby cow, but you're going to have to come through here into my new pen. There you go. With your donkey friend, your pig baby friend, and of course your best of friends, the raccoon. There we go. I don't know if raccoons will escape from there, so let's put him back on the donkey. And there he's not going anywhere. Good. Now, of course, we're going to need to be able to fill these things with the food items and stick some chutes underneath those going into the deployers. There we go. So we might as well stick a bunch of seeds in there. Let's stick a bunch of wheat in there. I'll probably regret this because no doubt I'll end up moving it all in a minute. And some tangy toms in there. Perfect. Good. Right. Chickens then. How are we going to deal with chickens? I guess we just need to make it really small. So let's for now just stick another slab there. And let's see. Don't want you in the conveyor. Oh, jeez, now what have I done? You stupid chicken. Can the chickens escape? No, they can't. But the babies will be able to because they'll be tiny. And obviously the chickens are going to end up laying a bunch of eggs as well, which is going to go into this system. But that's not a... Oh, jeez. But that's not the end of the world because we're going to need eggs too. There we go. We've now got 2 little chickens in a hole. If I put those bars there, that'll stop them jumping out of there, and that should mean that they're always going to get fed. Okay, so now that all of that is in place for all of those animals, the next thing we're going to need to do is have somewhere for these conveyors to go. So I guess we're going to dig a big old hole in the floor here, big old hole in the floor here, and then we just run a few conveyors underneath these things. These ones will feed that way, these ones will feed that way, and then... but do we want to keep the animals separate? Are we going to be able to create some sort of slaughtering machine that deals with all of the animals, or do we need to keep them all separate? That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, over in my test world here, I have come up with a plan to deal with the animals. So we've got a creative motor, we've got a saw, we've got a slab, and we've got some hoppers underneath. And if I summon in a full-size cow, you'll see that that cow will take damage, die, and the items will get collected. And that also happens with a full-size sheep. In fact, it also happens with a full-size chicken, and it happens with a full-size pig. However, sadly, it also works with a baby cow, a baby sheep, but fortunately for us, a baby chicken doesn't get killed, and neither does a baby pig. So how are we going to deal with sheep and cows? Well, I think if I got rid of that slab and then put a cow there, it's still going to die. It does. What about a sheep? Yes, it does. But what about a baby cow? No, that's absolutely fine. And a baby sheep? No, that's absolutely fine too. But they are in the hoppers, which is a bit of a problem. So let's grab a bit of carpet and chuck that on there. Try again. The cow and the sheep will both end up minced, but the baby cow is absolutely fine, and so is the baby sheep. And back on the actual world, this thing couldn't be set up better because we've got pigs and chickens going into these conveyors, and we've got cows and sheep going into these ones. So all we need to do is make sure that we keep the cows and the sheep separate from the pigs and the chickens. Okay, I've been a little bit busy putting in our killing machines. So imagine you're a little piggy or a chicken, you're coming down here, you end up on this one, you go round here, you get shoved under there, and then you end up on that slab. Now, I've no idea if that's going to work to transfer them onto that slab without just slicing them on that. So we might have to figure that out later on. And then on this side, because we don't want a slab, we're just going to carry them onto the conveyor, which will keep them in that spot there. So I guess all I need now is power and then to test this thing. Well, power's a long, long way away. I might, because it's so far away from our power station, I might just add a cheeky water wheel in this one and just use that for now. And for now, I think 5 large water wheels will be more than enough. Now, we should probably stick on a speed controller, and the belts and the killing systems can all go at the same time. That's absolutely fine. All we need to do now is divert that up there. There we go. That's got it into the loft. Now we just need to get all of this stuff powered. Okay, I have this side completely connected. All of the conveyors are going in the right direction, and even our little saw is going. So now all I need to do is this side. I'm sticking a horizontal gearbox there and one there, and that keeps the belts going the right way. And then all I need is a vertical gearbox there. And there we go. Look, it's breeding the sheep, and that's breeding the chickens. Oh, this is good. But they are going down, but he's fighting very hard against those conveyors to get back to his parents. Oh, there's a baby cow in there, but it's not moving. Maybe we need the belts to go faster. But have we got anything? Oh, we got some XP down here. Oh dear. We don't want XP at this point here. Oh, no, here comes the sheep. Is it going to work? It's working. So now that's just going to wait till it's grown up. Oh, good. We've got a pig down here, but it's not going on the slab. I thought that might be a problem. The baby cow is very much still in there. Why are you in there, baby cow? Oh, and the cow's grown up now. Oh, no. Well, I think I may have solved all of my little problems now. Upstairs is a little bit different from last time I showed you, and that's because everything is now floating on top of these iron bars. So by squeezing them into a little box like this, we can be more accurate with the deployers feeding them to breed them. We can also, using the little iron bar underneath, make sure that there's hardly anything for the babies to stand on. And once we've got enough adults in here, that will actually make sure the babies get pushed off even more, all down onto these conveyors. Down at the bottom here, we've got a whole bunch of things going on down here. As you can see, we've got a bunch of cows lined up, ready to go, and we've got a pig as well, but still no chickens yet. And I think that's because the chickens get minced before they should do. Oh no, that little piggy jumped, he went in the saw and he died. Yeah, that's a problem. But it grew and it died, and I got pork chops. Okay, one problem we've got here that I can already see is that these cows and sheep are backing up, which is not ideal. So realistically, I need to redo this so that they all fall down a hole into the same spot. And then I want to use a deployer down here to actually give them even more wheat to grow them up faster so that they can get minced a bit quicker. And here in my creative world, here is my little plan. We're going to have a conveyor. It's going to drop down a couple of blocks. There's going to be a piston at the bottom, and then there's going to be our slabby killing machiney thing. And then if we simulate a chicken and a pig, a baby ones, going down onto that conveyor, they fall down the hole and they will get pushed up onto the slab. And then that way, when they grow up, they're going to get minced. Perfect. So here we go. We have a brand new system in place that's hopefully going to do the job we need it to do. So what's going on is we've got a couple of pistons at the bottom here and 2 chutes on either side. I've decided to mirror this up and use pistons for both of them, just because that way we should be able to cram a few more animals into the spaces on both sides and not have a backlog. So if I flick that lever, both pistons go. You'll see a little egg was down there. That just got popped into this hopper there, and we're collecting quite a few eggs. I haven't tested it yet. No doubt none of it's going to work. Power, connect. Animals breed. Give me lots of babies. There we oh, of course. Anything, yeah, there's a couple of baby chickens there, but they're not falling off. Fall off. Oh, the baby cow's fallen off now. That's good news. Yeah, so there we go. Got a couple of baby cows in there. That's good. And XP there again. Does that mean we've had another chicken? Oh, here we go. We've got baby pig coming. Sort of. There we go. What happens? No, that worked. The pigs work. I'm going to break my way through here, and I'm just going to throw a whole bunch of eggs onto these conveyors and hopefully get some baby chickens so that we can actually see what's going on here. Oh, that one went on. That was okay. Well, I was going to do a little bit of AFK and see how this thing went, but I can see already we've got a problem. You see, this little piggy's trying to wee run all the way home, but I just need you to, oh, jeez. Well, clearly things here are not perfect. We've got a big pig up there, and we've got a big pig coming. What? How did? Oh, that's happening again. Judging by the very small amount of things we've got going through here, it's a roaring success. And the fact that we've got a sheep on the outside here as well, and a large cow up there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is why it's not been a roaring success. So I guess realistically, this whole thing's gonna need a whole bunch more work. The other thing I really should be considering here is using these blades is probably not gonna give us the maximum we can get from these animals. If I was to use deployers with swords with looting on, for instance, I'd get a whole lot more. But this is not something I want millions from. It's just something I want to run over time to occasionally fill up some food things in order to occasionally feed myself. It doesn't need to be crazy, but it does need to work. Okay, after a lot of faffing about in this creative world, I think I've got something that is suitable for pigs, cows, and sheep. Unfortunately not chicken, but here goes. So what we've got here are the command blocks that spit out the baby animals, and they'll grow up in 200 ticks, which is about 10 seconds. Underneath that, a couple of blocks down is a conveyor pushing everything this way with a trapdoor at the end with a stair in front of that. And above that, we've got a water stream. And if we look at the hitboxes of the animals as they come down, none of them can reach the water stream even if they're on this slab until they grow up. But as soon as they grow up, they're going to go into the water stream. Come on, pig. There we go. And they get pushed straight into that saw there. And because the stairs hitbox is smaller, that means they can get pushed right up to it. And even if we've got a whole bunch of things in here, nothing gets pushed into the saw until it's all grown up. And that's all working absolutely perfectly. And with a whole bunch more fiddling, I think I've just fixed my chicken problem. And it's quite easy. We just have a conveyor coming over here onto a slab underneath this saw facing in that direction. And when babies come down here, they just sort of drop off the edge there and then queue up. But then when they grow, they die. That works perfectly. Well, with a good bit of jiggery pokery later, this whole place is looking a lot tidier. And we kind of have a system in place here. And I've decided instead instead of using water, to use a fan. The idea is the animals will get blown by this fan and this conveyor onto these trapdoors here. They'll stay there until they're grown up, then they'll be big enough to get into the fan and then they'll hit the blade. Anyway, while that's running, I'm going to start building the chicken system. And look at that circle of chickens. That might be a bit too many. Okay, everything is now in. Downstairs, the chicken machine is prepared. I haven't tested it yet, but I can't see why it wouldn't work. I've turned everything off, which is why that sheep's not dead. So let's turn everything back on. Hopefully that sheep's going to get minced. It is. That's good news. And hopefully we'll start getting some chickens down here soon. Oh, there we go. We got one straight away. That's good. Is it going to make it down the hole? It is. Is it going to make it across here onto the slab without getting killed? Go on, little chicken. Don't fight against destiny. But as you can see, most of them like to just completely defy wind and conveyors, and they're trying so hard to get back to their mothers. Don't feel sorry for them. It's just a game. They're not real. They're digital cows. They're digital pigs. They're digital sheep and chickens. They're not real. Just a game. Oh, well, this one does look pretty realistic. There we go. Another chicken. You can do it. All you got to do is get down onto that slab without dying. But the creative world, they didn't die at all. This one is exactly the same, but they never die. The babies don't die when they hit that one. If I trap a mummy chicken in here, hello mummy chicken, don't escape, and then I do that. Ah, okay, well that's weird. If it's tracking its mummy, it dies. It's also doing the moonwalk. But if it's not, it lives. Why? Well, I've done a whole bunch more fiddling around in here. I've moved things all around and I've made it a million times better. So now we've got this entire end of the room here totally free. Both farms are over this side of the room. Both of them have deployers in to feed the chickens and feed the cows and feed the pigs. We've got rid of the conveyors inside, which gives them more room to grow up. Although if we do get a lot of babies in here, they do push themselves into the fans, which is why we've now got the deployer to prevent them from happening so they can grow up faster. And as a result of this, we are actually getting quite a few drops, mainly eggs, a bit of chicken, some feathers, and a reasonable amount of beef, leather, wool, pork, and mutton. And I've replaced all of the andesite bars around here with glass for two reasons. One, everything kept getting stuck on the edges because bars are not a full block, and two, I wanted to be able to see in here. The only other change I've made is to our power. I've got rid of the water wheels and put this massive big wall block in here instead to act like a windmill. Even though it's the ugliest thing in the world, it just gives us a little bit more power, and it's very, very cheap. And we've got a whole bunch of speed controls in here and a whole bunch of shafts and things controlling everything going, and it's all on and offable now. So everything's going well. Now, there's a couple of things I still need to do in this part of the process, and that is to automate getting all of these items in here, and also now automate getting all of the items into the deployers as well. So that could be quite tricky, because I also want to use this space here and this space here to actually process the meat. And you might be thinking, why aren't you using lava to kill them when they grow up instead of these stores? Well, it's because I don't want it cooked. I really need the raw beef and the raw mutton and the raw pork chops and the raw chicken in order to process it to do what we need to do with the Farmer's Delight mod. Back in the basement, I have expanded it all and added another big old windmill thing down here, giving us another 8,192 SU. And the reason for that is in order to process these things, we're going to need a lot of power. And the reason we're going to need power is because we're going to be using some knives. And we're going to use these with the Create Slice and Dice add-on to make a slicer. And that slicer is going to automate that for us. I need a turntable. That's easy. And now I can make a slicer. I believe with this slicer, we can grab ourselves a knife, for instance, a flint knife. And then I think, there we go. We can just, oh, we only need one. We can attach that to that, and then that just chops things up. I guess for this, we could probably use a depot. No, we can't use a depot. Oh, all right, it's going in the wrong direction. Throw another cog there to invert it. Chuck it back on. Stick its knives back on. There we go. It's not moaning at me now. Stick a chicken on. And there we go. Wow, look at that. Okay. And that's giving us chicken cuts and bone meal as well. Huh. Now, the thing is, does the type of blade matter? And does it take durability? No, there's no durability damage on there. We got a whole bunch of chicken cuts and bone meal. Okay, with three of them then, we'll give one a diamond one. We'll give this one an iron one, and that one's got flint, and we'll see if it makes any difference at all, depending on what type of knife it is. Okay, I've got 10 pieces of chicken for each one of these. One there, and one there. Let's see what happens. Do we get different items? Are they different speeds, or does it really not matter? I don't think it matters. That gave us 20 and 10. That gave us 20 and 10. And that one gave us 20 and 10. Yeah, so it really doesn't matter what type type of knives you use, and they don't take durability, which means we can just stick with flint knives because we've got millions of flint. Something like this should do the trick. We've got an item vault here with 2 brass funnels coming out. This one is only allowing leather and wool through because we don't want that to go through our slices, and that's going to come along this belt onto this one and go straight into there. This one is denying leather and wool, and it's only allowing 15 items through at a time. So if there's more than 15 pork chops or beef or mutton in there, it will allow 15 through at a time, and that gets split onto these 3 belts. And it's 15 because 15 is divisible by 3. That means we're going to get 5 items through each of these tunnels. 2 of them, so 10, will be turned into their sliced variants, and the other one will just come through clean into there. And that means we're storing all of those things at that point there, which can then be collected later on. Flint knife for you, and a flint knife for you. Let's reconnect it, and there we go. Those are getting sliced. That's good. Nothing coming out the middle one, but the one in the middle is just going straight through. Oh, of course, that's not going in. Oh, geez. Okay, stop. I've got a plan. Let's get rid of half of this vault, pick up all that stuff, make it slightly bigger in this direction. Extend these belts a little bit, put those funnels back on there, and then we grab another one of those and then put that there. That should be going in the right direction now. Good. So now we've got 2 slices going in the right direction. Gearbox back on. There we go. We're getting 2 lines that are processing the meat now. Oh, that's good. And then, like I say, a third of it's all just going to go through there. And there we go. We got a wonderful little mincing setup on this side. Slicing? Yeah, mincing. That's what I said. Right, now I've just got to do exactly the same thing over here for the chicken. This time it's a little bit different, but not massively. We're denying eggs and feathers because we don't want to mince those, and in that filter we're allowing them through. We set that to 15 again. This is on force split to allow 5 out of each one. We probably don't need 2 mincing machines for this one because we've only got chicken coming through here and it's pretty slow, but I've added them on anyway just for symmetry more than anything else. So if we throw a bunch of chicken into there, we should eventually see that chicken coming through this funnel here when it gets into the machine. All of the eggs are going through, and there we go. The chicken's going through and it's getting minced. Oh, and we're getting bone meal as well. I forgot about that. So there we go. Both of our little setups are complete. We should get a whole bunch of meaty things through there, a whole bunch of meaty things through there. So all we got to do with those things now is get them collected. That said, there's not too much point in collecting them just yet because we've got nowhere to send them. You see, all of these items are going to be going to our little houses and factory things that are over here, but they don't exist yet. So there's absolutely no point in designing a system to get them over there until we know where they're going. Oh no, we're still getting items on top of that. How am I supposed to get those out? Oh geez, this system sucks. Oh, you said it was all good. Well, in theory, it's really good. Okay, I think I've solved a couple of problems now. So we've now got the blades there, the water running under it, the chutes underneath the water. Hopefully that'll be enough to pick the items up. And these deployers are now coming out across the whole thing, which means even if they're on this side, it's going to be able to reach. That said, this lamb doesn't like tomatoes, so it's not really going to grow up. But eventually it'll move when more things come down. It'll get pushed in front of some wheat. And the way I've done that is just by pushing everything in a little bit and just having hoppers going into the back of the deployers now. And that means that this should, I keep saying it, but fingers crossed it should actually work now. I guess I've got to watch it again. Jeez. How? Okay, I can fix that. That's okay, guys. Don't worry. All I gotta do is put in even more of these stupid things and then just connect them. There we go. Why is there no power in there? Oh, that doesn't work like that. Oh, geez. I'm gonna connect that. Oh, no. One there and one there. No? Overstressed. Oh, that's why it's not working. It's overstressed, guys. Right. Yeah. Oh, geez. Right. We'll just turn things down a little bit. Hopefully we can save ourselves a little bit of stress. Don't know how baby one got in there, but it did. That's not ideal. Well, having sitting and watched this for a while, it's all working okay, apart from these deployers. The only problem is that these deployers are not always getting the right animal, and it always seems that sheep stand in front of tomatoes and pigs stand in front of wheat. But there is something I can do about that. What I'm thinking is something like this. A couple of deployers, an item vault and an interface, and they would be filtered to only allow tomatoes in one and wheat in the other. And then just on a minecart, they would be able to run along the side of this thing, poking the stuff in. But the minecart would need to run along this bit of track here, which I think there's enough room for, and then we wouldn't need 4 barrels with all of the different items. We'd only need 1 with a little interface on it, and that should work. And because this is a contraption, there's nothing to stop us putting the walls back in. Like that, and now nothing can escape. But now that I've done this and put it all back in place, I'm kind of thinking a toolbox would be better, because then we can actually determine that it's going to have tomatoes and wheat in it and not just by pure chance. So let's smash all of this to bits again, fill that one up with wheat, fill that one up with tomatoes, and let's just put sticks in the other one so absolutely nothing else can get in there. And now it shouldn't be able to fill up with too much, but it will always be able to get tomatoes and wheat. All right, before I can go turn everything back on, I of course need to fix the mess that I made in here, which means I need another another sign, which I don't have any on me apparently. Oh, this is bad. Oh, I got cut in half by a mechanical saw. I died at the end of the last video. I got cut in half by a mechanical saw down at our barn area, and you know what? It's fine. But I wasn't supposed to end the video there. I actually recorded enough footage for an entire new video, so I decided that was a good point to stop. And it's a good job I did, because we've had some more comments about our trains, and I just want to say that I'm very, very sorry, genuinely this time, for anybody that took my silly sarcastic rant at the beginning of the last video seriously. I love all the comments, particularly the silly ones, and particularly the ones that I can respond to in such a fun way, because Minecraft's just fun for me, and when I can respond like that with those comments, I just have a really good time. So anyway, in regards to our train situation, of course we're not going to be keeping the skateboard, of course we're going to be using the freight train to pull the freight, but unfortunately Nigel, of course, yes, it was a reference to Thomas the Tank being locked away in the hill because he was a naughty train. We still don't have any passengers, so there's really not much point in you coming out here and clogging up the lines, but maybe one day, maybe we'll have passengers one day and you'll be able to come out. And if you think it's sad seeing Nigel locked away, it's going to be even more sad saying goodbye to this amazing skateboard. Thank you very much, the Pope. You have worked very hard for us, but I'm sure you're going to go to a better place now with all the other popes, and you'll be the talk of the town with your magical skateboard. Off you go, the Pope. Enjoy your time in Popeland. It's been lovely having you here. I'll see you another time. Goodbye, Pope. Off he goes. Over to Popeland. Oh, I'll miss him. It brings a tear to my eye. Right, with the Pope gone, we can get this train all fixed up to that and, get these freight carriages pulled by an actual freight train. I have no name for this train, so if you want to give it a name, you can do. And now we have our freight locomotive all tied up with our containers. So I guess if we drive it, it should all be attached. It is. Oh, look at that. An actual freight locomotive pulling freight containers. This is amazing. The only sad news is I don't have a driver for this yet, and I'm not going to have one for a little while because, well, there's nowhere for it to actually go. And there's one more set of comments I want to address, and that is that all of these corners are way too sharp. And do you know what? You are absolutely 100% right. But unfortunately, I just don't have the space to make them bigger. This turning circle here is ridiculous, but that's temporary. That's just because I don't have anywhere for these lines to go and the train needs to turn round. But these ones down here are not going to get any bigger because there's no space to do that, and in order to make them bigger I'd have to rebuild all of that, and that's just not going to happen. So we're just going to have to use our imaginations and just imagine that the trains can go round really tight corners and they don't look silly. Right, okay, it's time to continue where the last video left off after I just died and I was just about to build those things that you can already see over there, but shh. So now that everything in here is finally working the way I want it, it's time to start building everything else. Now these things are not going to be automated, of course. We're just going to have a pig and a sheep and a cow pen and some stables over here, and that's going to be purely decorative. And once all that's in place, and then need to do all the floor to make it look like a farmyard, decorate all around the outside, then basically there's a whole bunch of building to do. So I guess it's time for one of those lovely little montages. This is by no means complete, but I think you can get a good idea of where we're going. I decided to get rid of the idea of having chickens as well as cows and just make a big old cow barn, which the roof slats are all going the wrong way, but it won't let me rotate them, so I guess we're kind of stuck with them like this. They've got little feeding troughs with some hay in, and there's only a couple of them in here, but that's absolutely fine. We'll breed these up so that it's nice and full. We've got our little piggies that managed to escape while I was building the path, so I've got rid of a few blocks in there to try and prevent them from escaping again. They've got this nice little pigsty that can go in, and even even a pet raccoon to play with. And of course we got the stables, which is home to a donkey, and no horses currently. However, I do have a couple of horses kicking about at home that can go in here. We've also got room for a nice little tack room here, and I need to, I need to texture the inside of these framed blocks, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm heading back to Hill Valley to go get me horses. And I'm sure you'll remember, but my horses are in here underneath there. And oh geez, and there's still rubbish on here from last time I was here. Get rid of all that junk. Open these double doors and hopefully not take a whole bunch of damage this time when I try and get them out. Right, we'll start with you. Let's get you outside before you get on here. And now let's ride like the wind. And here we are. Right, skeleton horsey, you can go in there. Now I would open the gate and let you in, but they don't actually open, so you know it's just for show. Don't worry about it. And when I got back, this was happening, and that shouldn't be happening. I think it's just a visual bug more than anything, but you can see the entire minecart is in totally the wrong place. But I'm sure it'll be fine next time I come back. Oh jeez. Come on, Indy, it's time to go. Skeleton horse made it all right, so you can too, I'm sure of it. Ride like the wind, Indy. Like the wind. Not that sort of wind, thank you. Oh, this train, look out. Oh, Richard, oh, my train. Oh, jeez. This game works well. There's no visual issues at all. Indy has made it to the farm, safe and sound. Off you get, bud, and you can go in there. There you go. You got your own little stable, bud. Amazing. It's all coming together. Speaking of coming together, I've now got to bring this entire thing together with a big old bunch of farmland, a big old bunch of fields, and at some point I could really do to decorate the rest of the area around this thing as well. I'm thinking maybe we'll have like a silo or something here. We'll bring the paths around and stuff like that, and we'll make it all nice and pretty. But for now, I'm going to build a big old farm right down here where this monkey lives. Excuse me, monkey. Would you like to be a cow? No. Oh, go on. Be a cow. Where's the other one? Here he is. Hello, other monkey. You are now also a cow. There you go. Wonderful. So I've got 6 items that can be easily planted. Then we've got our pumpkin and melon seeds, which I don't know how easily they are to be automatically harvested. And we've got rice as well. Now I just tried to click rice on this farmland here and it says it won't survive well out of shallow water. So I assume that it has to go in the water somehow. So we need to figure that out. And what we're going to be doing here is just digging big old lanes all the way down here, planting loads of crops, and then I've got a really interesting way to harvest them. And I think I can get away with having 4 rows of whatever we're going to have planted here like this, and that's going to still give me plenty of room down here to have some just animal fields. And I think the easiest thing to do here is just dig. Oh geez, of course there's no ground under here. Dig trenches all the way along. There's another monkey down here. Hello, little monkey. Hello. You are now a cow too. So now that I've dug this big old water trough and I'm filling the bottom in so we can fill it full of water, I'm not actually sure if I need to. See, obviously for having this as actual farmland, it's going to need water in order to be hydrated, because that's how things work. Now technically, yes, I could put a plant in there and stop it becoming unhydrated, but it won't grow very fast doing it that way. But if you can cast your minds back from when we did the wood farm, particularly the azalea trees, we actually used a different type of farmland altogether that didn't require any water, and that is rich soil. And I'm wondering if I can plant things just in rich soil. I cannot. Onions? No. Carrots? No. Potato? No. Okay. Oh, well, that's a shame. Can I daren't do it, but I can make rich soil farmland. And does that not need water? You see, the advantage of rich soil is that it's automatically got bone meal in it, so things grow a whole bunch quicker. The problem with rich soil, however, is you get it from decomposition, and that is time with sunlight, water, and activators, which are basically mushrooms. And we also need, in order to make rich soil, organic compost, which I've got most of the ingredients for except for straw. And I was looking at straw thinking that can't be difficult to make, but it is. You need wild rice or rice panicles in order to make straw, but it says it's obtained by cutting grassy crops and plants with a knife. So maybe we could just grab one of those knives we had earlier. Let's get an iron knife and let's go chop a bunch of these things and see what happens. Oh look, we got straw. Oh, we're going to need a lot of straw, and you don't get all that many. What if I use a knife with silk touch? Does that help? Get a bit of straw, but not much. That gives me an idea. As you can see, my idea is working. It's basically just a dispenser with a bunch of bone meal, some observers, and then just a bit of grass. And I can just stand at the front of this thing and I can just chop away at this grass and build up a whole pile of straw. It'd be nice if I had a collection system, but I really don't need this thing to be a long-term solution. And I think moving it indoors where the zombies and things can't get me when it's nighttime is probably a good idea. Now, if I stand here, activate my auto clicker, I will get pretty much infinite straw. There we go. The dispenser has run out of bone meal. My knife didn't seem to take any durability damage, which is nice. And in here we got a bunch more straw. There we go. Tons of straw. So now I need some rotten flesh, a little bit more bone meal, and now I should be able to craft... Oh, you only get one? Oh, geez. Okay, I can craft 3 pieces. I'm going to need a lot more rotten flesh and a lot more bone meal. Now, I think I've got a bunch of rotten flesh over at Hill Valley. Yes, I have. I've got a few bones here as well. Not as much as I would like. In the slime farm, however, I believe we've got a chest absolutely brimming. 12.9 thousand bone meal. We're not struggling for bone meal then. I'll just empty that out with my auto clicker. That'll all go into my backpack. Lovely. Now I have all the bone meals. I just need rotten flesh. And I thought there might be a way to craft it with the create mod, but there is not. So I guess for now, while we don't have any, all we can have is a tiny weeny bit of organic compost, which really isn't going to help us out all that much. So I guess we're going to need a whole bunch of water in this anyway, just so that we can actually grow the organic compost next to it. And then at least at that point, it'll turn into rich soil eventually, hopefully. Now, I've got no idea how close this needs to be to water, and I don't know if it being right next to water is going to be a problem, but we're going to find that out, I guess. I'm kind of hoping this works a little bit like Podzol and I can just plant mushrooms directly on top of it. I can't. Okay, well, let's do a mushroom every other block and see how we get on. Got sunlight, mushrooms, and water. What more could it need? Well, seems though I've got absolutely no idea how long that's going to take to turn into rich soil, we might as well get everything else planted, which means tilling a whole bunch of this dirt into farmland and then planting a whole bunch of crops. And of course, we're going to do this the most efficient way in Minecraft, which is to do them all in lanes. Okay then, so far we have onions, potatoes, carrots, cabbage, wheat, tomatoes, and flax. Now, rice, I was wondering, oh, I can. I don't know whether our harvester will be able to replant it from all the way down there. So then that leaves us with melons and pumpkin seeds. We don't have any beetroot. We need beetroot. I don't think I've found any beetroot. Where do you get beetroot from? Must have beetroot somewhere. Well, I've looked everywhere and I can't find any beetroot, but what I do have are sweet berries, and that might be an unusual thing to plant, but I'm wondering if the harvester can harvest these as well, because that could be quite useful for us, having the berries. You can do an awful lot with the sweet berries, including turn them into dark chocolate ones, white chocolate ones, caramel ones, ruby chocolate ones, and chocolate ones. Oh, my rice is growing. This is good news. Oh, and look, we've got rich soil. Yes. Oh, this is working. I'll leave that to it for a bit. While I go looking for beetroot. Where on earth would I find beetroot? It's not, well, there is wild beetroot in this, so I could just stumble across it. However, that's going to be probably quite unlikely, but there's a relatively high chance I could find it in a chest or a trail ruins or something. Oh, what's that? We got wild something. It's carrots. Don't need carrots. Hello, guys. Come on, give me beetroot seeds. Oh, I wanted beetroot seeds, guys. I've never ever wanted beetroot seeds in Minecraft, ever, but now I do. Well, we got more wild carrots and even some wild onions, but I'm not seeing wild beetroots anywhere. I don't even know where wild beetroots would grow. Maybe they grow on this amazing looking island. Got beetroot written all over it. No, it hasn't. Might have, you don't know. More wild onions, a whole bunch of pumpkins. Shipwrecks will definitely have beetroots in. What is going on? That's a lot of seals. You haven't happened to have seen any beetroots, have you guys? Oh no, no, not these horrible things again. Shoo, go away. Will you stop it? Right. Oh, no beetroot. Hey guys, don't have to have any beetroot, dear. You could use your farmer villager. Oh yeah. Do any of you morons sell beetroots? No, no, no. Fine. While I'm here, I've decided it's a good idea to fill up my lava and my water tanks because they're always running out. And that leads me to thinking there must be a way of filling these things up without just having to click on lava and water. Some sort of machine maybe that could do it. It's really infuriating having to go find pools of lava and just click on them constantly with these things in order to fill it up. I guess that's a good way of balancing out the fact that the jetpack is pretty OP, but it's still really annoying. I've got an idea where I'm going to find beetroots, guys. Beetroot seeds are a loot item. They're a junk loot item. And where do you get loads of loot chests? In ancient cities, of course. And the other good thing about going in here and looting some chests is I could really do with Swift Sneak 3, as that'll help me flying around in my jetpack when I'm sneaking. We'll just go see what we can get. Straddle jump too. I'll take it. Ooh, nice trousers. Dragon's breath. Oh, there we go. Set off my first shriekery thing. Diamonds. Swift Sneak 3. Oh, I think that was my third shrieker. Oh, we got a warden. I can't see anything. It's the whole point. I'll just set another one off. digging. Is that another warden? Oh, jeez. Leave me alone. Wow, look at this area. With the bookcases and stuff. There's one just there. I didn't even see him. Oh, glowberries. Suspicious gravel. This is 100% good way of getting beetroot seeds. What am I going to get? An amethyst shard. Oh. Wasn't me. Redstone. I don't need redstone. I need beetroot seeds. Yeah, I'll just spawn another one. While we're here, just to give you an idea of how ridiculously large this ancient city is, I'm actually in 4 of them. That means there should be plenty of chests. It also means there's going to be plenty of wardens. Fortunately for me, I'm pretty light on my feet with this jetpack, so it shouldn't be too much of an issue. Bless you. No, it wasn't a sneeze. Ooh, smithing template. No beetroot seeds. Nothing could go wrong here. I can't fit any more in my backpack. I've got like 6 wardens around here now. Why is everything you get non-stackable? Ooh, decorated pots. Oh, no, not again. I want to look in the pots. You know where I am. He's looking at me. Hey, thank you. I've been the good boy. I'm on the good list to do this year for Christmas. Ah! Whoa, he got me. Leave me alone. I just want beetroot seeds. You can keep the rest. Ah! Whoa! Jeez. He's coming back. Whoa! How do you keep finding me? Come on, beetroot seed. A diamond? I don't want diamonds. I want beetroot seeds. What was that? What is that noise? What is that noise? What are you? You're dead. That's what you are. A screecher soul. Wow. That's a lot of amethyst. Worst ancient city ever. Backpacks full, pockets full, you name it, it's full. Is there anything useful? No. Just smithing templates, diamonds, golden carrots, potions, swift sneak books, copper, iron, gold. Just junk. No beetroot seeds at all. Oh, no. No, 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 no. Oh, another screechy thing. Give me your soul. Ooh, there's another screechy thing, and I've just been hit. Oh, morning. You're dead. Oh, got me right in the bum. Oh, no, not again. Leave me. I'm trying to get things. The dead screecher. Well, I'm a moron. I've not been recording again. Turns out that beetroots are found by the sea, and they're called sea beets. You might also notice I've got a handful of beetroot seeds in my pocket. I went to that village that we started at a long time ago, and they were in there. Okay, so with all of the items now sorted out in there, I want to find out what these screamer souls do. And if you click on this over here, it shows you that it makes a skulk boomer, whatever that is. If I put it down here, is it going to ruin everything? What does it do? Let's grab a skulk sensor and some skulk. Oh, hang on a minute. What? It's like a defense thing. So when you set it off, wow, that's really cool. I don't need it, but that's very cool. Okay, next on the list of many things to do is to give myself a whole bunch of XP. And then I'm going to take off my trousers and take off my helmet. And I'm going to put my helmet on there and give myself some aqua affinity. And I'm going to put some swift sneak on my trousers. And the good thing about having swift sneak on your trousers is not only can you sneak fast, just sneak in, but also with your jetpack, because you're basically in sneak mode when you're hovering, it means I can go a little bit quicker with that now as well. Is that any faster? Take them off. Oh yeah, that's really slow. And if I put them back on, that's much faster. That's going to make a big difference to my building. Okay, back here then, it's time to plant our beetroot seeds and check on our special dirt stuff, which is all now growing quite nicely. These are all growing kind of nicely as well, and our wild rice is growing too. This is fantastic. Well, now that everything's all nicely grown, I want to tear it all out and redo this, because I'm a little bit concerned that our rice isn't going to get harvested, but I need to check that out. And also, I want this set up more like actual farm lanes, and I just don't think this is achieving that. I also don't think the efficiently placed crops like they are is really making this look much like a farm, so I think I'd rather do it in sections, to be honest with you. So yeah, I've got a whole bunch of stuff to do over here. But first things first, I'm going to test how many of these things are actually going to be harvested by harvesters. And the easiest way to do that is with a bit of powered rail, a cart assembler, a minecart, a little bit, a little bit of linear chassis is what I was going to say. Ow, stop it! With a little bit of glue on there, and a whole bunch of these harvesters. Oh, geez. Harvest now. There we go. Wow, okay. Oh, it does the rice. Okay, well, that's good news. I didn't put any storage on this, but yeah, the rice has been harvested, so that's good news. The sweet berries have even been harvested, and so's everything. Oh, this is brilliant news. Oh, that's great. And now I know I can actually plant everything the way I want it. it. Right, let me rebuild everything, and then we'll get an automatic harvesting system in place in here. Jeez. And it turns out that using a Silk Touch hoe is actually really good for this, because I can just grab everything very easily. Okay, I'm starting to get these farmland areas filled in, and I've decided to make it a lot wider than I was originally, because this was originally going to be all animals down this side, but it's all going to be farmland now, and it's going to be good. But I've just discovered something in this mod pack that's going to make our lives even better, and that is peat. And peat comes in a wide variety of things, and the way that you get peat is with composters and pointed dripstone. And yet again, back at Hill Valley, I believe I have some pointed dripstone kicking about around here somewhere, because I had a pointed dripstone farm in here, but I'm not sure where I put it. Hopefully I put it back in our little storage drip. Yes, I did. Dripstone. Thank you very much. I'm also going to need a whole bunch of stuff that can be composted. Bread. Bread has an 85% chance of being turned into compost for each item, and we've got an absolute ton of wheat, so I'm going to make an absolute ton of bread. Hopefully I can craft this nice and quickly. There we go. If I pick all that wheat up, now it's now all in my backpack. Stick bread in that slot in my backpack. And now I just got to sit here forever clicking bread and wheat. Oh, jeez, it's going to take forever. Okay, I'm mid-crafting, and it looks like we've got another zombie invasion on our hands. They've just all wandered in. I've got villagers upstairs. Hey, you guys. No, thank you. Oh, jeez. Oh man, that's a whole bunch of bread. Yeah, I don't think I needed nearly 3 stacks of composters. And I'm just gonna make a very temporary little structure-y thing inside of this tunnel here. So let's grab a whole bunch of composters. There we go, half a stack should do it. In fact, let's double it up and have 64 composters. Why not? You know what, forget it. Let's triple it up and have even more. Now all I need is a whole bunch of water in the top. And now all that's left to do is fill all of these composters to the brim. Oh, that one's already turned to peat, look. Amazing. Oh, that didn't take very long at all. And in the absolutely ridiculous amount of time it's taken me to actually fill all of these composters up, he says, I need a little bit more bread. There we go. We're already starting to collect a reasonable amount of peat. And what's so good about peat, you might be asking? Well, peat can not only be turned into other nice things, it can also be smelted into dried peat, it can be turned into mozzie peat, dried peat can be turned into dried peat bricks, and it can even be used as fuel. But the best thing about it is the fact that it's basically exactly the same as that rich soil we were trying to make that we need loads of rotten flesh for, and I haven't got much, because what you can do is you can place it, you can till it, and then it works as a very fast soil for plants to grow in. It also kind of looks pretty neat as like tracks for vehicles, as if a farm vehicle had gone down here, which is actually what I want to use it for. You see, these lanes here I've created here are for our vehicle that's going to be doing the harvesting to be going up and down. But the strangest thing about all of this in terms of this farm is that farms don't usually have troughs of water just running down the side. So what I'm going to do is waterlog those and then place peat there, and that kind of makes like tractor looking tire mark things. And the reason I want to use peat is because you can't actually pick up farmland, even with Silk Touch, and you can't pick up paths with Silk Touch. And in order to place slabs and use the frame blocks, I need to have the block in there to put it in. Well, that took way longer than I expected it to, but I think it's come out pretty good. Although you might notice we haven't got any of that peat in here anywhere, and that's because when I did put it in, it was just way too dark and the wrong color, and it just didn't go. It just looked like we had weird dark lines everywhere. As you can see, I'm grabbing spiders in the onions, probably because there's no light anywhere around here. But as you can see, we got a whole bunch of lanes, we got a whole bunch of different crops, we've got a whole bunch of hedgerows going around the whole thing. We got gates over there to get out, we got gates down there to get out, although I need to sort those steps out. And I think it's all come together quite nicely, really. And yes, it does look like I've trodden on loads and broken it, but that's just part of the aesthetic. I want this to feel like a proper farmer's field where, you know, people can take the dog for a walk around the outside and they'll accidentally trample on things, and yeah, basically just tidy but untidy at the same time. And I think I've done that. So I guess before we do anything else, I should probably build a tractor so it can actually go around. And to do this, we're going to be using underground tracks again, just like we did for our forklift trucks and our dumper trucks. And the reason I'm doing that rather than using invisible tracks, or phantom tracks as they're called, is because I still haven't seen any phantoms yet. And even if I had a bunch of phantom tracks, I can't lay them on here because it's full of grass. If I put phantom tracks on here, it would ruin all the grass and that would ruin the look of the the aesthetic. Hey, I see you. You're not camouflaged, you know. Right, down at the farm, we've got a 3-wide path, and then they've got the wheels on the block outside from either that. Geez, that didn't make any sense. So just for demonstration purposes, imagine our front wheels would be something like that, and then our back wheels would be something like this at the back here, although probably not quite as big as that, but you can get the idea. Now, a combined harvester would probably be the sort of thing that would actually harvest some of those. Not all of them. They certainly wouldn't be harvesting cabbages, but we're not going to be using a combine harvester because combine harvesters are absolutely massive and we've got no room for it. So we're going to be building a tractor with a trailer, probably a little bit like a planting type trailer if you've ever seen one of those, just with some harvesters on the front. And oh, hello. And I think that'll look pretty good. Now, in order to build this tractor, I really wanted to go with green. A green tractor sounds good to me, just like the ones I see on fields near me locally. However, I haven't really got any green dye. Back over at Hill Valley for the 4 millionth time this episode, in my slime factory, I do have lime green dye, so I potentially could use that. And we do have green dye. I totally forgot we had green dye in here, so okay, I thought I was going to have to go on a whole green dye mission. This is good. This is going to save me a lot of time. Excellent. Right, we've got dye. Let's go back again. Well, I've done my best. It's not easy building lifelike looking tractors in Minecraft, and this is supposed to be a John Deere either 6R or 7R, and I think with a little bit of artistic license, I think this isn't too bad. It kind of does the job we need it to do. You can tell what it is. It looks like a tractor, which was the goal. Now, there's no glass on this side at all because, well, obviously, I'm going to need to be able to get a driver in here, but we've got some controls, and out the back here, we've got this planter. Now, this is modeled on a planter. Here's the image, just so you can see what I'm looking at. And obviously, instead of actually having planting things, we've got harvesters because we're harvesting, and in here we've got a double chest for all of the things that we need to store. The other thing to bear in mind with this is you're going to have to use your imagination a little bit because these are all sort of partial blocks and divided blocks. There's no way I can actually connect these front 2 wheels for the tractor to the actual body, so let's just pretend that they are. I haven't glued it together yet, so I've no idea whether this is going to even work, so I suppose it's time we get the glue out and give it a go. Yeah, that's all of that bit in. Okay, I think we're just about there with the tractor then. I believe that's absolutely everything on there glued. Okay, right. There's only one way to find out, and that's to assemble it. It worked. We're just going to call it tractor for now because I'm really good at coming up with names for things. And now I need to see if it's actually going to work. Sit down, take the controls, and oh geez. Yeah, I've kind of missed a bit. That's fine. Let's make sure it's all connected. It is. We're all connected. This is great news. Right, now I need to build some tracks to see how it looks actually going around corners. Oh, and apparently I've just harvested something. What am I harvesting? I don't know. But look at it. Isn't it marvelous? It's wonderful. Oh dear. Oh geez. When I've been putting water in, I've kind of a bit washed away all of the... Oh my goodness, there's a lot of mobs down here. Well, all of the holes are now dug out. Haven't placed any track yet, and that's because I want to test it's actually at the right level before I put all the track down. Can it reach? It can. Oh, wonderful. But is it at the right level? It is. Oh, look at that. Oh, I don't think I've done my harvesters wide enough. Oh no. Yeah, they need to be 4 out from the side of the wheels, so they need to go another block out each way, otherwise they're going to miss the 2 middle rows. Oh no. Okay, that's another one added on each end. Reassemble it, move it back down here again, and hopefully now it's going to be wide enough to actually fit down there and get everything in. It is. Oh good, that's loads better. Right, let's place some track. Oh my goodness, I've done it again. Now that I've put torches all underneath there, everything's just spawning everywhere else. Oh, this is a nightmare. Well, we're getting closer and closer. As you can see behind me now, we have a slope coming down into the farm area, which our tractor's going to drive down. It's going to go all the way around there, down here, back round there, all the way up there, back down here. But then it can't actually get back out that way. And that's not because I've designed the slope wrong. It's just the tracks underneath won't connect in that direction. So then what it's going to have to do is come all the way back round here again, and then come out this way through this area here, back up round the top to link back up to where it is. And I haven't done any of those connections yet, and I don't think I'm going to do them just yet either, because I actually want to give this entire thing a test drive and make sure it's actually going to drive around the entire farm. So let's hop into the tractor and go for a drive. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? And I want to go really slowly. Oh, it's getting rid of all my grass. Oh no, I didn't realize harvesters will get rid of grass. I can't believe it's deleting my grass though. Took me ages to plant all. You have no idea how much bone meal I spent getting all that grass. There we go. Here goes my carrots. Look at it go, it is harvesting. And now it's doing my other lanes. This is where the width comes in though, you see. On those ones, it needs to be that wide to get half of the field, but there we go. We are harvesting absolutely everything. This is absolutely wonderful. We're getting the sweet berries, we're getting the flax. I don't know how it's going to deal with melons and pumpkins, but we're about to find out what's going to happen. Oh, it's got rid of the seeds. Okay, well, that's not ideal. And it looks like there aren't many areas that haven't been got by this thing, so that's really good news. Oh, geez, we've actually filled this thing on a full harvest, so we're going to need more than a double chest on it as well. But overall, I think that was a roaring success, although I am really annoyed that all my grass is gone. And the other thing I can do, actually, is I can get rid of the 3 harvesters in the middle underneath the hopper, because it's never actually using those, and then I can have the grass back in the central lanes. So I guess I need to do a little bit more work on the tractor and the rails to get it all finished off, so I'll be back with you when all of that's done.
One eternity later.
Finally, I think I have finished, and as you can see, I've got rid of that area down there and completely replaced the entire thing with this concretey looking gravel block. I've added in muddy lines where the tractor's probably going to be driving through, and I've done all of that area down there, linked it up to our farm down here, and I've even put all of the little bits of grass back in where the harvester can't actually delete it. I've also added a whole bunch of fences around the entire area with lanterns on to keep this place a little bit lighter, and apparently I've done this one way too high up, so let's fix that. And of course, I've dug out even more of that area there and left some path space down there for what we're going to be doing in the future. So all in all, I think this is all looking a lot better than it did. So there's a few little things left to do on this project, like linking up the items that we're getting here to feed the animals automatically. But realistically, that's going to have to wait for another time. What I do need to do is actually get a driver for this, set up some stations underground to actually get it to go all in the right direction. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put one on this lane here and call it lane 1, one on this one here in this direction, call it lane 2, lane 3 and lane 4 to make sure it actually goes to each one of those, to make sure it does the full loop round there, and then we'll have one around this side here as the drop off, and then we'll have one around there as the start. Okay, all of the stations are now in place. So the first thing I'm going to need is a little driver. We're going to shove him in the tractor, and we're going to give him a schedule that says to limit his speed at 10% because we want this thing going nice and slowly. Go to farm start and don't leave there till 8 o'clock in the morning. So basically this tractor's going to do the round at 8 o'clock every single morning. It's going to go around all of the lanes and then it's go to the drop off until it's finished unloading. Not that there's an unloader setup on this, it doesn't even have an item interface yet, so we need to sort that out as well. But let's see what happens. Let's give this guy a schedule, and now he's just going to wait there until tomorrow morning. Hey, it is just about 8 o'clock. It is time for the driver to set off. Whenever you're ready, sir, I want to see you do a good job. Nice clean lap, no overtaking. Take it steady. Off he goes. It's working. There we go. He has now finished harvesting. He's going to come round to the drop-off, but unfortunately there isn't anything for him to actually drop off, so he'll probably just disappear again and go back to the farm start and wait until tomorrow morning to do it all again. Wonderful. I'm so impressed. He did such a good job. Oh, that's amazing. Well, I've done a tiny little bit more work, and that was to move this fence over by 1 block because it was in the way of our harvester when it came past, and I've also added in a new little area under here if I can... Oh, geez, I'm right on it. As you can see by this rotating wool block. Let's see if I can actually fall down in the right place. Here we go. We've got a little unloader. So when the tractor comes into this station, we've got a portable storage interface there. It's going to unload all of those items into this vault here, and all I've added is a speed controller and one of these ugly wool windmill things. Right, that's all of the farming done. He's now off to the drop-off point. Are we going to see it in action? Here we go. We should see a little item interface pop out from underneath. There it is. And if we go down the hole that's just disappeared, oh geez, we should see all of the items coming through into here. There we go. It works perfectly. And now that's all all gone. He should be on his merry way. On his merry way again. Off you go, mate. In the last couple of episodes, we made this amazing farm, and it all works now. It's all plumbed in together. The tractor will leave at 6 o'clock every morning, go harvest the fields. He then comes around here and drops all of the items off secretly underground. The items then come through this portable storage interface into this vault, and then they all get shipped into this big room, into an even bigger vault here, and then they go in all sorts of places to go to do all sorts of things. Some of them go up these funnels here, a bunch of them go down those conveyors and up these funnels here and up those funnels there, and some of them even come over this side of the room and up these funnels here and these funnels here. And I realise they're all chutes and not funnels. So hopping up my little ladder into the main room, some of the items get sent through these portable storage interfaces to feed the baby animals to make them grow up quicker. And I've got a similar sort of thing going on for these baby chickens, which basically just take seeds. And all the way upstairs, although there's still no easy way to get up here, in each corner we've got all of the other chutes bringing all of the other items in for all of the other animal breeders, so that they've all got plenty of items. So it's all working really well, which means we can leave this little project behind and start our final set of projects in this area, or at least in phase 2. We've got 9 buildings to build. They're all going to have separate things going on in them, all related to food production. Some of them will be farm, some of them will be cooking, some of them will be production, but this first one here is going to be storage, and that's going to be storage for all of the things that we're harvesting and all of the meat we're getting in here, which means I need to get all of the items out of these vaults here and the rest of the items from this vault here all the way out of this farmyard, across here and into the back of this building here. And I don't want to just feed it all through with belts. I'd like to have something interesting going on, and my original plan was to have a tram that would go all the way around this thing and deliver items to all of these different ones, but as things have gone on and things have changed, I don't think that's going to be possible. So we're just going to bring it all into this building here, store it in there, and then we'll just transfer it to the other buildings as we need it. Before we get into building though, let me just give you an idea of what we're going to be doing here. This wide part here is our main high street. This is going to be our little ski village, and each one of these is going to be like a shop or a chalet or something like that. So these buildings down this street are more likely to look like shops and have shop fronts. And this sort of high street then goes down here, which will be a little side street. So again, these 4 buildings here will likely be shop looking buildings, but this one here is kind of all sort of stuck on its own now because I had to move everything around. So what I might do, seeing as this is going to be our storage area and probably likely going to be our kitchen as well, is to combine these 2 buildings and have one bigger building down at here. And then the front of it can be a shop front, the back of it can be for storage, and we can have a bunch of stuff going on in there, and then that leaves us with 7 other buildings that all have access to the main streets. I think that makes more sense. So I guess it's time to do that thing that I do and start placing blocks, ideally in time with the music. There we go. I don't think that's come out too bad, really. It kind of feels like a ski resort style shop. At the front, we got the big windows to signify that this is a shop. Obviously, there's absolutely no interior at all yet. And down the sides, it's pretty blank, but that's because there's going to be an awful lot of stuff going on inside here that we probably don't want to see. Around the back and at the front, I've planted sweet berries because I thought they had that sort of nice, snowy, Christmassy feel to them. I've gone for the staggered roof line, just like we saw on the pictures earlier on in this season. So yeah, I don't think it's too much of a bad building. building. So now that that's done, we now need to sort out the inside, and as you can see here, it's a little bit of a layered mess, and that's because the terrain was kind of all over the place. And there's quite a few things we need to do. Obviously, we need to get all of our meat and vegetables and stuff in here. We need to store them, but we also need to work with them as well. We need to cook some of the meats, we need to produce some meals, we need to automate some of that, and we need a manual kitchen process as well. And then over here at the front of this room, it'd be quite nice to have it set up as like a little deli counter where you can come in and just, you know, buy some food. That would be good. But I suppose there's no point in talking about it. We might as well get going, and I'm going to start by putting some floors in. Well, I may have put a little bit more than a floor in. I've also put in a whole bunch of dividing walls. I've created all of these little rooms. I've flattened the floor in here to make this storage area nice and big. I've put some stairs in which lead us to this area. I've put some more stairs in that lead us to this area and this area. And now we've got a massive area to play with. So this upstairs big room here is going to be automated food production. This big old area downstairs is where we're going to be bringing the items in and storing them. This little room in here is going to be a manual kitchen. This is going to be our shop, and that leaves two big spaces that we don't really have much use for, although I'm sure I'll fill them with something. But yeah, we've got this little room down here, and then we've got this little space here as well, which I guess we could probably just fill with storage, a few barrels and bits and bobs like that. So I guess the next thing I need to do is actually get some items in here so we know what to do with them. Oh, what? Oh, don't tell me you've fallen out, cow. I think it's probably grown up and like glitched through the glass, but you can go in there. Are these things all still getting fed? They are. Oh, this is good news. What have we got down there? Stop it. Go in the hole. Anyway, what? Stop it. How you keep getting out? In there. So basically, now I've got to decide how I get all of those items from down in that vault up to here, all of these items together, and all of them into some sort of vehicle that's going to be taking them between here and our new storage facility over there. I think I've got a plan. What I'm going to do is, instead of having these item vaults here, is I'm going to pump all of this meat stuff downstairs. And that might be a crazy thing to do because I want all of these items upstairs in order to be able to... What? How did you get... What? Stop it. Stop escaping. So yeah, pump all of the meat items down here, bring all of those items over to around about here, and then pump them all back upstairs again to around about here. So I guess it's building time. Okay, the first system I've got in place here is a bunch of conveyors. We're going to take items out of this item vault along this conveyor and up these chutes here. These chutes come out of this point here, and then what I need to do is get the meat into there as well, probably coming up another chute just next to it, I guess around about here, which is going to be easy enough. I can just put another encased fan there, another set of chutes going through that hole there. And with these conveyors here, which come down directly underneath of our vaults that's got our meat in, they're going to take the items into these chutes here. So we're going to need a funnel on there, we're going to need a funnel on there, and that means all of the items for the meat and the vegetables are going to be coming out at this point here. Then on top of those chutes, I am going to have another big vault, and that's going to store everything. And this is going to be what our vehicle is loading from. So now what I need to do is connect some chutes to these conveyors from underneath those vaults. Oh, it's already going. Here we go. And then we just need a brass funnel on there to get those items out of there, and everything should, if I've done it all correctly, be going into this vault here now. It is. And then I'm going to use a few of these blocks to try and make this look a little bit like a pallet. And then coming out of this, we're going to have a portable storage interface, which is just basically a conveyor with a funnel there. We'll have a brass funnel on there to get the items out nice and quick. So now we've got all of this stuff ready to collect. I guess it's probably time I built something to collect it, although it might make sense to build somewhere for it to go first. Let's make another big vault here in this wall, and then that can just be joined up simply like that. Now all I need is a vehicle to take the items from over there, bring them over here. How could it be? now we have a wonderful meat van. This is fantastic. It's just a little mini lorry. I really like it. And I've laid out the track in a very interesting way under the ground, and I'm really hoping this is going to work, although it does mean I'm going to have to move all of that around. So first thing I'm going to do is put down that, put a little man down here, grab a lead, stick him in there, and then give him this schedule and see what happens. So he should drive past the barn and then reverse in. I've no idea whether it'll be in the right spot or not when he does, but he should. There we go. He should reverse into here. Fantastic. Whoa, he's got a bit far, but we can sort that out. Then he should drive forward, back out here, down round there. There we go. And he should go all the way to these crates, turn right, and then go down there. And that's where he's going to unload at that point there. Although I think he needs to reverse down that really, but then he's going to reverse round this corner here into the snow, which we'll have to fix obviously, and then he should do it all over again. But now he can't for some reason. But I don't think that was bad. There's a little bit of tweaking needs doing there, but that should work out pretty well for us, I think. Good news, the little meat van is doing a much better job now. When it comes round this corner here, you'll see I've added some snow and a little wall there, and it just happens to raise up on the snow a little bit there as it backs then down to come up to this gravel block here where it's going to unload, and then it goes off again. That's loads better. Well, a little bit of time has passed and I now have a whole bunch of storage drawers in here and not much else, other than if I dig my way down into the floor, we've got some power, and that power is coming from our main power station all the way down these power lines all the way down to here, which kind of looks a little bit of a mess, but well, I like the power line idea, and I know there's a whole bunch of you saying why don't you use the electricity mod. We will, but in the future. Not for now. So now that we've got power and we've got a bunch of storage, the only thing I'm missing in here is wheat. Wheat is missing, but you'll notice I have a whole bunch of extra drawers with nothing in them. These drawers are left for the cooked versions of those drawers are left for the cooked versions of those, and all of these drawers at the bottom are going to be for our meals that we're going to be cooking. I've also left some space behind here in order to add in a contraption to send items upstairs, and they'll be the items that we're going to be using in our automation process. But I guess before we get too carried away, we should probably look at some of the meals that we're going to be automating so that I can actually figure out how to do it. And realistically, although there's a whole bunch of different items, there are some that give you actual buffs. There are comfort buffs and there are nourishment buffs, and I have absolutely no idea what either of those do. So we're going to be aiming to make the meals that give us the highest buffs, such as chicken soup, which can either be cooked in a cooking pot or it can be used in a mechanical mixer with a blaze burner. Fried rice also gives you 5 minutes of comfort, which also has all of the ingredients that we need. Pumpkin soup does too, but I don't have any pumpkin slices and I don't have many pumpkins, so I don't think that's going to work. And then we've got roasted mutton chops, which we can make, vegetable noodles, and then there's plates of roast chicken, but it doesn't actually show you how to make that one. I guess it probably involves the roast chicken recipe, which we could do, and then there's also the plate of shepherd's pie, which is the shepherd's pie recipe, which we could do. And there are a whole bunch of other recipes as well, but I think we should focus on those for now and see how we get on. And before we get carried away with that, there's a couple more ingredients that I really could do to collect. One of those shouldn't be too difficult. If we grab a cow, that's just going to be milk, but the other one's going to require a little bit of darkness. This might work, although it's a long way to get the items away from there. But yes, I think this is going to be the perfect spot for something interesting. What is it? I'm not telling you. And that something interesting thing requires me to have this rich soil, which we made in the last episode. So I'm going to get as many lanes as I can of this rich soil, plant a whole ton of mushrooms on it, run a bit of powered rail down the side. Then all I'm going to do is stick down a cart assembler, set it to lock rotation, throw down a minecart underneath it, put a storage vault on there and a storage interface, throw down a bunch of andesite casing, stick some harvesters on that side there, stick some more harvesters on this side as well, glue all of that together, get a redstone torch, make this a contraption, set it to go, remove the cart assembler, power the powered rail, and oh dear, I've attached the soil to it. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. There we go, that's better. Right, I can't let this thing go until all of the mushrooms have turned into mushroom colonies, otherwise it deletes the mushrooms, but it really doesn't take long on this rich soil. As you can see, most of them have already. But as soon as they're all mushroom colonies, then this thing could go and it will just harvest brown mushrooms for us. And I think I'd like to add red mushrooms too. So all I've done is move the whole thing forward. The powered rail is on the other side, the contraption's facing the other way round, and that means that the storage interface can be in that corner there, and that means that when I power this and get this thing going, hopefully everything's grown and it's not going to delete everything. Yep, that's all working nicely. Good. So if we hop down onto this next level here, you can now see I've got these chutes coming down there, and they come all the way down down here behind these guys and drop the items on the floor there. So what we need at the bottom here is a drawer controller slave that can go in there, and as long as that connects to our storage drawers with a little bit of trim, I guess, like that, then all of the items should, if they go into these chutes, go into there and be put in the drawers. Fantastic. Good, we've got a little mushroom farm. That was nice and easy. So with our mushroom farm now working nicely, I guess it's time we had a milk farm, and that's going to be really easy. Let's say, for instance, in these storage drawers here, we had a drawer for buckets of milk and one for empty buckets. We'll need to be able to take those away and send them to wherever our milk farm is going to be, and then we need to bring the full milk buckets back. And we could use our van for that, to send empty buckets back over to the farm, but then that means we're going to have all sorts of crazy things going off here to actually remove the items, and that could get rather complicated. I think realistically it'd be a whole lot easier to just grab a cow, stick it upstairs with our mushroom farm, stick it in a nice spacious pen so it's got plenty of room to run around, grab ourselves a deployer, and now all we've got to do is get milk buckets downstairs and empty buckets upstairs. Now how could it be? What could possibly go wrong? A little bit of jiggery-pokery later and I have an encased train drive coming out of the floor and a fan to push items up. So if I stick myself an andesite funnel on there, that's going to take empty buckets, put them into that chute, and they're going to go up there. And they should come all the way up these chutes and they should go into there, and it's already gone in, so that's good. Then, on the back of this, we're going to have another one. However, it needs to be a brass funnel because that's only going to allow milk to go back down again. And they'll go all the way down those chutes and all the way down here onto the floor currently because I haven't connected it into there yet. And I think another drawer controller slave could be good for this. We'll throw that on there. We'll get a conveyor there with a bit of belt on it like that, and we just need that going in the opposite direction. So if we come back down into the floor, get another encased train drive coming off that, then what are the chances if I connect that to that it's going to go in the right direction? 0! Right, fine. In that case, a little bit of shaft there, gearbox there, and now it's going in the right direction. So the only thing left to do for our little milk farm is to add power to this. Many shafts. That's how we're going to deal with this. We'll go around these chutes here. And then, there we go, we now have power to our deployer. So let's throw that milk bucket in there, chuck a bunch of empty milk buckets in there, lock that drawer, and hopefully we'll start seeing some milk buckets coming back down. Oh, I need one of those there, don't I? There we go, milk buckets, they're coming in. Wow, that was fast. Look at you being milked, what a wonderful machine. Oh, I'm so good at making machines, peeps. I also need to make dough, and the problem is I haven't got any wheat. And the reason we haven't got any wheat, whenever it gets harvested, it's just being siphoned off here to feed the cows and feed the sheep. I need to stop this taking quite so much wheat. Alternatively, the simpler solution would just be to plant a whole bunch more wheat instead of flax, because we're growing an absolute ton of flax, and I don't know why. I do like the flax when it grows though, because it does look like a proper cornfield, but stuff's going. And that's a whole bunch more wheat planted in that part of the field. My stairs have moved. But don't worry, peeps, they're not haunted. Jeez, it's because I've been doing a bunch of work trying to get these contraptions in. And what I've decided is instead of having big old chute systems everywhere taking everything up, was to extend these storage drawers using the spruce trims, which then connect to these drawer controller slaves. And then we can input items from those, and we can also take items out of those. So our milk system is now in this little area here. And through here, I've got a couple more systems that I need to connect. We've got this one here which takes the rice panicles and then it crushes them to create rice and straw and sends them back into the system that way. And we've got this one over here which has caused me quite a headache because it needs water. Now I thought it needed water pumping into the basin, but it doesn't work like that. It takes wheat and a bucket of water and it creates wheat dough. So if I connect that there, you'll see this working. The wheat comes in, it mixes it up, it creates wheat dough, it drops the empty bucket out here. That then gets filled back up with water and goes back in again, and we've got a nice little system. And there's one more thing I've done, and that was to increase the wheat production even more, because we still weren't getting any in here because the animals were stealing it all. So what I've done now is over at this area of the farm, you might notice the farmland's a lot darker, and that's because I used peat to grow this wheat substantially quicker than the rest of it. And the other problem was that underneath the farm where it was actually taking the wheat and the seeds, it was coming through in stacks, which was just backing up and just, well, having all sorts of wheat just sat there not doing anything. So I've limited the funnels to only allow one piece through at a time, and that means it can back up properly, which means it then comes through here and is collected by our little meat truck. So yeah, it's all working pretty well. Now, every single recipe I need requires bowls, so we're going to need to automate the crafting of bowls in here as well. And because I've got near on infinite supplies of wood coming in from our wood farm, I don't need to automate actually getting wood over there. We've got 23,000 cherry wood, and I'll just pour an absolute ridiculous amount of it all over the floor. 13,000. We'll then use a saw to turn those into planks. And then I'm hoping I can kind of do something like that with the mechanical crafters to force them all into the middle, but I don't know if that'll work. Right, I've put a few things in place and I've wired it all up, but I don't think this is going to work at all because we've got no way of getting the planks actually into these things. So we'll worry about that in a minute, but I want to make sure we're actually going to get cherry planks through this because there's a bit of a bug with the create mod where it'll try and strip cherry, but it won't actually strip it. It'll just turn into more cherry. Yeah, it doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything at all. If I take that away, nothing. In that case, we'll have our first mechanical crafter here taking the cherry logs into that, and if we give that a bit of power, that should then craft those into planks and they'll go in there. There we go. We've now got a plank system. And you know what? Before I do anything else, I don't actually want this in here. I'm going to take it upstairs. And after a whole bunch of jiggery pokery and some faffing about, I've managed to squeeze all of this into this corner here, but I don't know if it's going to work. Those are then going to come out of there onto that conveyor, get split between these three things, and they'll go into these auto crafters here, which I'm now making buttons. Oh dear, I don't want buttons. Thank you. I'll just throw those down there. No one will ever know. I guess that means we need a middle one like that. Then hopefully this will work. There's only one way to find out. Let's connect it. No. Well, I've done a little bit of reading online and it turns out you can do it if there is a gap. It won't do anything until I give it a redstone pulse and then another observer facing into it. And now, there we go. Look, we're making bowls. Wonderful. Now, it would be nice if they were all stored downstairs with the other items, but having them up here is absolutely fine. In fact, doing the maths, that's going to give us 64,000 bowls. Now, before we start cooking all of our eggs and our meats, there's one final ingredient that I need that we're going to be creating from this wheat dough, and that is raw pasta, which you get from chopping dough with a knife on a chopping board, and you can do it with one of the mechanical slicers we used in the meat farm. So we're going to go back upstairs. We're going to come back into this room where we've got all this going on, and in this little area here, we're going to have a pasta factory. And here it is, a very nice and simple little pasta factory. We're going to have wheat dough coming out of there. It's going to come onto this conveyor, come around there, get sliced up by that, and we're going to have the raw pasta going in there. So if I connect that and connect that, it'll take a second to realize it's all connected, but there we go. Wheat dough is coming through. It's getting turned into raw pasta, and it's not going back in the system. But the reason it's not going back in the system is because it's got nowhere to go. So if I was to, for instance, stick that there we go. Now it's starting to come through. Now it's all going in. Oh, this is great. We've got so many ingredients. My little factory's coming together lovely. Right, so cooking. I'm going to need to cook a whole bunch of these meats as well as a couple of other things as well, and I'm going to need a lot of room for that. Although I can run it all through a very simple cooking machine, I need to be careful what meat I actually take because I don't want to use all of it. And the way that we're going to get around that is, oh geez, I haven't left myself enough room. I need all of this over by one block. Oh no. I was going to say the way we're going to achieve that is to put a threshold switch on the back of each one of the raw meats, and then we can use redstone links to limit how much we're actually taking through into the other area. The problem is though, I need threshold switches on these ones as well, but unfortunately the threshold switches from the top will also power the redstone links from the bottom. Oh, I need more room here. Right, okay. Let's move it all one bit at a time. Oh, and I need to move all of these up one block as well. Okay, that's everything moved out. You'll have to ignore the fact that it all looks horrible around the top for now. We'll fix that later. And where I'm actually going to do this cooking, because I'm going to need a lot of lanes to keep these all individual so that we can control them with the redstone links, I haven't actually got any room in here to do this. This is all going to be for cooking. This space up here is not big enough, and none of these little rooms are big enough. So we're going to have to do the cooking in the basement. Well, a little bit of time has passed, and this thing's getting a little bit crazy, but there's a method to my madness. All of our meats, as well as our potatoes and our eggs, are going to come out of these brass funnels and they're going to go into these tunnels. Now, I've set each one of the filters on here to only allow 8 items through at a time because we don't want full stacks. And these are all set to synchronize inputs because what that means is when all of the items go in here, it'll let them out in order in this bit here. So they'll come onto 4 lanes, they'll all get smelted, and then these filters basically say to only allow the cooked stuff through. The rice is going to be dealt with differently because you can't use that in the same cooking method. If I link that up to that one, all of the items should now start coming out. There we go. And as you can see, it's synchronizing the input, so we're getting a little bit of everything through here. That's all going to cook, hopefully relatively quickly. And there we go. It's all going into the system. Wonderful. What a lovely little cooking station I've got. Oh, my rice is all coming. Oh, no, I'm not ready for rice. And cooked rice is a little bit awkward because in order to make that, we either need to use a mixer with a blaze burner underneath, or alternatively, we can just use a cooking pot, which I think is going to be a nice, easy way of doing this. And to be honest with you, I don't even think it needs to be down here. For cooked rice, we need a stove, and we're going to need a cooking pot. And I thought I might be able to squeeze this in here right next to our little bowl. And the way I've done that is to just add in another draw controller slave there, one down there. We've got the items coming out of the cooking pot and into there, and we've got rice going in through this smart chute into there. But the problem is it fills up way too much rice and then it won't cook. Okay, I've set the threshold switch to move to lower lane at 20, move to upper lane at 10, and that seems to be keeping less than a stack in there. No, it lets 2 stacks through. Oh, that's so annoying. Okay, what if I told this to only allow 1 through at a time? Ah, there we go. Okay. Right, that's all I needed to do was just twiddle with that a bit. So I still got to get bowls in here, which is going to be quite tricky now. However, I don't know, it's not going to be tricky. Stick a smart chute there with bowls on there, put another one of those there, and then all I need to do is put that there. Wonderful, we've got a rice cooking machine. So now we are providing ourselves with every single ingredient we could possibly need for all of the recipes we want. So it's finally time to come up into this room and make a big mess. And there are 3 recipes that I want to make that don't require a blaze burner, and that is roast chicken, shepherd's pie, and roasted mutton chop. Roasted mutton chops and shepherd's pie only need 5 ingredients, whereas roast chicken needs 7, including bread. And we're not automating bread, although I do have a ridiculous amount of it, so that's probably quite a few meals. And I think we're going to start with shepherd's pie. So 5 ingredients I've got to get out into a line in order, because these mixing bowls are not good if you put too many items in them. So if I set all of these brass funnels up to only allow 1 item through at a time with the right item on there, then using the brass funnel trick again on synchronized inputs, I should be able to get all of those items in a nice line coming down here to this point. Then all I should need is a basin with a mixer on top, and then just a way to get that back into our storage system. Right, that's power to the belts there. We've got items coming out of each one of these, which is good. We've got all of the right items there. If I extend that belt that way and put one of those there, that's going to send that way, and there you go. Look, we get all of the items going in the right order. Fantastic. Then I need an andesite funnel on there, and that's going to allow all. Oh no. Oh, you see, this is where there's an issue. It's not got everything I need in because it let more items out here. Oh no, how am I going to deal with that? Let's just test something out. We get a comparator coming out of that. Yes, that worked. But if I take the items out of there, the comparator loses its signal. Okay. And the question is, can I block these tunnels with a little bit of redstone dust? I can put redstone dust on top. So hopefully then, if we get an item in there, that should stop anything else coming out of these tunnels until that item's gone. I need a repeater. And let's try that again. Put that down. Oh no, that doesn't work. That's not stopped that coming through at all. If I remove that item, yeah, they carry on coming through. So that doesn't work. Okay, I have a new plan. My new plan is to have these redstone funnels all coming out onto belt. That does mean I've got to have 5 of these draw controllers now. And we've got a redstone link on a clutch here. We've got a redstone link powering this redstone line here. And we've got a little redstone link just set up there. So when I turn that off, all of the items come out. But when I turn it on, all of the items stop again. Now what I need to do is have a way to determine if there's an item on this belt and then fire that redstone signal. Now there are such a thing as smart observers, and they can be used to detect a variety of events, and they can look at belts. Oh, and they can look at funnels as well. So I want to detect if there's an item on this belt at any point. I wonder if I can make these face down. I can. Oh, nice. Okay. Let's stick our redstone link on the back of it. There we go. Kind of. Oh, it lets 2 through. Another idea then. Let's move the smart observer onto that one there. Although that's going to stop anything going onto this belt at all. Jeez, this is a nightmare. How do I do it? I bet there's a dead simple way and I'm not even thinking about it. Well, after thinking about this for a little bit, I realized I can do this a lot more compact and a lot easier using a mechanical arm. So, we've now got our draw controller thing spitting out items onto depots. Then what I've got here is our little mixing bowl with the mixer above it, and there's a funnel there going into another slave, which is the same one the mushrooms are going down. And I think all I need to do is say take from those like that, and then deposit them in there. And hopefully that should work. Let's find out. It should be on round robin, so it should take from all of them. Forced round robin, there we go. So it'll do them all in order, and then we should get the right items in the right thing. It's got everything it needs. Why is it not going? Oh, I need 3 pieces. Oh, no, I didn't check the ingredients to see how many of each one it needs. Oh, I know how I can do this. This is okay. Right, we'll turn onions onto 2. We'll turn baked potatoes onto 2. And we'll turn mutton onto 3. Yes, this is the way to do it. Okay, good. It is doing it in the right quantities. Oh, this is good. Oh, this is wonderful. We are now making infinite amounts of shepherd's pie. And that is a relatively small little footprint for quite an advanced meal. So there's no reason I shouldn't be able to squeeze a whole bunch of these things in here for all of the different meals that we need. And this is going to be roast mutton chops, and this one only needs 1 of each ingredient, so I need to take from all of these depots and I need to deposit into there, put the mechanical arm on, and we should now be cooking. There it is, roasted mutton chops. This is wonderful, but we don't have space for it in our storage drawers, and we've already got 27 shepherd's pies. Oh jeez, we need more drawers. Mutton chops in there you go. Now the only downside to this shepherd's pie is I do need to keep using bowls, but what I really like is after you've got it all, you've got like a plate with food on, which would be really nice decoration if we was to ever decorate things. According to this, roasted mutton chops give you nourishment of 5 minutes, and so does shepherd's pie. So let's try eating one. Advancement made, nourishing. I have no idea what that means. All my little hunches have gone gold. Oh, wonderful. The final recipe I'm going to be making is roast chicken, which actually needs 7 ingredients, including bread and eggs. But now I face a whole new problem, and that is that if we run out of ingredients, the mechanical arm's not going to stop actually trying to put the items in, which means our mixers are going to be overflowing with the wrong types of items, and then they're not going to produce what they need to produce. So really what we need on these systems here is a way to detect if there is an item missing on there, and if there is, to stop the mechanical arms. Oh, and I just thrown my only egg. Oops. Well, at least that's going to give us an opportunity to see how this is going to fail on us. So it's going to grab everything it can, and it's going to put it all inside the mixer, and they're all pretty much in the right quantities, except we've got no eggs, and now it's going straight back to putting bowls in. So yeah, it's carrying on even though we're missing an ingredient, which is not ideal. But now hopefully this thing's actually going to be making us some nice tasty roast chicken. Here come the carrots, and here we go. We're going to be having a roast chicken dinner. It's gone. Is it in the drawers? It is. Look at that, a big old roast chicken. And I want those to live in there, but I want that. I want to put it on the floor. I want to grab a bunch more bowls and make myself some roast. Oh, you get bone meal as well. And there was a cool chicken carcass there as well, but I missed it because I was too eager. But don't worry, guys. We got another one. Let's try it out again. Put it on the floor. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, look at that. That's amazing. And now it's gone. Everything I've made gives us nourishment 5, but I really wanted to produce those meals that did comfort 5. Well, these ones require the blaze burners. Maybe we could just have some temporary lines and just throw a bit of lava or coal in there manually. And this chicken soup recipe is relatively simple. It needs 1 bowl, carrot, chicken, cabbage, and then pretty much any sort of vegetable. So I'm going to go with tomatoes. Not a vegetable, you know what I mean. Tomatoes was on the allowed list made. And I could be more efficient with my cabbage here because you can actually cut that down into cabbage leaves rather than the whole cabbage and save yourself a bunch of money. But we got an absolute ton of cabbage. I'm really not going to be using that much of it. So all I need to do is give him a bit of coal and then reconnect the power, and this thing should get going. But all of the items are going in. Here we go. Is it going to make us chicken soup? It is. And there it is. A bowl of chicken soup. Now let's find out what comfort is. Oh, it's so comfortable. What does comfort do? And with a little bit of research from the wiki, it says that nourishment basically stops you getting hungry or using saturation from doing exhaustive actions like running and mining and things like that, which is very useful for me. Whereas comfort just stops you getting slowness effect and hunger effects from other mobs, which is not something I'm really interested in. So I'm very glad that we've made these main 3 meals that give you the 5 minutes of nourishment, because I think that's going to come in very handy. In the last video, we created some pretty cool stuff. I made this whole building. I made this nice lorry that goes and fetches the items from the farm, and it brings it inside this building into this storage area here and stores all of the items that we're farming, which is fantastic. All of my automated machines are working well. My recipes are all working well, and thanks to a bunch of you guys in the comments, I don't have to worry about these things making the wrong recipes now. By putting the mechanical arms onto forced round robin, they won't pick up if there's an item missing missing, which means they're not going to fill the mixing bowls at the ends of these lines with stuff that they don't need. And the other thing that I was told is if I put the recipe that I actually want on the basin, it won't shove anything else in there. So that's good. And not much has changed in terms of the mechanics of this place, but a whole bunch has changed downstairs. You see, I didn't get time in the last video to finish this off. So as you can see in here, I've just put some walls and bits and bobs in to tidy this up a little bit. And through here, we've now got a working kitchen. This is where I can come and make everything I need. I've got a whole bunch of bowls up there. I've got a whole bunch of ingredients in all of these baskets, and that means I could grab some bread, I could grab a couple of eggs, and if I had a crafting I haven't got a crafting table. Oh geez, hang on a minute. And with this convenient crafting table, I can make myself some fried egg sandwiches. Not that I can eat them because my inventory's full, but I can put them in our storage drawers for later. And this kitchen's got everything I need, from cooking pots to skillets and all of that sort of good stuff. And I've also added in these flower boxes, this little herb boxes, and I really like that. The other big part of this building that needed decorating was of course the shop front, and I've done that now as well, but I'm going to come at that from the outside to show you because I think it's quite good. So as you're walking down the high street coming across this building, you might notice this shop which has got some chicken and some shepherd's pie and some more herb boxes on the outside, and we've even got these pedestals with 3D items on. And it's called the Deli Mart, and it's open. If we go inside, we got these little glass cabinets as you'd expect to find in a food shop with the food on the inside, again using pedestals to actually highlight the items. And I've also used a whole bunch of stuff from the supplementaries mod to really decorate this place. So we've got jars with cookies in, we've got jars with mushroom soup in, we've got even more herb boxes, and we've even got these chalkboards which you can actually edit and write what you want on. And I kind of thought that looked a little bit like, you know, a list of all the things that were available to buy. And then we've obviously got the till in the middle here, and that's really about it. But I think it does look like a shop, and I think it works. The only thing it's missing is someone to actually run the shop. So I think it's time that I threw a seat down here and turn one of these fake cows into a shopkeeper. And there you go, little monkey. If you would like to just take that seat there, you are now the resident shopkeeper at this shop. Please don't eat all the food, save a little bit for the customers. It'd be nice if you looked at me, but that's fine. So now we've got a shopkeeper and all of the decorations done. There's just a couple of things that this thing is missing, and those are more items and ingredients that we're not yet farming. We're not farming any pumpkin and melons because we need sugar, and if I want to make all of these fancy sweet berries, I'm going to need honey and chocolate as well. So my plan today is quite ambitious, and I might not get it all done, but I'm going to try. But ideally I'd like to build at least 2 more buildings here, ideally 3, one for pumpkin and melons, one for sugarcane, and one for honey and chocolate. That's my plan. I don't know if I'll achieve all that, but I better get cracking. And the way I'm going to start cracking, that's a bit weird thing to say, is by building my first next building, and I think I'm going to go for this one here. From the front, I don't think this looks too bad. I quite like it. It does look like a shop at the bottom, and it looks like a little ski resort type building at the front. But there is a big problem with this one, and that is if you look at it from the side, it just looks totally weird and way too short, and that's not ideal. So what I think I'm going to do as this episode goes on is probably extend this out into this block here, a little bit like what we've done with this one. Maybe it's the roof line that does it. I don't know. There's something that makes that look really weird from the side, and I think it's just the roof, to be honest with you. But I'm not going to worry about that right now, because right now we need to start doing stuff on the inside of here, and we don't have a massive amount of room. Although we've got this downstairs bit, and we do have this upstairs bit here, which does have substantially more room in it. and a block stuck in the wall, apparently. I don't know why, but from the front of this, I'm thinking like a sweet shop or some sort of candy type place. So maybe this could be the place where we do our sweet berry delights. But if that's the case, then upstairs in here is going to need to be honey and chocolate. Oh, and look at all these different types of candies. And there's so many different types of chocolate. Chocolate is made from cocoa beans, sugar, and milk. And then you can make hot chocolate. You can make ruby chocolate. How do you make ruby? Whoa, you need dragon's breath. Cocoa butter, crushed cocoa, and then black chocolate. Is that all? Oh, jeez. And looking at this, there's even more types of confectionery than I even thought. We've got gingerbread men, honey candy, marshmallows on a stick, candy canes. We've even got caramel and candies and all sorts of things. So I've made a little list. I need a cocoa bean farm, a sugar farm, a honey farm, and a milk farm. And then I need to crush the cocoa beans, mill the sugar, and crush the netherrack. And that should give us all the ingredients that we need to produce most of the candies. And I'm pretty sure that if I combine this building with one on the back, I can fit all of those things inside there, no problem. Because don't forget, peeps, this is a single player world. There's no reason to have any of these things in ridiculously vast quantities, so all of the farms that I'm building can actually be pretty small as long as we're getting a few items. Take my meats, for instance. We've only got a few hundred of each type, and that's been running for days and days and days. But we've still got more food than I'll probably ever eat in this world, and I'm probably not ever going to need the candies, so it's just for show. So I better rewrite all of my plans again and build a big old chocolate factory. Oh, jeez. Wait a minute. I've had an idea. We're going back to Hill Valley. And the reason we're coming back to Hill Valley is two of the ingredients that we desperately need. I'm farming over here. The first one being slime. And we got so much slime. But yeah, we can make slime here really easily. All I need to do is get the wheat back in here and get this machine turned back on again. And the other thing that we're farming over here is sugarcane. And if I look back inside my little storage building, we've got millions of it. Well, not millions, but plenty. So all I need to do is hook up our slime and our sugarcane to our train station and get our little train that's just aimlessly going back and forth between here and our snow area to just bring a little slime and sugarcane. Now, getting the slime over there is going to be easy because it's literally right next door. However, the sugarcane's going to be slightly more complicated because it's got to come all the way from our storage system here, and currently all of the items come into the storage system through this storage controller there. But the good news is we already have a whole bunch of conveyors that are doing pretty much what we already need to do. This line here actually brings all the items from our farm to the storage system. However, it lets wheat go down in this direction, and that takes it over to our slime farm. So if we've already got a conveyor system going to the slime farm that's the same conveyor system that's carrying the sugarcane from the farm already, all I gotta do is let some sugarcane go down there as well, and then deal with that at the slime farm, and then we've got both things over there. Okay, I've got a little conveyor system for sugarcane all set up now from this brass tunnel here, which diverts the wheat into that direction and the sugarcane down onto that conveyor system. And conveniently for me, this conveyor here, which just happens to run onto that same belt as our sugarcane line, that's pretty much right below our slime. So if I grab myself a little chute, click on that there, now all our slime's going to go down that chute and it'll be on the same conveyor as the sugarcane. But now I need the train in order to figure out how I'm going to get it on the train and whereabouts on the train it's going to go. Good morning. Okay, right, this is where the train parks at the station. Now, we could add another carriage to this, but to be honest with you, I really don't see the whole point. Oh, but you'll want one, won't you? Because you're viewers, you like things like that. But I'm just, I could just stick it in here. There's loads of room in there. Oh, you're going to make me build a carriage, aren't you? Well, I've fiddled and tweaked and fiddled again with this thing, and I'm still not overly happy with it, but it'll do. It's a little train car. But this side, we've got some luggage storage, and on this side, we've got a couple of seats for a couple of passengers. I think I might have to move the station slightly as well in order to actually get this to pull up to the platform. Now, I could extend the platform out a little bit, I guess, just to make life a bit easier. I mean, we've got this space here, and with these few little bits here, there we go. Happy now? The station has been extended. People can safely get on here with, they fell down between the train and been crushed. Not safe. Anyway, right. Item interface. Well, that's actually quite good that that's there, because what I can do now is just come in directly underneath the station and hide all of this in here. I could do with it being a block lower, really, but it's going to have to be there, which means it is going to be a little bit visible. A little bit. A bit. Yeah, bit. Don't worry, guys. I'll just use a framed floorboard, pull that over the top, and then no one would ever know. There we go. I can tell. No, you can't. Can? No. Impossible, mate. No one can tell. Definitely tell. No, you can't tell. Got maggots in me bed. Ugh, gross. Should wash the sheets. Right. Anyway, the item interface is now connected. That means all I've got to do is get items up into that item interface. And a vertical gearbox there. And yes, it's going the right way. It's slow, but it's going. So if I click on you, you should. There you go. Just go now. Amazing. Oh, yeah, wait for me. Wait for... Oh, jeez. I've missed the train again. My jetpack's faster than you, little train. There we go. I made it. I'm on the train. Lovely. I'm in the train. Okay, now that we are arriving in the snow area, I should probably get off this train. And we're going to need it to stop here and then deposit the items. And then we've got to get them from here down to there. I think we might need to do a little bit of underground tunneling here. But realistically, there's no point in linking any of that up to here until we've actually built the building it's going to go in. So I guess now it's time to do some building again. And there we go. It's all done, and I don't think it looks too bad. I quite like these little bits we've got going on over the windows, and each of the fronts from the main streets has got nice big windows on it. So coming around the back, we now have a whole bunch of room inside and a whole bunch of rooms inside. This one. And then if we go through here, we've got another big one here, and we've got obviously the front that we had before there. But not only those, we've got a whole upstairs now as well. We've got a big room here, which leads through to a reasonable sized room here, which leads through a decent sized room here. And that's not it, because there's even more stairs that go up to the 3rd floor, where we've got another big room here, a decent sized room here, and a little bit of an attic space in here as well. I can't believe how much difference that makes just adding on the back of a building. Jeez. And the last little bit is we've got a little bit of storage underneath these stairs here, and a gap down the side that's, well, just a gap. So yeah, lots and lots of space, ready for building lots and lots of things. And the thing I want to start with is cocoa beans. Although before we start farming cocoa beans, we should probably get the items coming in from the train down to underneath this thing and store them somewhere. Now ideally, I'd like them all stored in the actual storage building so that then we can move them to where we need them. And I've thought about getting the van to maybe drive down this little lane here and then come up the high street, park somewhere near the station, and then bring the items back down again. And that's ideally what I'd like to do, but I don't want to do that until I've built the rest of these buildings, because, well, I keep changing the level of the landscape as I'm building each of these, and I don't know where it's going to finally be. But before I do that, I've been thinking about these rails. You see, I haven't done these right. This rail should really go round the outside and then have a gap here to allow passengers to walk across. That's better. Now we can actually get in the train without worrying about falling down there. So now all I got to do is get the items from this chute all the way down there. And here we go, with some very quick and dirty blocks thrown together. We've now got a very temporary little train that goes all the way from our station down this line and drops the items off here, which go into our drawer controller, which goes into our storage system. And down at the other end here, we've just got a storage interface coming off a load of chutes. That's coming off a vault, which is coming off a load of chutes, which is going into this storage interface. The question is, though, are we going to start dropping... Oh, jeez. Are we going to start dropping off items when it gets here? It's connected. They're going down the chute. This is good news. They're in this chute here. That's good news. Our little train is back. Are you filling with items? You are. But are you going to deposit them at the other end? Here he is. Are the items going to go in there? No, because my storage interface is too close to that one. Oh, jeez. Okay, we can fix that. That's not a problem. I don't really want to put a hole in the floor, though. I don't know if this is going to come... Oh, it's behind the storage. That's even better. If I put the storage interface there instead, we can literally just come straight out the back of this and straight into here. I don't need any of this mess. And here comes the slime. Here it is. It's going into the system. This is wonderful. Right, we need a bit of slime, and we need a bit of that to actually give it a slot in here. Slime down there, and we'll have sugarcane over here. So now we've got those items going in there, we then need to move them into there to process them, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, I'm going to go to the gondola station and check on my wood supplies, because we're going to need jungle wood and cocoa beans. And look, we've got 6 cocoa beans in there and a whole bunch of jungle logs. Let's take a bunch of that and let's go make a cocoa bean farm. Good news! I've just come into my test world to see if harvesters can harvest cocoa beans, and they absolutely can. So that means down here in this little room, we can just have a whole bunch of jungle logs close against this wall like this with a whole bunch of cocoa beans on. Not that I've got enough to plant the whole lot. Then we just need a bit of powered rail running along the side of it with a fancy little contraption like that next to it. And then it just needs another block at the end there. That bit of rail to be powered, and off we go. We're now harvesting cocoa beans. Now this is going to be a relatively slow contraption. It isn't realistically going to generate us very much, but don't forget we probably don't need all that much. That said, I have a ridiculous amount of bone meal, so it'll be pretty easy to set up another little one that uses bone meal and just produces a little bit more when we need it. Before I do that though, I've moved this over to the other side of the room, and I'm actually going to spin around this storage interface so it's facing through there, and now we can send the items through that wall and deal with them all on this side of the room, which I think is going to be better. And for our speedier one, all I've done is set up another contraption with a single harvester on it that's just bouncing back and forth between here. We've got a couple of observers making a clock into this dispenser, a barrel with a hopper going into there, and if I throw that bone meal in, that should, there we go, just grow that. That was easy. Okay, to get items out of this thing, I'm going to come across this item drain here. We're going to go along this conveyor, and we're going to go through that wall into a drawer controller slave there, and out of this one, we're going to come out of that andesite funnel, across those, and into that one there. And then if we have a bit of trim coming off there, we can put some drawers in at this point. And there they are. They're going across those drains nicely into there. Oh, geez. I need to turn this off. We've got cocoa beans everywhere. Oh, no. I really need to sort power out. So in order to sort power out, we're probably going to need a basement. And I think we should link it up with this basement here, which means it's time to get out the portable drill and do some digging. There we go. That should be plenty of space to get us working under here. And I think with a little bit of chain drive on there, it shouldn't be too difficult to get that wired up. There we go. Look at all of them cocoa beans going through now. This is good news. Oh, it's done. So now we've got nearly 2,000 cocoa beans, and we've only just started. So looking back at our handy checklist, cocoa beans is done. Next on the list is sugar. Let's get some sugar. So all I got to do is get that out of there by probably taking it down through the basement and then just connecting these storage drawers to those ones. Is it all going to connect? If I hover over this storage controller, does it have... Yes, it does. It has access to everything. That's good news. And there we go. We've got storage drawers to this point, and then we need to go up even further into the ceiling. So if I stick a little one of those on there, we should now have items. There we go, all the way up into the loft of our house. So to get sugar, we can either just craft sugarcane into sugar and we'll get one, or we can crush it and we'll get two and a 10% chance to get a third. However, if we mill it, we also get two and a 10% chance to get a third. And milling machines are much cheaper than crushing machines. Well, the other thing we're going to need up here is power. And with a few gearboxes and a little bit of trim, we've now got power going around the outside. And what we've got on here is a brass funnel, which is going to let sugarcane out. That's going to go into our little milling machine. That's going to turn it into sugar, and that's going to send it back out again. We're now producing sugar. However, I do need a redstone link, and I need to put that on there, and I need to put it in receive mode, and I need to put sugarcane and sugar on there, and that's going to stop any sugarcane coming through if the amount of sugarcane in here drops too low. Where's that sugar going? That's the question. Have I already got a drawer in here for sugar? No, I don't. So where is it going? It's not in any of these, and it's not in any of these, but it's going somewhere. Let's throw that in there for now and see if the rest... No, the rest don't come... Oh, geez. Where's my sugar going? These are definitely all trim. Make sure these are definitely all trim. Oh, no, it's all coming through in here now. No, it says there's 411 sugar in the system, but there's only 160 of them in there. Before I go find that sugar, there's another bunch of comments I got about this crafting system. It turns out I don't need this redstone signal thing on the back at all, because you can actually craft a crafter slot cover. And if you do that and put it over a spare one, then it just won't use that, but it will still make all of the ingredients if you need it. So if we actually put the cherry wood in both of those, then they'll all go in. The other thing is you can connect them all at the back and have the same input going into the same place. So we don't actually need all of these lines coming out here at all. And moving the belts around a little bit, what I can now do is just send all of the cherry along these conveyors here, and they should apparently all go into the right places on here. They do. I wish I'd known that before, because I don't think I'm ever going to need to craft another bowl again. But fiddling with all that really isn't helping me find my sugar. So I've got a plan to find it. So the other thing I can do is just get one of these funnels, give it a filter for sugar, and then just catch all of the sugar that's in the system, take it all out, and make sure that all of the sugar then goes into that right drawer. And there we go. All of the sugar should be in there now, so that number on there should match what it shows on there, which it does. Excellent. So that's sugar ticked off the list, which means it's time for honey. That means I need bees. Now, at some point in this Let's Play, I did grab a beehive, and I'm pretty sure the beehive had bees in it, but I'm pretty sure that beehive is probably in the same place as my lost sugar. Oh, it's there. Okay, good. Let's make a bee farm. An arm made of beef. Yep, an arm made of beef. Back in my creative world, I've come up with a couple of honey farm designs, and I quite like them, although this one doesn't work. This one is very expensive. It has a lot of brass tunnels, it has a lot of smart chutes, it has a lot of deployers, but it does the job. The deployers have glass bottles in, which take the honey out of the beehives. They get passed through onto a conveyor, they get drained through this fluid interface here, and then the glass bottles get recycled and put back into the system, and it all works very nicely. This one, however, is very cheap. It's just a minecart contraption, which means it doesn't require any power at all. It's got a barrel in the middle, which contains glass bottles and honey bottles, and this end bit is pretty much the same. The honey bottles come out here, and the glass bottles go back in again. But this doesn't work. I don't know why. I don't know if it's this item drain or what, but if I take the filter off there, it will pass through the glass bottles all day long, but it never ever passes through the honey bottle. I've tried putting the honey bottles on the filter, I've tried changing the filter amount, but the honey bottles will not come out. Oh, but then one came through, and another one. So I guess it needs to have more than 16 honey bottles in it before it'll let it go through. If I put that to exactly 1, there we go. Now it's working. So yeah, much cheaper design, hardly uses any power at all, lots easier to build, but I'm going to build this one because I like it. I don't care about how much power it uses and saving on power because I've got pretty much infinite power from my power station. I also don't care about the cost of the resources because realistically I've got everything I could possibly need and more in copious amounts. The question is though, am I going to be able to squeeze all of that into this tiny little room here? Probably not. Oh, it just fit there. We wouldn't have a great deal of room to get around, but it would fit. And here we go. It's only 4 beehives wide, and we've only got 1 bee nest because I can't make more beehives because I don't have any honey. And everything fits nicely into this space. Down the back here, hiding away under all of this nonsense, there is a tiny little tank here with some honey going in it. And this isn't going to be much use to us squeezed down here in this corner, but I can access that from downstairs and drag all of the honey down there. There we go. Come here, bees. Get fed. There we go. And with this pipe going in there like that, we now have honey coming down into our container here, although it's kind of big and it's kind of in the way. Now, there is another problem here. Of course, we're taking honey bottles out of this machine, and in order to build more beehives, I need honeycomb, and this isn't going to give us honeycomb. I guess I could give these shears. Alternatively, I could just go looking for beehives. How hard could that be? It's an awful joke. You're an awful joke. I've already spotted one. Hey, bees. I don't touch that. Yep, they didn't get angry. That's good. You haven't seen any bees anywhere, have you, chicken? Excuse me, horse. I haven't seen any beehives kicking around here, have you? Now, I know I can make beehives appear by planting trees near flowers and doing all of that sort of thing, but realistically, it shouldn't take me too long to just wander through these woods and find another couple of hives. I mean, I only need 2 more hives. There's a little pillager camp here with a villager trapped. Oh no! Have you got any beehives? No, you got a name tag though. Hey! Rude. Is that what you do with all your visitors, is it? Just shoot them? Not coming here again. Worst Airbnb ever made. A dog! I've not found a dog in this game yet. I don't think I've got any bones. But I don't need bones, because I can just steal it. We got a dog. You can be a farm dog. Okay, dog, let me get you some bones. Now you can be my best friend. There we go. We now have a new friend. And this new friend will need a name. Oh, excuse me. Just do me flies up. Yes, this new wolf will need a name. It will need a name. And it's, of course, going to be living at the farm. It's a farm dog, so come up with a good name for a farm dog, I guess. Another dog. I don't need it. I've got one. You can breed them and have puppies. Oh, I'm so busy. Fine. Jeez. There we go. And this farm dog is gonna look after my stables. Gonna look after the horses, aren't you, little farm dog? Good. Right. I don't know if my farmer villagers just happen to sell bees, do you? Do you sell beehives? No, we sell food, you moron. Tell me how you really feel, mate. Oh, there's a vindicator down here for no particular reason. There's a dead vindicator. Oh, don't see many of those around. Bears like honey. I bet you know where all the honey is, don't you? Ow. What? Fine, jeez. Oh, and look, a beehive nest. Right, it's getting nighttime, which is actually quite good because if I find bees at night, they'll all be asleep in the hives. Problem is, it's night. night. I can't see much. Not quite the advantage I was hoping for. Another Airbnb. Hey, guys. Hey, oh, you guys are mean as well. 1-star review, mate. I found bees, and where there's bees, there's hives. Yes, and they've both just gone to bed. Thank you very much. I have spotted bees. 3 bees, 4 bees, 5 bees. Oh, we got all the bees. 1, thank you. 2, 3. We've got to do it before it's morning. Getting very nearly morning. No, the bees are coming out. There was another one. Where's it gone? Oh, there it is. Oh, there's another one after that as well. I'll get all the bees. I found all the bees, peeps. And there we go. Many bees. Perfect. Okay then, right, with all of these bee nests, we should be able to get this thing nice and full of bees. 1, 2, 3, there we go. And now we'll be collecting all the honey. I think these copycat panels are confusing them a little bit. The honey farm's now been running for a little while. I've tidied it up a bit so it looks a bit better, and we've got a reasonable amount of honey in here, which means we can look at our list and find out what's next, and it says milk farm. And I have no idea why I wrote that down. Because, of course, over in our other building, up these stairs and up these ladders, we've already got a milk farm. But maybe we could do with a little bit more milk. And now we've got 3 decent-sized tanks. 1 for honey, 1 for milk, and 1 for chocolate. Now I need to put a mechanism into this space here, and there really isn't all that much room, but I'm going to do my best. There, and there we go. That's all connected now. All I got to do now is get milk into there. I also need to switch that out for a brass funnel. Get that on there like that. It's a little bit janky. Is it going to work? It is. We're getting milk in there. And now we're getting milk in there. Not that we can see it because it's hidden out of the way. Oh, except the milk bucket's not actually going through into the item vault. Why are you not picking it up? Okay, well, I've now got that working. It takes up a whole bunch more room now, and it really is starting to feel a lot like it's in the way in here, which is not ideal. And with these couple more funnels on there, we've now moved that entire process upstairs. That's better. It should. Hopefully, if I've done... Oh, no, I've done it to block off. There we go. That's better. We've now got a milk processing machine that's sending all that milk down there through these pipes here, and hopefully it's making it all the way into our milk vat. It is. Good. Clipboard. Milk farm done. We do need to crush the cocoa beans to make cocoa. We also need to mill the sugar for some reason, and we need netherrack, and we need to crush netherrack, and that's all of the processes done before we can start actually producing the candies. Why did I want to crush sugar? I wanted to crush sugar cane. Didn't want to crush sugar at all. That would be stupid. So that's that one actually done then. So crush cocoa beans, and then we'll deal with the netherrack. Chocolate! That's the name of the game today, and thanks to the last video, we've got this amazing building to build a chocolate factory inside of. In fact, this building's already got a whole bunch of stuff in it already, including a big old storage system. And through here, we've got a cocoa bean farm, and upstairs, we've got a honey farm, as well as a couple of little contraptions even further upstairs, which gives us sugar and takes milk out of buckets, sends it down a bunch of pipes, and puts it into these fluid tanks next to our honey. And making chocolate is pretty easy. You need sugar, cocoa beans, and milk. However, there are a bunch of different types of chocolate, including hot chocolate, which needs cocoa powder, and dark chocolate and white chocolate, which both require cocoa butter. And cocoa butter and cocoa come from crushing crushed cocoa, and crushed cocoa, interestingly enough, comes from pressing cocoa beans, which is a bit weird, but every single recipe for the different types of chocolate requires a blaze burner. And I've been thinking about blaze burners. You see, the problem with blaze burners is they need fuel. Something like lava or coal will do, but getting an unlimited lava source is a bit of a pain. Over here at the power station, we're actually using a train that goes to the nether to grab that for us, and it's all happening underneath this building. But that all relies on chunk loading stuff. It's very unreliable. I often have to start and stop the power station because it runs out of lava. It's just not ideal. But the reason this works is because it's pulling from an infinite source of lava. The create mod will consider any lava... Jeez, no, this is not what I wanted. As I was saying, the create mod will consider any area of fluid that's more than 10,000 blocks as infinite, and therefore it won't take away from it, we'll just take it, which is great. And it's 100% possible to import a whole bunch of lava into the world. Why? Dig an absolutely massive hole somewhere and create ourselves an infinite lava source. But I don't want to do that, even though I should because the power station's broken because of the lava train. No, I'm not doing it. My other source of infinite fuel is gonna come from, yet again, my wood farm. I've got so much wood, it's unbelievable. You've got wood? Yes, I've got lots of wood, mainly logs, but lots. I've got wood, okay? That doesn't mean what you think it means. It does, but get your mind out the gutter. I'm probably hardly ever going to use any of those things. But the good thing about blaze burners is I can feed them logs. Alternatively, I could feed them planks, which actually gives you the exact same burn time as a whole log, so that's 4 times as much burn time. And I can even feed them slabs, although that is half the amount of burn time. But of course, the most efficient way to do this would be to smelt all of these logs and turn it into charcoal, because charcoal will give them a whole 80 seconds worth. And seeing as there's very little going on in here under this area, might as well use this area here to actually produce that. So we're going to put a funnel on there, we're going to put a funnel on there. One filter is only going to allow charcoal, and that's the output, and the other filter is just going to allow logs that we've got in ridiculous supply, and we're going to put that allow list on there. Now all we need is power. Bring a bunch of this over this way, grab some chain drive, whack on a gearbox, stick on one of those, and that should hopefully be the fan turning in totally the wrong direction. That's fine. Put one of those there. There we go, blowing through that vent block there. Nice. We just need to get the conveyors going. Excellent. And then I need to extend that. Is it going to work? There we go. We just got some through. I don't know where it went, but it went in. Right, let's take a bunch. Wow, we nearly got 1,000 already. Let's take a bunch of that to get us going. So after a little while, I've now got over 5,000 charcoal in here, which is going to be plenty enough to create us lots and lots of chocolate. You might also notice I've got some candy canes in here, and that's because before I got to chocolate, I decided to fiddle about with caramel. And this horrendous looking machine does generate caramel. We've got a whole tank's worth of caramel in there, and the way this works is a mechanical arm takes sugar out of there, puts it in that water basin there, and it's getting water from behind there. This mechanical arm takes charcoal from there and puts it into that blaze burner there, and it works, but it's a big old mess. It's taking up lots of room, and outside doesn't look particularly great either because it's all coming through the wall. And building that made me realize that we're going to need a whole bunch of space for all of these processes, and having these tanks here is just not going to be useful for us at all. See, I'm going to need these 3 tanks plus another 4 tanks to hold all the chocolate, and I thought the best place to put those would actually be in this back wall here in our actual little shop. But first things first, I need to demolish this caramel making machine, tidy all this up, and then get our tanks set up in here. But I'm pretty much out of tanks, and I don't really have enough copper sheet to produce much more. So I guess it's time to go back into our little workshop and make a whole bunch of copper sheet. There we go. And adding those into this room, we can actually just about squeeze 5 tanks right into the corner of this room, but that is taking up a whole bunch of space. Could decorate a whole bunch better like that, but then I guess I'd have to pump in from the bottom and take out from the top. That might not be a bad idea. And then we could use this underground area here for all of that ugly looking pipe work. You see, while create pipes are absolutely fantastic, in order to get them next to each other, you need to click on them to make them look like that, and I think they look really ugly like that. But then you can put them next to each other. But then when you want to go around a corner, it gets tricky again, unless you use the copper casing. And then you can go around corners with these things without them interacting. And when we're going to be having hundreds of these pipes running around this entire factory, yeah, it's just going to look gross. And you can already see doing this, it's already very bulky and very ugly, but it's kind of working. So now we've got 7 tanks for all of the different things we're going to need. We've got milk, honey, caramel, chocolate, hot chocolate, dark chocolate, and white chocolate. And in the future, maybe if we even got some dragon's breath, we could make some ruby chocolate. And that's our honey now all connected. And look at it, it's already going. Are we getting honey through here? We are. Oh, this is good news. Although for honey, because that's going to be relatively slow coming in, a buffer tank might not be a bad idea. And that's going to store all the honey. Now, I'm also going to need to be able to get threshold switches on all of these, and that means probably digging holes in the wall behind them. That said, I don't need one on the honey because we can't really stop the bees from processing, so they'll just have to back up. But having one for all of the others is going to be a good idea. Well, I guess I'm demolishing the caramel next because I want to get that milk down underground next, and I need it in that corner. Okay, the milk is now being sent all the way across to our milk tanks, and that's just coming straight from the little milk processing plant, which means we've got honey, milk, and caramel all at the front. We're now not producing any caramel. So first things first, with this caramel machine, we need a basin with water in it, and the way I've done that is just to add a water source in down here with a pump going up. That's going past our little blaze burner, and that's coming into the side here. We've then got a pipe coming out here with a smart fluid pipe on it with a caramel bucket filter, which is then going to send the caramel, once it's created, connected down there and along these pipes all the way to our caramel tank. So all I need to do is get sugar into there and charcoal into the blaze burner and we're winning. So if I knock a hole in the floor and bring some more spruce trim across here to these ones, we can get a couple of little drawer controllers on there with a depot in front of each one of those. Brass funnels on the front, one with sugar and one with charcoal, and the sugar one needs to be set to exactly 2 sugar because otherwise we'll make mundane potion instead of caramel. We need a mixer on the top with a cog going into that. Bit of chain drive to power that, and that's our mixer powered, and we just need a mechanical arm. In fact, we need 2, because I found out the hard way, if you have 1 mechanical arm for both of this, it will put charcoal in there as well. Even if I tell this basin here to only produce caramel, if I put a mechanical arm on and select both of those the input, and that as the output, and that as the output, it will still put charcoal into the mixing bowl, even though it's got a filter on it. So we'll have 1 to take the sugar from there and deposit it in there, and we'll shove that there, and we'll have 1 to take the charcoal from there and deposit it in there, and we'll put that there. So all these need now is a little bit of power, which is very easy because we can just steal it from there. And there we go. We now have a brand new caramel factory producing us lots and lots of caramel in there, which should hopefully now be going through these pipes here. And there it is along this pipe here. And look, it's already full. And while all that's been going on, I thought I'd check in on our charcoal supply and see how that's going on. And we've got 21,500 of it already. Yeah, I don't think we're going to run out of charcoal. So for the cocoa beans then, we just need to press them and crush them. So I've made a little bit more space in here by moving our stairs over to this side of the room, and now we've got good access to our trim for our items, as well as power. So let's start by adding a drawer controller slave on there, throwing down a little bit of a belt in front of that. We'll put a funnel on there, and our cocoa beans will come out of there. And if we put our press there, that's going to be able to press those into the crushed cocoa beans. If I get rid of all of this and put an item drain in there instead, then I can have this belt running straight down here with the press on there, and then we can get those crushing wheels right there, and that squeezed everything up nice and tightly. Now all I need to do is shorten that belt slightly, throw another one in there, and now all of the items can go back into the storage system that way. Brilliant. And now all I need is a bit of power. Now this little shaft here just happens to link up directly with that, so that's convenient, and we could even steal a little bit of that power there with this chain drive here to power those belts, so that's convenient. Extending that belt out one and throwing a gearbox in there gets those going, so that's convenient. Now all I need is power for these crushing wheels. Now how lucky would it be if I put a vertical one there and that span the right way? It is doing. Now for the other crushing wheel, would I be lucky enough to throw in another one of those there and get that on there? I would. Look at that, we're all going in the right directions. This is wonderful. So all we need now on there are some cocoa beans, that funnel going in the right direction, and here they go. The cocoa beans are being crushed, they're going through there, and that should be giving us cocoa and cocoa butter. Oh, this is great. Nice. Grab ourselves a few andesite bars and make sure that there's no safety issues going on here with those crushing wheels. Lovely. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, it's not that safe. Jeez, just trying to put a lamp on, mate. Which means we've now got all of the ingredients we need to start producing chocolate. However, we must not forget that we need ginger dough. So I guess the only ingredient we're not actually producing is cinder flour. Now, I did actually have a ridiculous amount of it stored somewhere, but I can't remember where I've put it. So let's just hop through here, hope we don't get run over by the train again. Now, if you remember all the way back earlier on in this season, down these stairs, I dug out a huge area just here with an amazing contraption. What did I do with all this netherrack? I must put it somewhere. So fingers crossed in my pocket here is the actual correct contraption that I need. And it is. Now, is it still full of netherrack though? That's the question. It is not. Although it is still full of cobblestone. Okay, the machine is now empty of cobblestone. So let's pick it up again and go find somewhere with a little bit less basalt and a little bit more netherrack. Off you go. Go on. There we go. Well, we've already come a very long way with this thing. And it has just occurred to me that I already have 24,000 netherrack in my backpack. So I probably didn't need to do any of this. And because of this, we've got a whole bunch of warp stuff, which we've never had before. So back home, I need to put this contraption down somewhere it's not going to damage everything. This could be dangerous. Let's throw it down there. Oh, there we go. Oh, geez. Yeah, I managed to delete a bunch of snow. That's fine. So the first thing I'm going to do is come and put a bunch of netherrack in there, give that a bunch of emerald upgrades, and then just spew out all of this netherrack that I've collected onto the floor. All of it. Yep, all of it. 32,000 netherrack. And now, I'm going to just put all of that in there. Lovely. Now all I've got to do is get the rest of it out of here. Oh, jeez. You need to take even more, mate. Just another casual 32,000 netherrack going onto the floor. So now that we've got a small dimensions with the netherrack in here, I guess we should get that crushed. And we also need to crush a bunch of flour as well. But we are very, very quickly running out of space for dealing with all of our chocolate in this building. What I should really be doing is building an entire new building for this. Okay, so realistically, this building, whilst it is absolutely massive and has plenty of room, it doesn't have enough room. You see, this area needs to stay open for a nice little shop. But we've already pretty much filled up with this room. We've pretty much filled up this room. We've filled up this room. And we've filled up this room. And that leaves this room here and a couple of very small little spaces upstairs, which realistically are not enough room to produce all the things we want to produce in. We'll crush our netherrack and our wheat in here to get our cinder flour and our wheat flour in this room. And then in this room, instead of pumping in chocolate and stuff from downstairs, we're going to actually produce our chocolate liquids in here. But that means this entire building will have no room at all to produce any of the confectionery. We need to press ginger to make gingerbread men, press chocolate to make chocolate bars of all of the different types. We need to make our honey glazed sweet berries. We need to make our marshmallows on sticks. We need to make our chocolate glazed marshmallows, and then we need to make all of these candy bars as well. We also need to make honey candy and candy canes as well. And none of those take up a massive amount of room on their own, but in order to get them all wired up and all pumped in everything into the right direction, it's going to be difficult. So I think realistically we're going to need another building, and this building's going to actually produce all of the actual final product candy bits and pump them back over there for the shop. Oh jeez, I really wasn't planning for this chocolate industry to be quite so big. Right, before we get carried away doing another building, then let's get this cinder flour and this wheat flour crushed. Okay, so this is how we're going to do it in this room. We're going to have wheat coming from there across this belt. We're going to have netherrack coming across there from this bolt. They're both going to get crushed and then just go into here. Connecting that up like that creates that set of crushing wheels. Connecting that to there makes that belt go. And I'm really kind of hoping that if I put one of those there, that's going to be going in the right direction as well. It is good. And then if I connect that there, all I need to do is put a gearbox down there. There we go. That's working. And now that's working. Okay, all of the belts are in. Now if I connect that to there, we should start getting netherrack through here. We are. That's going in. And now it's getting crushed very quickly as well. And now that should allow wheat to start coming out. And it is. We're getting wheat flour and cinder flour coming through here. This is fantastic. So now we're getting a good amount of cinder flour through here, but I'm not seeing any wheat flour at all, which probably means that's managed to find its way into one of our magic drawers somewhere. Magic drawers? Yeah, the hidden ones that I can't find. Okay, that's all fixed. We're getting a good amount of cinder flour in here now and wheat flour. This is good news. So now I want to take this cinder flour and this wheat flour and make some gingerbread. And I believe that process is going to be very similar to this one here. Yes, it is, but it needs 3 ingredients: sugar, cinder flour, wheat flour, and honey. So we need to take pipes up from our honey upstairs. And I think we're going to build that into this room here. Spruce trim through there. That brings items into here. And then I believe honey is... oh, it's the first one. Okay, so it's that one there. Fantastic. And this one doesn't require a blaze burner, so we don't need to worry about charcoal. So we just need our 3 ingredients coming in from there onto some depots, and they all just require 1 each. 1 sugar, 1 wheat flour, 1 cinder flour. Let's throw a bowl in there with a mixer on the top. So we're going to collect that, and that. We're going to deposit it in there. We're going to have the mechanical arm up there. If we put a cog there, that's going to power both of those. We need a cog next to that. So if I smash a hole in there, one of them there, one of them there, bring that through here. Chain drive there. Power in that pump. That's good. We should start seeing honey coming in. We have vertical gearbox coming out of that one. And then all we need is a cog on there. And now we've got everything powered, we should start producing ginger dough. But I need that to be on forced round robin. We just got to get the items out of there, put another one of those there with a funnel going in with ginger dough on the front, a little depot just there. Now mechanical arm, take from there, deposit in there and deposit in there. Come on, you got this. You can do this. Do it right just for me. Come on, make me some ginger dough. There we go. Now it's doing that. Doing it again. Here we go. We have a ginger dough. Is it going to pick it up? It is, and it's going to put it in there. Amazing. Oh, well, that all worked out rather well. The only problem with this little setup here is it now comes through into the ceiling in here. Here we go. We're making ginger dough. Is it going to pick it up and put it in there? Come on, mechanical arm. Get that ginger dough. Yes, it did. Oh, and there it goes. Amazing. So the last thing to do in this building is to produce our actual chocolate liquids. And I'm kind of hoping I can squeeze all of that in here too. Back in my creative test world, I wanted to find out if it's possible to have two fluids running through one pipe. See, I've got milk coming in here and it's going into our mixer there, which has created chocolate. And I was hoping I could take the chocolate out of the same pipe and put it into there using these smart pipes. But if I try and do that, it just breaks the pipe, and it turns out that I can't. So for this system, we're going to have two pipes on every single basin. And that becomes a bit of a problem. And the reason it's a problem is because I wanted this to be stackable, as in to get these in lines together. Now I can stop the pipes from interacting with each other like that, so that works. But it's not exactly stackable. So basically the system's going to end up looking something like this, with all of the different types of pipes coming out the backs of the mixers, going into the right tanks, and the milk pipe coming round the side and through the front, and that can all link together. And then we've just got to get all the items in there, which we'll have to do with mechanical arms because we don't have any other way of doing it. I got a comment the other day saying I'm not sure if you overthink things or don't think things through enough. And I think it's a combination of both. See, I'm learning this as I'm going along. I don't know all of the rules, I don't know how it's all going to be, and I haven't planned it out in creative before, so I'm kind of just winging it and trying to make it work. That's our chocolate output, and our milk is coming in from down there, and I've got to now squirrel that around here somehow without it all connecting. Blaze burners here. I mean, get rid of all of those. Basins here. That looks okay. Milk pipe across there kind of looks all right, but it's making a bit of a mess of that, but it's okay. If that was one block over, I'd be so much happier. I've got an idea. We'll just move our chocolate over by one. We don't need to have it all next to each other. We'll have that one as a spare. That's fine. There we go. That's tidier. That's loads better. Right then, mixers on top of all of those. Oh, look at that. Power just happens to line up. Let's just drag that across here with those. Now we need to get all of those in there again. That pump there. There we go. And then we can power that from there. We need to power that one somehow. And then we need to connect that still over to here. There we go. A little vertical gearbox underneath that. Another one there and one of those there. And now they're all powered. Okay. Well, that's now going to be filling all of those up with milk. It is. Oh no. 4 smart pipes. And then we get rid of these here. And we're going to put the smart pipes there. And then we can make sure that only the right fluids go out of there. Okay, so all I've got to do now is get the right ingredients into the right bowls. Charcoal, sugar, cocoa beans, cocoa, and cocoa butter. Right, so we know what we're going to be producing. I'm going to put some item frames on here. We've got normal... Oh, no, I didn't mean to do that. I want to put it in the item frame. Normal chocolate, white chocolate, dark chocolate, and then hot chocolate. Just casually making a little bit more brush sheet because I need a bunch more mechanical arms. So this one is going to take charcoal, and it's going to put it in all of those blaze burners there, and that can sit just there. This one's going to take sugar and cocoa beans, and it's going to put it in there. This one's going to take sugar and cocoa butter and put it in there. Now this one needs to take sugar, cocoa butter, and 2 lots of cocoa beans and put it in there, and that could be interesting because that's 2 of one item and 1 of the other ones. And the last one, hot chocolate, needs 2 cocoa powders and 1 sugar. So this one's going to take 1 sugar, 2 cocoa powders, put it in there, and that's all of those arms set up. Well, that means I need definitely 2 of those coming out, and I think I'm going to go for 2 of those and just hope for the best with that. So all we need now is a bit of power for these arms, and I guess we can just steal power from here with a bunch of cogs. 1 there, 1 there. Oh, do I dare do it? I do. Let's do this. Let's create some chocolate. It's going. We are creating chocolate, but we've got no milk, and these things are just going to keep putting it in regardless of how little milk there is. Why have we got no milk? What did I do to the milk? Oh, I didn't do the things on here. Oops, that's where all the milk's gone. Okay, we have filters in place now, so I've got to delete all that milk again. It's fine. And we're still getting milk in there. How are we still getting milk in there? These ones are right. They're getting the right thing in there. But why am I still getting milk in there? Okay, no, that's right now. And what about this one? Are we going to get the right thing in it? I don't want milk. No, I want hot chocolate. For the smart pipe filters, they actually require these buckets on the front, but there isn't a bucket of hot chocolate. So I don't know how I'm going to get a filter on there. Oh, it looks like the right stuff's coming out now, though. Hang on a minute. There we go. It is working. There was just obviously milk backed up in the system, but now we're producing all of the chocolates. This is wonderful. Have we got any milk left? We have. We've got a bit of milk in there now. That's coming in nice and fast. Our honey all seems to have vanished, which is slightly concerning. Where's all my honey gone? I've got a bunch of it over here. Oh, I didn't put the top back on this tank, did I? Oops. So there we go. We're now producing a whole bunch of chocolate. We've got honey, milk, caramel, which doesn't do anything yet, and all of the chocolates coming in. And I think that looks great. I like that that's at the back of this shop. So let's just go and check on our production room. And it's all working out rather well. Even though the mechanical arms are technically overfilling a lot of them, we've got 16 cocoa beans in there, which we don't need. Wonderful. Oh, look at them go. They're all going like crazy. I'd quite like to slow these arms down, to be honest with you, but I guess we'll just keep it how it is. Well, there is a problem with this setup as usual, and that is I can no longer get at the door. The door is behind that bit there. I suppose I could move the door instead and just have a window there, but I guess this door can just be for show. Oh. Well, something was bound to go wrong. For some reason, the dark chocolate hasn't filled up. Everything else has, but that one hasn't. Let's go figure it out. Yeah, it may have all the wrong ingredients in there. Way too many of them. I think that's the problem. I also need to find a way of stopping these from actually working individually when each of the tanks is full. Now, I'm hoping that I can just put redstone links on the actual mechanical arms to stop them. Something a little bit like that, but that's not going to stop this one throwing tons of charcoal in all of the blaze burners. What are we going to do about this? See, I've got a filter on the front to tell it to only make that type of ingredient, but once they get too many items in, they just stop producing. Why are those locked? Oh, they're locked because of those. Ah, that's not very good then, is it? Let's undo that. I think I can actually put redstone links directly on top of them like that, which is a little bit awkward, but it should work. There we go. That's sorted that little problem out. The only way I can realistically do that is to slow the mechanical arms right down so this produces faster than the mechanical arms can put the items in. In that case, we'll have that there, one of those there, one of those there, a gearbox there, and a gearbox there, and a vertical gearbox there, and now those arms are going to go really slow. And that should solve this little problem. Okay, now that those problems are sorted and we are actually getting more dark chocolate down here, there is one more problem in this building that I've only just found out about, and that's because my latest video has just gone live on YouTube, and pretty much all of the comments are telling me how I massively messed up this honey farm, which was the focus of the last video. Apparently, instead of using this crazy contraption to use deployers with empty bottles to take the honey out of there, you can just pump the honey straight out of the beehives with pipes, which means I can move all of this back and save a ton of room in here, which I just can't believe it. In fact, I don't believe it. I'm gonna have to test this before I start demolishing it. Okay, so back on my test world where it's nice and safe, let's just demolish a bunch of this stuff. Get some pipes on the back of these beehives. Nests? No, the hives in this one. Don't need any of that anymore. Power the pump, and let's just see if... Oh, yeah, look, there's honey in the pipe. Oh, I can't believe that. I even got an achievement for it. Fine, let's smash it all to bits. That takes up substantially less space in here, and it means I can finally have a barrier around the stairs to stop everyone falling down. Oh, that's loads better. Okay, because this mechanical arm is now just perpetually wasting charcoal to feed the blaze burners under there, even though none of these are running because everything stopped because we've got enough fluid, I need to make an AND gate that works with 4 different inputs to stop it from running. So we need our 4 redstone links on here, and they need to be set to the same signals as these ones, which is chocolate and pipe, basically. Then we get a redstone torch and bring it out the front, grab a little bit of redstone dust in front of that. Then all we need to do is invert that signal like that, throw another redstone link down there. We put charcoal and chocolate on that one. Now, if any one of them decide it needs to run, then that will turn off and the charcoal will be allowed to be fetched. So now all I've got to do is use this last redstone link here, put it on there, put it in receive mode, put charcoal and chocolate, and that's going to stop that arm from running. Amazing. And then I'm just going to block all of that in as if it never existed. And now, hopefully, that doesn't look too weird as we go up there. No, it doesn't. You can hardly even tell. Well, all of this is thirsty work, and I've got all of this hot chocolate here, and I've never drunk one before, so I've created this temporary little thing here, which will hopefully, there we go, create hot chocolate. Let's have a drink. Oh, that's nice. What does it get? Oh, it gives us regeneration. Lovely. Oh, I'll have a few more of those, please. And there we go. 31 hot chocolates just for me. Let's shove it in here somewhere and marvel at all of the crazy things we're making now. This is ridiculous. In the last video, I made systems to produce every type of chocolate, but it's not every type of chocolate because I didn't make ruby chocolate, and that's because it needs dragon's breath, and I haven't been to the end yet. That said, I do have a little bit of dragon's breath that I got from looting an ancient city, and that should be in one of these chests here. Yes, I've got 6 bottles of it, and I don't really have any other uses for this, so I might as well spend it on chocolate. And I'm going to build that downstairs in this room here because we've got a little bit of space against this wall, and I think I can squeeze it all in there. Of course, we're going to need a tank for it, and I'm going to squeeze that into that corner there just so it's separate from everything else. And we're going to feed that tank through this back wall here with a little bit of pipe. And the idea here is that I can grab a little bit of sugar, a little bit of cocoa beans, a little bit of charcoal, and I can put one of each ingredient in there, a bit of charcoal in there, and then all I need is a bucket of milk in there. And that's going to make us some ruby chocolate. Oh, and yeah, I haven't powered that pump, have I? Oh, and it doesn't make much. All right, well, I better get the rest of the ingredients in here then, hadn't I? Fingers crossed that's going to be enough to make us a whole basin's worth of this dragon's breath chocolate, ruby chocolate stuff. It is! Oh, good, and we've got a couple left over as well. And then all I need to do is get a little bit of power for this pump. There we go, got power to the pump now. Lovely. That should pump all of that into there. There we go. 1 bucket's worth of ruby chocolate. That was easy. Now, the more I look into this chocolatey candy empire, the more I realize there is to do. You see, I made a whole list of all of the things that we can create, and it's ridiculous. There are gingerbread men, chocolate bars, glazed berries, marshmallows on sticks, marshmallows, glazed marshmallows, candy canes, honey candy, chocolate candies, hot chocolate drinks, hot cocoa drinks, sweet rolls, honey apples, builder's tea, melon popsicles, apple pie, chocolate pie, cookies, sweet berry cookies, honey cookies, glowberry custard cake, pancake, sweet berry cheesecake, pumpkin pie, and blaze cakes. And that's just way too many things to squeeze into one building's worth of production. And considering I need a whole bunch more farms still to produce all those things, including melon and pumpkin, glowberries, apple, bread, lava, and a bigger egg farm, because these little chickens are just not pooping out enough eggs, I just don't think that's all achievable in this little area, because I had a whole bunch of other plans for this area too. See, I did want to have a melon and pumpkin farm, and I did want to make blaze cakes, because that's going to be very important in the next part of this Let's Play. But I also wanted to be making biodiesel, and that needs a whole factory on its own, which really means we don't have all that many buildings left for all that crazy amount of production, and even if we used every single one of these to produce all of those things, we'd still need an entire area bigger than this area put together. So I think we're going to save actually producing all of our candies later on for another big build, because I've got some big plans over in this area here, and today we're going to focus mainly on melon and pumpkins, biodiesel, and blaze cakes, which is still a massive amount of stuff to do in one episode, because that still means I've got to build a whole bunch of buildings. And in terms of these buildings, I want to join these two together to make one big long line of buildings. I want to join those two together to make another big building like these, and obviously we're going to need a little small one over here. And that's a lot of ambitious things to do, so I'm going to start with something easy, which is melon and pumpkins, and I'm going to build that in this little one here. And there we are. Not a bad little tiny building to go right next to our giant big buildings, but it's supposed to be smaller than the other ones, so it's fine. And inside, obviously, there's absolutely nothing going on at all. We do have a little bit of attic space up here, and down here we need to squeeze in our melon and pumpkin farms. But don't forget, we don't need an absolutely ginormous one, because this is only for us, and realistically, we aren't going to actually be using all that many melons and pumpkins. That said, I would like to make this as efficient as possible, which takes me to my test world. Just like that. Okay, in this test world, I have some tests set up to do testing with, because this is a test world and that's what you're supposed to do. I have melons and pumpkins set up on rich soil. I also have it on normal farmland, and I also have it on peat farmland, because there's 3 different types of farmland we can actually grow this stuff on, and I want to test out which one's going to be the fastest. And the other thing I want to test is, does having rich soil or peat on the sides of where they're going to grow actually make them grow any faster, which I don't think they will. And that's only on the farmland ones. On the other ones, we've just got normal dirt. We've also got a combination of saws and drills, because I want to see if there's any difference with those. But the first thing I want to test is which one's going to grow our seeds the fastest, and I'm pretty confident it's going to be a race between rich soil and peat. So what I need to do is come over here, come to this command block, which is going to turn up the random tick speed, click go, and see what happens. Which one's going to be fast? Wow, okay, the rich soil's already got stuff growing on it. The farmland's relatively slow. The peat's catching up. But I think it seems to me, whoa, it's a race between rich soil and peat. Oh, and peat's nearly got it. There's one. What? No. Oh, that's too close to call. Okay, so that's test number 1 done. Now what I want to do is turn the random tick speed up even higher. And the reason I want it even higher is because I want the pumpkins and melons to grow back as quickly as possible in order to get a fair test. Because the test we're going to do now is to see whether drills or saws are going to be better. So behind each one of these, we've got barrels with funnels going in, and underneath each one of these, we've got these command blocks in here, which basically just says if there's any items within this little area, chuck them in that barrel there. Very simple. So I guess what I want to do now is turn on the machine and see which is better, and they all break at the same time. Regardless of saws or drills, they all break at the same time. We're getting the same number of drops, but apparently my command blocks are not reaching out far enough. These ones are not getting collected. But you can see it's kind of working. So instead of having a distance of 4, I'm going to have a distance of 5, and that should mean that everything gets collected. And in the barrels, we got a bunch of melons in that one. We got even more in that one, and that's just normal farmland, and that's the only one with drills. And in this one, we got even more. Okay, now that I've adjusted the settings slightly, I guess it's time for another test. So here we go. Let's see which one, after a few minutes, gives us the most melons and pumpkins. So the rich soil ones gave us over a stack of pumpkins and over 5 stacks of melons, whereas the normal farmland was actually less than 5 stacks of melons and only just over a stack of pumpkins. So let's check the peat. Oh my goodness. Okay, well, peat has given us nearly 2 stacks of pumpkins and a whole bunch of melon slices. So peat is clearly the winner when it comes to actually growing the melons and pumpkins from the stems. So for the next test, everything has now been planted on the peat farmland, and now all of these ones are saws, all of these ones are drills, and I want to see what the difference is between drills and saws, if there is any at all. On your marks, get set, go! Are mechanical drills going to be better than mechanical saws? So our saws got us 12.5 stacks of melon slices and 2.25 stacks of pumpkins, so that's pretty good. And the drills nearly got us that amount, but it's almost the same, so I think that's probably just the difference in the random chance of them actually growing on each tick. And the combination of both pretty much got us exactly the same. So yeah, I don't think there's any difference between mechanical drills and mechanical saws on here, and it really doesn't matter if they're growing on dirt or peat. So now the question is, can I make a relatively small yet pretty efficient melon and pumpkin farm? Let's find out. This raised area of smooth stone blocks here is the amount of room I have inside of that building, and I kind of wanted to make something a little bit like this because I think it looks quite smart. I think it'll look quite good in there, but the problem is it's going to be very difficult to pick up the items. I could put a hopper minecart at the bottom to pick up these melons and pumpkins, but it's going to be quite difficult getting the ones from the top. So I've got another idea. Now something like this should actually work pretty well. It'll all fit within the room, and the good thing about this is stackable vertically. And now that's going to do 2 rows at once. Nice and easy little contraption to fit inside of our little melon and pumpkin building. And the first thing I'm going to need to do is go to our little temporary peat farm that I made and steal a bunch of this peat. And it's just occurred to me there's one more thing I want to test in the test world. And that is, do the melon and pumpkins actually have to grow on some variation of dirt, or can they just grow on anything? No, they won't grow on that. What about doing something like this? Yes, that'll work if I can craft like a chipped version of dirt, and that doesn't look too awful. Good. Okay, so with these melons, this is our first layer going in. I forgot mechanical souls actually hurt you in real life. Real life? You're playing Minecraft? Well, I mean, not in creative. Jeez. I didn't get myself enough seeds. All right, there we go. So we've now got 9 melons planted down there, and now I just need to do pumpkins. Ow! A couple of stop it! A couple of rows above. Jeez, thing's vicious. Ow! Stop it! Make a couple of minor adjustments to my little cart. One of those there. Excellent. Bit of glue. And there we go. We're now harvesting pumpkins and melons. This is wonderful. Not very efficient. It's efficient enough. How much more efficient does it need to be? Right, now what we've got to do is get the items out of there into something, and then all the way over there into that storeroom. Oh, how could that be? At this point, then, I think we're going to need a hole in the floor on another basement. Okay, we've got it all the way over here. We just need power now. Why is there no power going? Oh no, not again. Be one of these power lines. Some will be, there we go, look. Boop, fixed. Speaking of power, I wonder how many stresses we're actually using right now that everything is connected to this power station. Been a long time since I've actually come and checked on the board up here. So what have we got? We've only used 85,000 out of 262,000. We've barely even used a quarter. Ain't running out of power anytime soon, apart from when that thing breaks. All right, gearboxes then. One there and one there, and that's going the right way. Then we want one there and one there, and then that's going the right way, and that's connected to all of those, so they're all going the right way. And now, oh, I don't want that in the system. No, thank you. So all I've got to do is just put that on there, and there we go. If and when this thing actually ever grows any melons or pumpkins, it's going to be good. So that leaves this little bit of space here in the room, and it leaves a bit of space outside to play with as well. If only I had some melons and pumpkins I could actually decorate with. Perhaps, if I'm very lucky, I might have a couple kicking about in here. Oh, I've got a few. 3 whole melons. Wow. Really useful. Sort of pile of pumpkins and melons in here might look good, but I'm not 100% sure about that. Whoa. Look at all those different types of pumpkins. Oh, a cuckoo clock. Oh, and there's a whole bunch of different types of melons as well. Oh, well, I can't wait for all of these things to get grown then, so we can make a whole bunch of different types and get this all decorated with those. But it is going to be a while. I guess I'll just be patient, maybe. Or what I could do instead of being patient is I could build the next building over here, which is going to be either that one or that one. Let's build. So as usual, I started by sorting out the foundation, flattening everything out with the power drill and using variations of andesite bricks to match the slope of the terrain. For the actual building, I took heavy inspiration from a photo of a real-life high street in a ski resort, which would become more of a challenge than I thought. Starting with the front, I placed supports with a frame block cover, and then I began working on the roof. Using frame block slopes combined with warped wood, I attempted to create a 2-tiered roofline with 2 layers of windows. And after several attempts and rebuilding the roof many times, something still didn't feel quite right, so I moved on to the bottom layer, adding the front of the building with variations of small tough bricks, hoping this might help the roof feel more connected, but it didn't. I must have rebuilt the roof of this building at least 4 times now, and it's getting kind of irritating trying to get it just right. And if you're wondering why it looks like this, well, I'm trying to make it a little bit like this picture, particularly the buildings on the left. And while I think I've done a reasonable job of getting that, I think this all looks a little bit weird. And one of the biggest issues is the fact that this is so tall and that's so short, it feels like it's missing a middle layer. So really, what I want to do is raise the entire roof up a few blocks, but I don't want to build it again. So I've got an idea. And for this idea, I'm going to need some piston extension poles, a couple of slabs, and a mechanical piston. I'm also going to need a whole bunch of glue, because what I'm going to do is that I'm going to glue that bit there, and I'm going to glue all the way over to this block here, which should mean... Oh, it's too big. Of course it is. Why is it too big? All right, that's fine. We'll have to just do it in a couple of parts. Okay, fine. Can I glue from there up to here? They must be connected. All right, fine. What about now? Can I glue from there to there? I can. Okay, so I've got all of that in. And now I want all of this in next to it. So let's see how far we can come down. We can get all the way to there. That should have glued all of that together, hopefully. So now if we come underneath here, we can see all of that's glued. Stick in a piston there like that. Put a few bits of shaft on it. Get a mechanical crank. And hopefully there we go. My roof is going up. Add a bit more of that. Twiddle it some more. How high do we want this thing to go? Oh, this is amazing. This saved me so much work. To be honest with you, I feel like this entire bottom level is a block too short. So I'm going to raise that up by 1 block, and then we need a middle layer as well. So that'll go to there, and then we'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 2 more. Now, does that look too tall now? It is very tall, but it's probably about in line with our other buildings. But I can adjust that as I need to. So I'm going to sort this front wall out, put the middle part in, and see how it all fits. And there we go. With a little bit of effort, we've now got a middle floor in there. I think this makes the building look a whole lot better. There's no side or back on it yet, so we've got that to deal with. And of course, we've got all of this area at this end as well to deal with, where I want to basically bolt on another building in a slightly different style, facing in a slightly different direction. So I've still got a lot of challenges ahead of me, but I think we're getting somewhere. And the biggest challenge is that I'm running out of limestone. I want to do the whole front of this next building in limestone, and I've only got, well, this much left. And I could go take my pickaxe and go mining for a bunch more limestone, or we could make some. Now, it doesn't actually tell you that you can make limestone, but you can. All you gotta do is make a cobblestone generator, but instead of using lava and water, you use lava and honey. And it just so happens that over the last couple of episodes, we made ourselves a little honey machine. So with a little bit more block placing, we now have a side on here, and I've chosen to have some big glass windows in there. We've now got a back on it as well with some more windows, and I've even done some rooms inside. So going through this little door here, we've got a room divider which divides this big room with this big room, which doesn't have a wall on it yet. And in the corner up here, we've got some stairs that take us to our second floor, and if we go all the way around here, we've got a big room which is where our limestone generator is going to be. And then we've got upstairs as well, which is the big old attic space, and that's even more room. So I'm going to spend a little bit of time digging out a basement, connecting up some power, and then building that limestone generator. Well, there's a big old basement, which is fantastic, and we've even got power going in. And that power runs up behind this little wall in the corner there. It comes all the way up the stairs, through this little area here, and into this room. And I'm going to basically do what I did with my cobblestone generators. Perhaps not quite so big. You see, I don't need tons of limestone, so I think we'll just have half of one of these, and that should be plenty. So first things first, we're going to need a few buckets of honey, so I've just set up this very temporary little pump to do that. We're going to need a couple more buckets of lava. I'm going to need some storage drawers and some emerald upgrades, and with a few create blocks, it really shouldn't be too difficult to make. Okay, let's do this. Let's see what happens. That broke, and there we go, limestone. It's working. And with a little draw key here, and one of those there, we're now generating limestone. Although I think some just popped out the sides, which isn't ideal. Oh yeah, we're getting it in the honey. And there we go. It's all working rather nicely. Job done. Which means I've now got enough limestone to start building our next building, which is exactly what I'm gonna do next. So there we go. I think that looks pretty good. I've managed to blend it with the roof on the other building. We've got a ton more space in here, and I really like how it's all come together. If we go inside, we've got plenty of room. We've got a huge big room down here. I've joined it through into these rooms as well, and if we go upstairs, we've got even more room. We've got this big old space here, which takes you onto the balcony, which, well, doesn't really do much at all, but it's a balcony. And then going up onto the second floor, we got a big old space here as well. And that's good, because we're going to need a big old space, because we're going to be producing biodiesel in this building. And the reason I'm producing biodiesel is because soon I want to be working with these diesel engines. And they basically just run off this biodiesel stuff and they'll produce energy, and I like that idea, because as much as my power plant's great, it don't have caused me some problems with the lava. Now, they're relatively complex little things to make, and in order to fuel them, we actually need to make biodiesel, and you make biodiesel by mixing plant oil and ethanol, and you make ethanol by fermenting something with bone meal in a basin with a lid on it, which apparently uses a clock, because that makes sense. And to make plant oil, it's just basically compacting seeds, which is actually very handy, because in our building where we've got many different foodstuffs, we just happen to be generating bone meal from cutting our chicken to pieces. We're generating a whole ton of seeds from our farm, and in the other building, we're even pumping in a whole bunch of sugar that we're making from our sugar cane that we're bringing over from our starter area. Now, downstairs in these buildings, I actually do want them laid out like little shops, so I'm not going to do anything with the downstairs. We're going going to do all of this production upstairs, and I think this is a good space for us to start. So let's get cracking. And I suppose we should start by making a handful of clocks, and then we can make a handful of lids, and they'll go with our handful of basins. We're also going to need some presses, which I've already got, and we're going to need some mixers, which I've already got. So setting this thing up really shouldn't be too difficult. We could potentially have 4 basins for whatever we're doing with those. We could have a couple of presses, and then we could have a couple of mixers. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. And like what we did with our chocolate factory, where we've got the tanks downstairs, I think it would be a good idea to have the tanks of our ethanol, plant oil and biodiesel down here at the back of the shop. So there we go, 3 big old tanks for our 3 liquids, and now we've got access to these from upstairs, and now each one has an input and an output to the tank. We'll have our basins for our ethanol there, our basins for our plant oil there, and our basins for our biodiesel here. Something a little bit like that. Now all we got to do is get the items up here, which could be a little bit tricky because that means our storage drawers will need to reach all the way over from there and there all the way over here. But I want to automate a lot of this. You see, I don't want the biodiesel to just live over here in the future because we're going to be moving away from this area soon, and I don't want to have to keep coming back here to get it. So we're going to need some sort of transport system that takes this out of here and takes it to wherever we're going. Now at some point in the future, I want to have a massive storage warehouse, and I've already got tracks kind of leading in this direction from our other rail network. So I need to find a way to get all of these items onto a train, and not just the biodiesel we're making here, but all of the items that we're making from our farms as well, so that we can move them to that new area. Now we've got a train station here, so loading it all onto the train shouldn't be too much of a problem, but getting them from these buildings to the station might be a problem, and also getting the items between the buildings might be a problem. Now again, previously I talked about using our little van to do deliveries, and that's exactly what I want to do. This van here currently goes to the farm at 10 o'clock every morning, picks up the items from there and delivers them to here. But I don't just want it to do that. I also want it to come down this lane, or maybe this lane. I want it to come basically around this area, delivering items to all of the different buildings and then dropping them off at the train station as well. And now that we know roughly what level we're going to be having the landscape here, even though we haven't finished this building here yet, and that's a lot of things to achieve, and I don't know if I've got time to do all that today. So for now, all I'm going to do is take some of the items out of here manually, put them into our biodiesel processing factory, get that up and running so we know what we're doing, and then we can focus on transport. So the first thing I've done is to place down some spare storage drawers. Each one of these has got 2 emerald upgrades in, and I'm just filling up the bone meal. Now I've taken all of that bone meal from there, but I've got a whole bunch of it in my backpack as well. So that'll give us plenty to get started with. We also need to grab a whole bunch of seeds, and I think 10,000 should do it. And last of all, we're going to need sugar. And we got a whole bunch of sugar in here, but I need this sugar. I really need it to be producing the candy, and we don't have all that much of it. That said, in order to make ethanol, we don't have to use sugar. We can also use apples, potatoes, or sugar cane, or we can use tomatoes, pumpkins, or rice. And since we made our melon and pumpkin farm earlier, we've actually already got 400 pumpkins in here. So we could use those, but we're also going to be using those for pumpkin pies. And one thing we've got an absolute ton of that we're hardly using any of at all is tomatoes. So this is what we're going to use. I think 5,000 tomatoes should be a good start. For our ethanol then, we're going to have our 4 basins like this. Each one of those is going to have a lid on. They're going to have a conveyor coming out the front of them, and 2 of those conveyors are going to be slightly longer than the others. A little bit like that. We'll have a funnel going onto the front of each one of those basins like that, and then we're going to have some brass funnels along these belts here, and these are going to be on synchronized inputs, and that should mean that our tomatoes and bone meal then come out one at a time and should get split across those evenly. That's my little plan. I could do 4 split on here to make sure that they're split properly, but if I do that, there's a chance that we'll get too many tomatoes or too many bone meals on there, and I kind of want them to alternate. And now that we've got ingredients in these should actually start to produce some ethanol. And let's go downstairs and see if we're actually starting to get anything in this tank. We are. That didn't take very long at all. Ethanol is coming in. The only thing I'm slightly concerned about is whether or not we're going to get the right things in the right order here. You see, we're either going to get too much bone meal in here, or we're going to get too many tomatoes. So I really need to sort out this input system so it actually puts the right things in the right places. And I don't think this is the best way of doing it. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to have 4 conveyors down here at this level here. And those are still going to have the inputs going in like that. Then hopefully we can fill in from above as well, and I'm going to put chutes going into these. The only problem here is, oh yeah, it comes up at a funny angle because of the lids. And if I expand that belt out one and that belt out one, we can have our tomatoes going out the bottom 4 at a time, and we can have our bone meal going out the top 4 at a time. And hopefully that'll work. Only one way to find out. Okay, we've got power to everything. Yes, but oh no, that doesn't work at all. I have a new plan. Because we can't bring the items in from the top and we've got pipes coming out the bottom, we're going to bring the items in from each side. So we've got brass funnels on either side. We've got the normal funnels going into there. We've got the pipes coming out the bottom. We're all wide up. We've also got a couple of item drains coming out of each side, although we only need one on each one of these. Then we got our tomatoes there on that one and our bone meal there on that one. And again, just like we did before, we're going to put a funnel on there and set that to 4. And we're going to put a funnel on there and set that to 4. And now we should get the right amount of items coming through over the item drains and going into these. So these basins should always have the exact right number of items in each one, creating us plenty of ethanol. So it's not quite as compact as I was hoping it would be, but it's not too bad. And checking downstairs, yep, we're getting a reasonable amount of ethanol coming in there now, so that's good. So I guess with this, it's going to make sense to have the biodiesel in between these two things, seeing so that's going to need the liquids from both of the others. And for this, we need to get 2 lots of liquids in and 1 liquid out. So we need basins with 3 sets of pipes on them that don't connect and don't... Oh, geez. Why is everything so tricky? So we've got our ethanol line coming into the front. We've got the output going into the middle there. And then we need another input coming from this tank, which doesn't have anything in it yet, coming into there. Guess we can drop this down 1 layer as well. And that should all work, but it ain't going to work until we got some plant oil. That shouldn't be too big to fit into all of this thing because it is literally just squashing seeds. Well, this all might look like a bit of a mess, but I think once I apply power, it should work. What we've got here is our seeds coming across an item drain into these tunnels here, which are going to split between those. They're going to get pressed into plant oil. That plant oil is going to get taken through this pump down into the tank below, and then it's going to get pumped back out into these mixers here through these pipes, as well as the ethanol being pumped in through these ones, and that's going to turn it into biodiesel, which is then going to get pumped out from below, and that's going to come down into this tank here. That should power absolutely everything up here. It should also power the mixers, it is, and the presses as well. That's good. So all I need to do is pop that pipe there, and that should start pumping ethanol into there. It is doing good. So now we're making plant oil. There we go. Plant oil's already coming in, and we're making biodiesel, and that's just totally disconnected for some reason. Why did that disconnect? Why is that breaking? It's not connected to anything else. One there, and then bring it round there. Is that going to work now? There it is. There's the biodiesel going down into the tank. Wonderful. And there we go. A fully functional biodiesel processing plant. It's been probably 30 seconds, no more than that. How much have we got? None, because we've just got... What? Why have we got ethanol? That's the biodiesel tank. What? There we go. Ethanol's going into there now. Now there should be some biodiesel coming down here. Come on. Give me that biodiesel. We don't have enough ethanol. So what I'm learning from this is we need a much bigger one of these. Oh, and this is broke again, this pipe. What? I need smart pipes. We need to make sure we're only getting biodiesel down there. Hopefully now if I connect those, is that still going to have a problem? It said crossing the streams, but I don't think this should be crossing the streams. It's broke again. No, it's broke again. How? But they're not... Okay, fine. Right, okay, I've got an idea. Let's smash that to bits, smash that to bits. We'll bring that pipe up across there so it's going upwards. We'll do the same thing here with this one so that that one's going upwards. And now if I run those under there, there shouldn't be any way they can connect with anything else. But it's still broke. If I break that one and just connect it to there, is that all right? Yeah, it's fine connected to the one tank. As soon as I connect it to the other one, it's just not happy with it at all, even though we've got a filter on there to say that's the only thing to allow. So I think what we need to do is actually have these smart fluid pipes underneath these actual basins. Well, it looks like I've got some work to do rebuilding all of this. Jeez. And a few minutes later, all of our biodiesel and plant oil is gone, and this room is now 100% dedicated to producing ethanol. So we've now got 12 rows instead of just 4, and that should mean we're producing a whole bunch more ethanol a whole bunch quicker. And as much as we need an absolute ton of these, turns out we only need a tiny bit of plant oil. So coming back to our limestone farm, we've now got over 35,000 of that in here, so I think that's probably more than enough. Let's just turn that off. And I think this room here would be more than enough room to be producing that plant oil. And without too much fuss at all, I think that's pretty much set up. There we go. Plant oil system done. So all we need now is biodiesel. We're getting somewhere. We've now got ethanol coming up through here. And we've got plant oil coming down here. All we need to do is mix it together. And this time I'm going to keep things a little bit more separated so we don't end up with those pipe breaking problems. 3 basins, just like that. However, I want them up a block higher. And that way I can make sure that none of our other pipes interfere with those ones. And instead of those there, we'll put our smart pipes in there instead. That should prevent anything going down those pipes except for biodiesel, which should mean we don't have any of those issues we had before. What a mess. What an absolute spaghetti mess this thing is. So now all we need to do is connect our ethanol line. Now we're making biodiesel. Biodiesel is in the pipe below us and it's not all breaking, so that's good news. But is the tank full of biodiesel or is it full of plant oil? It's full of plant oil, of course it is. Stop it! There we go. Now it's getting full of biodiesel. Alas! So I just need to tidy up this mess. Okay, there we go. That is a whole bunch smaller than it was. I think this should all be okay as well. We just need a couple of pumps. There it is. There goes the plant oil. We need a pump down there for the ethanol. So that should hopefully all start going in now as well. It is. Yep, we've got ethanol in there, and that should mean we're making biodiesel. We are. And that biodiesel is coming down through these pipes, and it's not crossing the streams, and it's not all breaking. It's actually working. I can't believe it, peeps. With a little bit more jiggery pokery, I'm now processing the plant oil up here as well, which is great. That's going out of there into a new tank downstairs and coming back up through there. And good news, our biodiesel is full, which is incredible because that's hardly been running for any time at all. We've still got plenty of ethanol. We've still got oh geez, this is good. And I'm hoping I'm not going to need a bunch of threshold switches to optimize all of this. I'm hoping it will just stop producing. It will once it's got enough. Look, it's just not running now. Oh, that's great. So all we need now is a diesel generator to see what happens. Since we've got a whole bunch of space down here in this basement and not a lot going on in it, I might as well set up our little mechanical crafter in here. However, there's two types of diesel engines. There's diesel engines and there are modular diesel engines. And modular diesel engines can actually be stacked together to use more power, and they only need one pump's worth of diesel into them to power them. But for the sake of testing, I'd like to build both just to see how different they are. And I think the recipe is the pistons there, the flint and steel there, the brass there. We then need one of those there, some brass sheet there, a bit of pipe there, and some sturdy sheet there. And I think that's it. Yeah, it's doing something. Is it going to create the thing I wanted though? It is. We've got a diesel generator. There we go, a little diesel engine. Right, now I want some modular ones. I no longer need this row. Andesite alloy, flint and steel, sturdy sheet, precision mechanism, brass and... Oh, it requires a whole diesel engine in the middle? Oh, what? Oh, I need another one of those then first. I'm going to need a few of these. Okay, we've now got 10 diesel engines. Now I need to make a whole bunch of modular ones. Have I done it right? I have. I made a modular one. Let's have some more. Then there we go. I have one diesel engine and 9 modular diesel engines. Let's go see how they work. How much power can we create? Because it's the create mod, mate. Okay then, test number 1. How much stress can I get out of one bucket of biodiesel in a diesel engine? And how long does it last for? Let's find out. It's going. Has it all gone in? It has. It's all gone in. We get 1024 stress. But if you look at the biodiesel, it is going down pretty quickly. We can change the direction. And apparently we can also silence it, but it's not really that loud. And I think I can make, I can make a silencer. How does this work? Do I just click on it? I do. Oh, and it's totally silent. Oh, that's good. Yeah, that's totally run out now. They last about 3 minutes per bucket, which isn't bad, but it's not as long as I was hoping for. Now it's time to test this modular one. So let's get that buckets with the biodiesel in there. And yeah, that's still 1000 stress units, and it looks like it's going down about as quickly. So if we remove that, add a bunch of these in front of this and connect them together like that, then we should, get a whole bunch more stress. 4000 stress, but now it's going down really quickly. So if we had 3 of these, that's 3000 stress for 1 minute for 1 bucket. The question is, how quickly can we produce 1 bucket of biodiesel? Which really comes down to how quickly we can produce 1 bucket of ethanol, because that's the thing that's slowing us down. So we've totally run out of bone meal in this system, and it hasn't even made 96 buckets worth of ethanol. In fact, it's probably made a little bit more than that, but obviously we've turned a lot of it into biodiesel. But the fact is, that is a ridiculously expensive process to generate a little bit of fuel for an engine that doesn't run for a very long amount of time. So I've got 4 level 4 boilers running off blaze burners, which run off lava, and that produces us over 250,000 stress units. In fact, it gives us 262,144 stress units. And in order to get the equivalent amount of stress from diesel engines, I would need 254 of them. And considering 1 bucket of lava will run a blaze blaze burner for 1,000 seconds, which is over 16.5 minutes, 254 diesel engines would require 85 buckets of biodiesel a minute to give us the same amount of stress as what we're currently getting. So that's basically almost this entire tank every single minute, which wouldn't be so much of a problem if the ethanol wasn't so expensive to make and took such a long time to produce. And it also wouldn't be a problem if diesel engines weren't so expensive. It's ridiculous. Now, I don't want to say that the Create stuff is overpowered, but a lot of it is. But these are so massively underpowered, I can't see any situation where one of these is going to be remotely useful to anyone. Take this van, for instance. That would probably have an 80-litre capacity fuel tank. It would also likely have a diesel engine inside, and for reference, a builder's bucket is around about 15 litres. That means it would take 5 buckets to fill up this fuel tank of 80 litres, and that would probably do maybe 400 or 500 miles, generating at least 100 horsepower, which is a lot more than 2 water wheels. And that's what this is equivalent to. One diesel engine is the same power output as 2 water wheels, and yes, it's faster, but that's the same amount of power. And I wouldn't mind the lower power if it lasted more than 3 minutes. I think 3 minutes is absolutely ridiculous. And going into the mod menu, I can actually change the settings for the Create diesel generators, and what I can actually change is the RPM of these motors, so the speed that they run at, and I can also change how strong they are. But what I can't change is how long the fuel lasts, and that's what I really want to do, so I won't use them. Blaze cakes. I'm gonna need a whole lot of them, and they're not the easiest things in the world to produce. They require lava and blaze cake bases, which require eggs, sugar, and cinder flour, which you get from crushing netherrack. And we've got all of those things over here, so what's the problem? In this building here, we've got 32,000 netherrack, and we've also got nearly 50,000 cinder flour, so that's gonna be a lot of blaze cakes. We've also got nearly 3,400 sugar, and in this building over here, we've got a handful of eggs, 247 of them. The other thing we've got in a good quantity is lava. We're actually grabbing it from the nether under there, and we're bringing it down via a little train into our power station over here. And the power station's absolutely loaded with it there, 282 buckets worth. So realistically, we've got absolutely everything we need to start producing blaze cakes. The problem is the lava train is a little bit unreliable. Even though the chunks are force loaded, it often just forgets that, doesn't bring any lava over, and then my power station ends up running dry. I also need all of this sugar for other projects that are coming up later on, and my chickens are just not pooping out anywhere enough eggs, which means today I need to build a whole bunch of farms. And I didn't think there were any recipes to make netherrack, but it turns out you can create netherrack by using potions of healing on cobblestone, and potions of healing is just glistering melon slices, and glistering melon slices are just melon with gold. It just so happens that in the last episode we actually made a melon and pumpkin farm, so we've got over 2,000 of them, so that's good. But what about gold, you might say? You need gold for glistering metals, and you're going to need it in pretty high quantities. Well, don't worry about that either, peeps, because not too long ago in this series we built these amazing factories, and one of these factories just happens to produce a whole bunch of gold. And if we look at this storage vault here, there is 15,000 gold nuggets in it. But that still means in this episode we've got a whole bunch of farms to produce: eggs, sugar, netherrack, cinder flour, and lava. And that's quite a lot of things to do in one little episode, and currently the place where we're going to be building this doesn't even exist, so I should probably start there. we go. Our last building in this little ski resort area is complete, which is fantastic. And that means that every single little spot in this little ski resort area is now filled in. And in this building, I've created a whole bunch of rooms inside, including spaces for some shop fronts. So we've got a little shop front area here. If we go back out of there and into this one, we've got another little shop front area here. And if we go out of that one and come around this corner, we've got a big old shop front area here. And they're all connected, and each area has a nice big area behind it for, well, farms and things that we need to produce. And coming through here, we've got access to upstairs, which has even more rooms. We've got another big area here, an even bigger area here, and going upstairs again gives us access to even more area. And that's good, because we've got a lot of things to do here. Starting with an egg farm. So we're going to need a few eggs to get that going. And egg farms are not particularly big things to build, so we don't need a great deal of room for that one. And I think this little area here on the first floor will be absolutely fine. Now, ideally, I'd like this building linking up to our storage drawer system, which comes in here and links up underground into that one there. And I'm going to link it underground again, but unfortunately, at this particular moment in time, there's absolutely no basement on this building. So I guess I should do that next. I have found other basement. There we go. That's a big old space for us to be working with. So I better get all of these things connected. But not only are we going to need storage drawers in here, we're going to need power too. So I'm going to wire that up next. And there we go. Now we're all connected, and we've even got a little speed controller on there, so it's separate from everything else. And that just comes up behind our storage drawers here. And now we've got power going across the room and down to this point here. Although I don't think I actually need power for a chicken farm. What I do need is the storage drawers. Lovely. You would hardly even know unless you come upstairs, but it's fine. So I guess it's time to lag out this world even more than it already is. Like hatching a whole bunch of chickens, if possible. Really? None? Oh, there we go. We got. Oh, jeez. I'm gonna need a lot of eggs. Oh, how did you get out? What? Stop it! How do you escape? Impossible! Stop! Come back! Oh, jeez! Now you've fallen through the floor. Come here. No, not the slabs. The chicken game. The chicken game? Yes, it's been a bit of a game. This chicken fiasco. There we go. That's all of the eggs used, which means we've got a whole bunch of chickens in there. Now, one last thing I'm going to do up here is make a very, very temporary little chicken feeder so that we can get these all grown up and probably breed them a little bit as well. Lovely. We've got a little automatic chicken feeder. The only thing I don't like is the fact that those seeds there are probably going to end up despawning, which is not ideal. However, I've got some smart chutes. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that. I'm going to put a smart chute on there with a filter for seeds, put the drawer controller on top of it, and then just connect that there. And now we won't have any problems. Egg farm done, sugar next. And back in my test world, I want to know what's going to grow sugarcane the fastest, and will it make any difference? So we've got dirt, sand, rich soil, and peat. Click go and see which one is going to be the winner. They're all pretty much exactly the same. Sugar, no, yeah, they're all the same. And I was thinking I could squeeze quite a lot of it in with a setup something like this, but I still need to get a contraption in here that can actually chop it all down as well. And that would actually give us 64 sugarcane in total, so I don't know whether I'm better off doing it this way round or doing it this way round. And this actually gives us space for 84 pieces of sugarcane, which is substantially more, and I think we've got enough room here to get a little flying machine coming up and down there. Sugarcane farm done. We just need to get the sugarcane out of there into our storage system and turned into sugar. In fact, we can probably turn it into sugar right here.
A few moments later.
Okay, so that's sugarcane and eggs sorted. Let's tick it off the list. Next, we need netherrack, which means we need to make potions of healing, which means we need melons over here and gold over here and blaze burners as well, so some kind of fuel too. Oh, geez. So melons are going to be incredibly easy for us to access because we can pull them straight out of the storage system. Gold, however, on the other hand, is going to be a bit more of a problem because gold is all the way behind this building in that building over there. And that's a substantial amount further for our storage drawers to interact with. So I think it's about time we sorted out the landscape around this building and got our little delivery van doing a little bit more than just going to the farm. It's your time to shine, little man. Well, not yet. I've got to do do a lot of landscaping. But in a minute, it's going to be your time to shine, little man. My chests have all turned to presents. That must mean I'm recording this on Christmas Eve, and I am, and that's because I'm running very late, and I'm running very late because I've done a ridiculous amount of off-camera work. Yeah, I may have just spent a little bit of time getting our van that goes to the farmhouse to go all the way around the town, which meant decorating the entire town, putting these little track marks down to make it look like the van had actually been running round. As you can see, it comes round here and it goes to the gold farm. It doesn't actually get any gold yet, we've still got to do that. But then it comes back up here to this new car park area that I've created, and there you go, it's in the car park at the minute. However, it is going backwards at the moment. Don't worry about that, we'll fix that in a minute. I've also added in this little car in the car park to prove that this is indeed a car park, and I've added a coach because, of course, people coming on holiday here would probably be going on the coach. And over at this end of the car park, we've got a little staircase that takes you up to this point here, which takes you up to the station, and then this path comes back round this way, and it comes down here, and all this path connects. I've got a couple of little spaces here that I was thinking of adding a couple of little trees into, and that's probably about it, which might not seem like much, but it's taken ages. So what I need to do now is find that van, wherever it is. Oh yeah, it's still going the wrong way, jeez. Turn it round so it's going the right way, a little bit like this. There we go, now it's going the right way. And if we follow it around the town, we can see it comes over to the factory area, and this is where I need it to collect gold. And in order to do that, I actually need to make a couple of changes to the van. But before I make the changes, let's just watch it. It's going to reverse back out of the factory area here. It's going to reverse down that little side street there, and it nearly banged into that. Honestly, it was nearly. It didn't actually do it. No, it didn't go through there at all. And it's going to come all the way up here, this time facing in the correct direction into the car park. It's going to come into the car park, almost collide with the bus, but not quite. And then it's going to reverse into this little spot here, and that's where we need to connect up to the station to deliver the items from the station back to our storage area, which is where it's going now. Come back, van, I need you. And it's coming around the town here. It's going to come down this little slope here, and it's going to go round to this corner here, and then it's going to stop and reverse back in there, and then it'll drop off all of the items that it hasn't actually collected from the gold farm and the other thing. I need your pat, sir. The first thing I need to do is actually move this storage controller, because I've had to give this van a double axle, and what I mean by that is I've had to give it 2 bogies instead of 1 to enable it to go around the corners properly, and now when it reverses into things, this storage interface is too close. So we're going to move that, and we're just going to put that there instead. And I also need another storage interface inside there facing downwards, and that's so I can connect to the gold farm and over at the car park for the train station. And there we go, that's all the changes made. We can put the van back together again. Oh, my little man's fell out. Oh geez, my driver, your little man's fell out. Well, don't not like that. Okay, you're ready to go, sir. Off you go. And now what I need to do is go over to the gold farm, figure out where it's actually going to need to get the gold from, and then connect the gold. And there we go. I now have gold connected along this conveyor, coming down here, going up that chute there, and through this smart chute, which is being controlled by a redstone link over at the storage area. So it shouldn't get too many. So now it should be coming over to the train station. So I need to link that up next. And here he comes. And I'm just going to dig a hole in that wall there, put a storage interface in there behind it, and then all I got to do is link this up to the station. And we just happen to have all of that stuff just there. And with a little bit of chain drive on there, and that will very... Geez, that's slow. That's really slow. Oh, really? Fine. Speed controller, attach that to the belt, get it spinning the right way, ideally a little bit faster than that. There we go, 64 should do it. And that's all connected. And now that's connected. We can remove that, stick one of those on there, one of those in there, and then I can get rid of all of these chutes below it. We don't need this line anymore. Good, my little temporary train can go. Everything is now connected. The van is going to be bringing the gold and the slime and the sugarcane from the train station. So that means we've got everything we need to start making glistering melons. So that's good. And the other good thing is that all of that sugarcane we planted has been getting turned into sugar. So we've got over 6,000 sugar now. But the slightly concerning thing is that we're still breeding chickens. So I should probably stop this from feeding them. Oh, geez. That's a lot of chickens. But hopefully having a lot of chickens should mean we got a lot of eggs. Oh, yes. Over 1,000. Oh, good. Everything's going well. Now, as I've said before, the Create mod will consider any area of fluid that's more than 10,000 blocks in size to be infinite, which means if you make an area full of 10,000 lava sources, it can take from that, but that lava will never disappear. But how big is 10,000 blocks of lava? How big a hole do I need to make in order to fill it with 10,000 lava sources? And in order to know that, we just need a little bit of maths. We just need the cubed root of 10,000, which is 21.54. So if I make a hole that's 22 by 22 by 22 blocks and fill it full of lava sources, that's going to be more than 10,000. So I need an area that's bigger than that. Down in our basement area, you see we've got this absolutely ridiculous area down here now, with realistically not all that much going on in it other than a few bits of train track. Yep, that area there is the perfect size to have a big old lava farm, so I just need to dig down 22 blocks and then fill it full of lava. Now, in order to dig out a hole that's 22 blocks wide by 22 blocks deep, I'm going to need a whole lot of mechanical drills, so what I'm doing now is just mixing up some andesite alloy. I've already created a whole bunch of andesite casing, which is why I've got no andesite alloy left, and then I can craft up a whole bunch of drills, and I'm going to need over 7 stacks. And there we go. 484 mechanical drills are now in place. So these just all need gluing together, and I don't think I'm going to be able to do the whole thing. No, the area's too big. Can I go all the way to here? There we go. We'll go to there, and then hopefully we can get across to there. There we go. So all I need now is this rope pulley, which I believe if I put that on there like that, and then stick a hand crank on it, I just need to wind it down 22 blocks. How hard could it be? Off we go. Oh yeah, I should put some storage on it. Otherwise there's going to be cobblestone everywhere. Here we go. It's a bit boring doing it by hand. That's better. Now it's automatic. Fantastic. Oh man, I've got a couple of blocks too far. Oh geez, well that's fine, that really doesn't matter. And now, how am I going to get all of these back without having to break them all individually? Well, I'm going to use my vein mining pickaxe. Now, it's alright having this big hole, but how am I going to now fill it full of lava? Well, realistically, there's a couple of ways we could do that. One way would be to do basically what we're doing in here and get a train that goes into the nether. And that train could drive in something a little bit like this, go to a tank, something a little bit like this, pull all of the lava out of the nether and just drive backwards and forwards until it's all done. But realistically, that's going to take absolutely forever. So I've got another idea. Now, this other idea is going to involve the nether, but I'm going to create a system that should do it a whole bunch faster. So what I've got here is a hose pulley that's going a couple of blocks down, a little tank with nothing in it, and a pump. And next to me there's a nether portal, which I'm going to go through and then link up on the other side. So now what I need to do, now that those things link up, is make a system that sends buckets of lava from one side to the other. And for that we're going to need power. So let's have a few of those. And let's stick on a speed controller so we can get many power. Tank, pump, pipes, hose pulley. And if I wind that down one block, that should start pumping in lava into there it is. Okay, here's my little plan in this very crowded room. We've got our pump coming into this spout, which is above a depot. If a bucket goes on there, it's going to get turned into a lava bucket, which is then going to come through this brass filter, go up into this dropper there, and that's hopefully going to get fired through the nether portal to the other side. All I need to do is put an observer there facing the other way. That's powered now, and it should come through here into the overworld. And there it is, on the floor. So we need to capture that and get it into this tank somehow, but we'll worry about that in a minute. Then the idea is the bucket will get thrown back through, and hopefully we should see another one pop back out. There we go. So if I just empty that and throw it back in, it should fill up and come straight back out again. There we go. Magic lava. Oh, this is amazing. So all I need now is a funnel on there, bit of shaft in there, and that's the pump going. Look, it's already pumping it in, so that's good. So now if I send that bucket back through, hopefully it's going to come back in full of lava. There it is. And it'll go around again. Well, in order to make this a little bit better, what I actually need to do is block off the nether portal so it can't come through. And now, hopefully, we should be good to go. Oh, there we go. It's going. Is it going to come back? It is. So now all I need to do is make a whole bunch of buckets, let's say 10, and send them all in. And we should then start getting a stream of buckets coming through. There we go. Pretty much constantly. There should never be a gap in buckets now. This is wonderful. Now, it's going to take a while before we've got 10,000, but that'll just keep running and running and running off to its own little heart's content. And this will eventually get filled up all the way down to the bottom for free. Okay, so while this very slowly fills up, I think it's time I got on with something else. And that something else apparently is collecting eggs, because we've overflowed in eggs now. Oh geez, we've got too many eggs. So I brought a whole bunch of items over here from the other places so that we know where it all is. And I think it's about time we start working on some netherrack, because that's what my list tells me I should do. And just as a recap, to make netherrack, we need to get melon slices and we need to get gold. We need to craft them all together into glistening melons. We need to mix them up with some awkward potion in order to make potions of healing. And then we need to combine that with some cobblestone in order to make netherrack. And it's just occurred to me I haven't brought any cobblestone over here. In fact, today I've actually thrown out over 80,000 cobblestone from all of this digging that I've been doing, and all the basement building underground. I threw it all into that lava because it was filling up my backpack. I should have thought about that. I'm such a mortal. It doesn't matter. Cobblestone's easy. But the thing is, cobblestone's over here, and I didn't get that going into my lorry to take over there. Oh, jeez. I'll add that to the list later on. Right now, we'll just... Oh, jeez. Anyway, one thing I hadn't thought about at all is awkward potion. And to get that, we need nether wart. And I haven't even thought about nether wart. For the 58 millionth time today, back over at Hill Valley, I do have a little bit of nether wart. I've got 11 pieces, but I don't have a farm for it. So that's something else I gotta do. Oh, jeez. Now, back in our original building where we were doing all our food factory stuff, if we go upstairs, I've actually got something that would be perfect for a little nether wart farm. This is pretty much exactly what we need. So I could potentially just extend this out a little bit and add nether wart to it. Or I could find somewhere perhaps a little bit bigger than this. In fact, this room might do. To just squeeze in a small one for nether wart. Realistically, how much do we need? And in fact, if I'm being sensible, we don't need all of this for mushrooms. Whilst we are using mushrooms for cooking, we're really not using that much, and now we've got nearly 50,000 brown mushrooms and nearly 32,000 red ones. So yeah, I think we might be a bit overkill on the mushrooms. So in that case, what I can do is swap this out for nether wart and just have a very small little mushroom machine in here. That makes sense to me. There we go. With no time at all, we've converted that into a nether wart farm, and in here we've got a little mushroom farm, and I'm just waiting for... Oh, it's done it. It's grown, which means we can turn that back on, and there we go. Wonderful. I think a nice little potion brewing setup would fit nicely in this room. So I'm going to need blaze burners, auto crafting for up to 9 slots, spouts, and mixers. Oh, how could it be? Well, I guess the first thing to do sensibly would be to find a way of getting lava into here. So I guess putting a tank in here ready to store the lava might not be such a bad idea. Oh, and look at that. That's directly over the lava as well, which is ideal. Okay, here's my little plan. It's not wired up yet, but I think this might work. We're going to have lava coming up here into buckets. This mechanical arm's going to pick up those buckets of lava and feed these blaze burners if it can reach. Coming out of the back here, once we've actually got some glistering melon, they're going to come onto these depots, and this mechanical arm's going to take them and put them in this basin. This mechanical arm's going to take nether wart from that little depot and put it in that one, and that basin's also going to have water pumped into it. Once that's turned into awkward potion, this filter on this smart fluid pipe is going to pump it through into this basin, and that smart fluid pipe is going to pump out the healing potion all the way downstairs into another tank that I've just added, which is going to hold our healing potion. But this is never going to work without any power or without any glistering melon, and without lava, I guess. Jeez, how's that getting on? It's coming. Slowly but surely it's getting there. My buckets are still coming through thick and fast. It'll happen one day. Gonna be recording that till next Christmas. I know, wait for that lava. Still, it's faster than a train. I don't think it is. Definitely is. So as you can see behind this, I've actually got power running in through here, and I think I'm just going to take some power from there to power these things here. So this should start making awkward potion with a bit of luck. Oh no, I haven't powered that. More power. There we go. Now everything's powered. Now it should start making awkward potion, but of course it's not, because the blaze burner's not heated, because there's no lava yet. So let's just test this out manually. Let's put a bucket there. Might as well put a bucket on there ready for when it's coming. And yes, it's made awkward potion. That's good, and it has got pumped through into there. That's fantastic. Oh, we're getting somewhere at least. So if I throw that glistering melon down onto there, no, come on, there we go. That arm should pick it up, and then if I give that a bit of lava, that should turn that into healing potion. It did, and that should all go out of the pipe, and it should go downstairs, which it doesn't appear to be doing. That could be to do with this filter. Instant health on the allow list. Tick. Put it on there. Oh, there we go. I must have just had the wrong thing in the filter. So now if we go back downstairs, we should see that in this tank here, there we go, we've got some potion of healing. It's coming through. Oh no, it's going back out again because I haven't oh jeez, it's going to be all over the floor. Stop. Oh no, it's all leaking out of there. Oh, I can't get to it anymore. There's too many things going on in here. Excuse me. Oh jeez. There we go. Okay, so now all that's in place and seemingly working, I guess now would be a good time to automate glistering melon. Okay, so this is going to be the little auto crafting setup. We're going to have the auto crafter pumping all of the created items out of there and into that drawer controller slaves there. So that should be the output. On the inputs, really simple. We've just got a bunch of item drains and we've got some brass funnels. If I flip this one round so it's coming out, the gold nuggets, although we only want 8 at a time really, will come across there and they'll go into there, and because they're all connected, they'll go around the outside. And I'm going to do the same thing with this one here, although again, we don't want full stacks. We only want one at a time. And then we've got the melon in the middle. That's good so far. All we need now is a bit of power, and that should be really easy. Just sticking that there, and there we go. We connected it. Is it going to work? Is it going to make what we want? It is. Glycerin melon is now being produced. That's great. So we're now producing glycerin melon, which should mean we're now producing potions of healing. We are. And now we're producing awkward potions. So everything's ready, except for our lava's not ready. We've got no lava. But apart from lacking lava, we're now actually producing quite a lot of this potions of healing. And we've got 6,000 millibuckets of it. And it only costs 25 millibuckets per netherrack. So I guess now's the time to set up our little netherrack production area. We've got a bit of a problem because our potion of healing pipe is coming out right at the back over there where it can't get to it, and I need it to come out somewhere else. In fact, we don't even need a potion of healing tank. I could just pump this straight into our system. So all we need is our smart pipe coming out of there with the filter on, and we can send that straight into the netherrack producing thing. I think that's all I need to do. We've got a pipe coming across here. It's a bit jiggledy. It's a bit higgledy-piggledy, but it'll do. It's fine. Over to a depot. We've got a brass funnel with cobblestone output that will put cobblestone on there. A mechanical arm will get that, put it on there. It'll get turned into netherrack and it'll get put in there. Easy. So if I tell this to take from there, deposit on there, I also want it to take from there as well. Maybe I need 2 arms to do that. Okay. You can do it with 1. Probably can, but it's fine. Take from there, deposit in there. Take from there, deposit in there. Thank you. Now we just need power for you guys. Okay then. So let's say I go and dump some cobblestone into this system. Let's say there. And let's just have an absolute ton of the stuff. 18,000 and a bit cobblestone in there. So now if I go back up here, cobblestone should, there we go. It's already doing it. Look at that. Nice. Oh, look at this. This is amazing. I wonder then. Let's grab ourselves an item drain, put that there, put cobblestone as the filter on there, move this depot across by 1, and that's full of awkward potion. How have you got awkward potion? But you've got a filter on. What's the point in a filter if it don't filter out the thing I want it to oh my goodness, this game's so dumb. Paul Workman blames his tools. Yeah, well, I put... shut up. You don't know, mate. If I put an item filter on, I expect item filter to do filtering. That's how item filters work. I suppose I could deny awkward potion. That might be a good way of doing this. Deny awkward potion. Respect data. Tick. I don't know if that'll help. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. There's only one way to find out. Stick that on there. Put one of them on it. Join it together. Anyway, is this going to work? Item drain onto there. It does. Okay, so then we just need 1 mechanical arm. Pick up from there. Stick it in there. Bish, bash, bosh. Job's a good one. Just need some power. Is it working? It is. Oh my goodness, this is amazing. It's all going exactly as I'd hoped. So aside from the fact that we don't actually have any lava at all coming in here yet, we can pretty much tick netherrack off the list, because as soon as it gets high enough, it's going to just start working itself, which is fantastic. And it is getting there slowly but surely, even though it doesn't look like it is, but it is. So we just need to turn that all into cinder flour. However, I don't need to do that at all. You see, I've already got a cinder flour processing plant up here, and at the moment it's running very, very slowly because I've just got it doing single ones because I didn't need loads. But now we need a few more. I might as well just come in here and turn that item filter up to a stack at a time, and it can just process a whole stack at a time. And there we go. Cinder flour done. And lava done. I've ticked off everything off my list. So that should mean that we've now got all of the ingredients that we need to start making blaze cakes. I mean, the process is pretty simple, really. We just need a spout and a depot with lava and blaze cake bases, and to make the bases, we just need eggs, sugar, and cinder flour into a basin with the press. It doesn't even need heating. So that's like 2 things. I'm pretty sure I could probably squeeze that in here, to be honest with you. This would actually squeeze perfectly into that corner there, and then I'd have all of this corner free. Okay, autocrafter is now in the corner, autocrafting away, which means we've now got plenty of space to produce our blaze cakes right up here. I think I've done it. This is going to be our blaze cake setup, and it's almost ready to go, apart from the fact that we've got no lava and I haven't turned it on yet. But just like we did in our food factory, we've got 3 outputs going onto depots. This mechanical arm's going to pick them up, and it's going to be in forced round robin mode so it doesn't do anything wrong, and it's going to put them in this basin. That's going to turn them into blaze cake bases because of the press on top of it, and they're just going to fall out of there onto this depot. Lava's going to come through here, get got in there, and then it'd be really nice if I could just sort of shove those automatically into there. But I think realistically we're going to need 1 more mechanical arm to pick those items up from there and put them in there. Now, of course, I'm going to need a filter for that, and because I've never made blaze cakes, I haven't got any to use as filters, but that's fine. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's just throw that down there. Let's get a little bit of power going to that. Let's get the power going to this and watch it all go completely wrong. So this should make blaze cake bases. With a bit of luck, there we go. We made one. No, now it's going to turn out. No, I want the blaze cake base, mate. I don't know where it will have gone either. There it is. We got 2 of them. These, of course, are going to live in here. Now we can definitely use this for the filter of that, but we don't really want that arm sending them that way because they need to have the lava in. We're still not got any lava. And what I might just do as a very, very temporary solution is just set up a very, very manual little pump there, and then we can pump some of these lava buckets that's in my inventory into the system. It's already getting sucked out. I want to see it in action. No, stop, don't take it. Stop it. Okay, we'll see it this time. Here we go. Now, there it is. We got a blaze cake. I can't believe I didn't get an achievement for that. I didn't get an achievement for a blaze cake. Oh, jeez. Right, now I can put that as a filter on there. There we go. Now we can stick this arm back on. So deposit in there, take from there. Off you go, mate. Wonderful. It's all going rather well. What an amazing little factory we got set up here. We've already got 6 of them. Now, in hindsight, what I probably should have done for this episode was done this lava lake first, so they actually had time to fill up while I was doing all of the decorating and landscaping and all that sort of thing. But it'll get there eventually. There's not too many more layers to go. But before I go and wish you all a Merry Christmas, it's late. It was Christmas a couple of days ago. Look, it's tomorrow for me, mate. Jeez, I want to stick a blaze cake in a blaze burner and see what happens. Now, bear in mind, blaze cakes only last 160 seconds, whereas lava lasts 1,000 seconds. It's probably not going to be all that great. So at the moment, we're producing 262,144 SU. What's it going to be like if I feed a load of these to a load of these things? There we go. That's half of them. We've got superpower. Does it make any difference at all? Probably not, because my boilers are... No, it doesn't make any difference at all, you see, because my boilers are just the same size. See, it's heating up more now, but the boiler's too small and they don't have enough water. That was a total waste of blaze cakes. Oh, well. Lag. I'm getting a whole lot of it over here, and considering I'm running on a server, so my PC has absolutely nothing to do with the processing of what's going on, I'm just getting such bad frames per second, it's unbelievable. And to try and deal with this, I have fully updated my pack, and it's now available through CurseForge as a download, so you can download it. And I've added a whole bunch more Create add-ons as well as a whole bunch of performance mods, and I've spent this Christmas period basically checking out all of the different performance mods that I could get my hands on and trying to figure out which ones work best for me. But the problem is, even with all of these performance mods, I'm still barely getting 60 frames per second in this area, and it's very, very jittery. And I'm not sure why. Now, it could be that that's because I've got 110 mods loaded on this mod pack. But I've got a pretty powerful PC, and if I come to this world, which has got absolutely nothing in it at all, you can see I get nearly 1,000 frames a second, and sometimes even more than that. So the number of mods aren't the problem. What probably is the problem is the fact that I'm using a crazy number of those mods to quite a high level in such a relatively small area. We've got a ridiculous amount of Create stuff going on, powering all of my factories, including shafts and gearboxes and speed controllers and things like that. And I'm also using a ridiculous amount of frame blocks in order to get things like snow looking nice, and my roads and my paths and my piles of things. So it could be that. And I'm also using a crazy amount of storage drawers, not just in here, but throughout the whole of this area. Down in the basement area, you can see all of these storage drawer trims, which are connecting all of the different buildings to all of the different storage systems, like this one and this one. And all of those systems come upstairs into all of the different buildings so everything can connect to them. So it could be that. So I want to find out. And the way I'm going to do that is by not getting run over by this van. Oh, jeez. So the first thing to do is take a download of this world, open it up in single player so I can see what's going on. Jeez, and it's very laggy in single player. In fact, if we look at these graphs here, the one on the right is the ticks per second. That's how many things are having to be processed by the server. And on the left is my frames per second. And the lower the graph on the left, the better. So the first thing I'm going to do is disable frame blocks. So I've took a copy of the world, I've disabled the frame blocks mod, and as you can see, the world looks kind of weird without that, but it hasn't really particularly increased my frames per second all that much. I mean, it's a minor improvement, but it's not the frames per second boost I was looking for. And this time the frame blocks are back, but the storage drawers have all gone. As we come through here, all of my storage drawers have disappeared, and that hasn't given me any improvement on here at all. In fact, it feels worse, if anything, which is kind of weird. So that just leaves the create mod, which I have now removed, and as you can see, my frames per second have massively increased. We're up to 500-ish, but all of the stuff is gone. Oh, jeez. It kind of looks a little bit empty without all that, but boy, does it feel a lot smoother. Jeez. And the final test is to remove all of the create add-ons apart from create. So now we've still got all of the create stuff going on, but I've got no trains, I've got no little vehicles running around or anything like that. I've just got a whole bunch of belts and conveyors and things like that going on. And you can see my frames per second haven't improved at all. So yeah, it's the create mod. Oh jeez, that's what this whole Let's Play's build around. Oh no. So back on the actual server then, what can I do? Well, I've tried actually disconnecting the power and actually just turning things off, and to be honest with you, that doesn't really make a great deal of difference. If we come into my power station and flick that lever, then everything in the town should no longer be processing anything, but you'll see my frames per second haven't improved at all. And that's because just having all of these shafts and belts and pipes and gearboxes and things is just laggy, because the majority of these things are just entities. Whether they're animated or not, they're still entities. But what's the worst? Back on this little world here with this platform, I'm going to start placing down a whole bunch of create things and see what causes the most lag. So if I find myself a little chunk border, here's one here, and fill chunks worth of shafts in, and it does seem like shafts on their own really don't make a great deal of difference. Let's try gearboxes. No, they're fine as well. Case chain drives? No, they seem okay. What about cogwheels? And they're alright as well. Now, fluid pipes took a minute to load into the world, but they seem to be okay. And replacing all of those with fluid tanks is taking a minute, but there they are. Ooh, that has significantly dropped my frames per second. Down by half. If I look this way, 1,000. If I look that way, 500. Yeah, tanks are not good, it turns out. What if we colour them all in? Oh geez, there's a lot of lag just doing that. No, that doesn't seem to have helped at all. So tanks are bad. Going back to the shafts then, adding cogs on the end of all those shafts really doesn't make much difference, but then if I power all of those, no, again, really there isn't much difference. Adding belts to all of those shafts has significantly brought down my frames per second as well. So basically, tanks and belts are bad, regardless of whether they're powered or not. That's enough testing for now though. I'll come back to this later in the video and do even more of the create blocks. So when we do move on to the next area, I will know to avoid belts and tanks as much as possible. And that's not going to be a big problem, because while we do use tanks like this to store liquids, we don't actually need to, because like in the last episode, we made this infinite lava supply, and that's going to be far less laggy than a whole bunch of tanks. And similarly, instead of using belts to transfer all my items around like I have done in this factory, we now know that big areas of interconnected storage drawers allow you to transfer items around over relatively long distances without any lag. But that's probably enough talking about lag for one episode. It's about time I actually got involved in what we're doing. And what I'm doing is going to sleep and then crying into my backpack because I've used every single piece of redstone that I own. And I need redstone. Unfortunately for me, we can actually make redstone using potions of strength and cinder flour. And potions of strength are just blaze powder and awkward potion. And from all the work we did in the last couple of episodes, we are absolutely swimming in cinder flour. Nearly 100,000 of it. And in terms of blaze powder, well, I've got a reasonable amount of that. I've got 724 blaze rods in my backpack, and those come all the way back from our starter area over here at Hill Valley in our blaze spawner farm thing. And even though there's a triple blaze spawner in here and we've got a deployer that's hitting them with a diamond sword to get all of the drops, it's not got any looting on it, and of course I've got an AFK over here to actually make it work. So I think this is our best bet. I just need to get those swords enchanted. But there's a problem with that as well. You see, over in this storage building where all of my villagers live upstairs, I've got a whole bunch of librarians, but not a single one of them sell any looting. They do, however, sell unbreaking, and I've got one for mending as well, which gives me an idea. So back in my test world, I have come up with this little system here, which apparently pushes blazes. Oh, geez. So back in my little test world, I've come up with this little experiment. We've got a command block that apparently allows blazes to just pop. Oh, geez. So back in my test world, I've come up with this little contraption, which is basically summoning in blazes. We've got the deployer with the diamond sword, which is getting it, and the experience nuggets that you get from when the blazes die going into into this disenchanter here. When that gets up to a full bucket's worth, I'm hoping that that will then be pushed through this fluid pipe here and into the deployer, fixing the sword. But I don't know if that's actually how these things work, and it's taking a very long time to get a lot of experience. So in order to speed things up a bit, I'm going to make myself a very laggy tank, connect that to our little system here, grab a barrel and a funnel, and stick in heaps of experience in there. And that should fill that up a whole bunch quicker. It is doing, and that's giving us a whole bunch of experience, and hopefully that's going to push it down this pipe. I need to probably get rid of that one there and that one there, and I was hoping that would push it up here, but I guess it's not going to because it's got nowhere to go. There we go. Is it going to just pour experience out? It is. But will the deployer actually pick it up? Is it going to fix the sword? And I don't think it will. Oh, jeez, and now my blazer's fallen off again. Your blazer? Yeah, my blazer. No, it's definitely pouring experience all over the place, but it doesn't actually look like it's fixing the sword, and the sword does have mending on it, so I guess that's not going to work for us. That said, can I click on the deployer with a heap of experience and give it some experience to fix the sword? And the answer is no. In that case then, is it possible to use something like this with a spout in order to mend things on a belt? If I put in a mending sword in, no, just go straight through. What about on a depot? Lots of damage on that. Is it? There it is. It did. It mended it. So we can mend the swords using the experience we're getting using a spout. So that means we need to take swords out of there which are damaged, put them onto a depot, squirt them a bit, and then put the swords back in there that are... Oh my goodness, that's going to be a contraption. Well, I think I've created something that might just work. It's a big old mess, but here we go. We've got our deployer, which is killing the blazes. On that, it's got a filter that says it's only allowed fully mended diamond swords with the mended enchantment on it. There's also a funnel going into there with the same filter. Coming out of there, there's a filter that says that fully mended diamond swords are not allowed out. But everything else, like the experience, the blaze rods and broken ones are. They'll go across this disenchanter onto this depot. If it's to blaze rod like that, it will get put in there. But if it's a broken diamond sword, it should get fixed, and this arm should put it back in there. But for some reason, it just doesn't seem to be wanting to do that. Now, if I gave that a different type of diamond sword, no, that's not going to pop out either. Oh, how strange. So if I give it a cogwheel instead of that diamond sword, they'll come out, and the arm will put them in there. But for whatever reason, it's totally ignoring the durability of the diamond sword. And that's interesting because if we look at the filter, it says only items match if their durability, enchantments, and other attributes match as well. And that's exactly what I've done. So that diamond sword should be popping out of there, but it isn't. The filter's totally ignoring the data thing. So what's going on? And why isn't that mended now? It's unenchanted. Oh, the disenchanter's disenchanted it. Oh, geez, this isn't going to work then, is it? And now if I put that in there, it should spit out of here. No, the blaze rods are, but that's not. Okay, we'll allow a slightly broken one in there instead. Respect data, allow broken sword through there, put sword back in again, and it came out. Good, okay. I'm going to put that there, and then that's going to steal it again. No, they just totally ignore the filters. Oh, well, this was a waste of time. There's probably a way of doing it that I'm not figuring out, but I think realistically, if we've got them breaking and looting on the swords, it should last a long enough time to get us plenty of blaze rods. Which means back on the server, I need a new villager that's going to be able to give us looting. So I better go on the steel. And where I get my villagers from is not too far away. It's been a while since I've been there, but flying over these woods and looking into the distance, there is a village on the horizon. And all I've got to do is steal a villager, and there's normally a whole bunch of them in this little pen here. There are millions. Hello, who do I like the sound of? Who have we got? Hortensia, Migdalia, Lauren. No, you'll do. Come on. Oh, what have you've connected to? Oh, geez, don't connect to the barrels. You're going to be a village. You're going to be a librarian. Just wait there. Don't go anywhere. I said wait there. Down. Why have you come downstairs, you moron? That's not your workstation. And you can go in there. Excellent. And you can be a librarian, please. You shouldn't be able to connect to anything else. You've been blocked off. Right, fine. I'll go and break that workstation. Jeez, Lauren, you're annoying. There we go. Now you're a librarian. Fantastic. Flame, nothing, nothing. Fire aspect 1, punch 2, hellfire, flame, bookshelf, curse of vanishing, mending, knockback 1, sharpness 4, nothing, horns 2, power 4, nothing, loyalty 1. Hey! I need those. Thank you very much. And I'll take a couple of them. Lovely. Right, good. Now that we've got a looting villager, I'm also going to buy some unbreaking books. Let's go grab those swords. There we go. We've got 3 swords. Looting. Unbreaking, I bought stasis again instead of unbreak. Oh, I did this last time. I'm such a moron. You have that one. Get me many, many more drops. Plus, bruh, sell me the correct book this time. If I buy it, it changes to stasis. That's so weird. Don't be weird, weirdo. I just want to sell you stasis. Well, I don't want stasis, mate. Here we go. Back over at the Blaze Farm, we now have 3 looting 3, unbreaking 3 swords, and that should mean we're getting a whole bunch more blaze rods than we did before. Before I sit here and wait, though, I want to see how many we've got to start with so I can see how many we actually end up getting. And we've got 64. Well, this has been running for an hour now, and it's barely used any durability on the sword. If I take that out, we can see it's still got over 1,000 durability, and I thought that might be because it switched to another one, but there are only 3 in here, and there's still 2 left. But how many blaze rods have we got? That's what I want to find out, and they should all be making their way under the ground, across this area, all the way into our storage system. Over 1,500 in an hour. That's not bad. I'll take it. So now we've got nearly 2,300 blaze rods. That should get us quite a lot of redstone. Now back over at my snowy area, there are a couple of other ways to get redstone as well. One way is to wash crushed raw iron, which you can actually get from crushing crimsite, although you only get a 40% chance of it, and crimsite can't be produced. It's just one of those things that appears in the world, which means in order to get crushed raw iron, I'd have to go mining, and if I go mining, I might as well go mining for redstone, so it's pretty pointless. So that leaves us with potions of strength, which means we need to crush this blaze powder by using some crushing wheels. But where are we going to build this new redstone farm? Well, peeps, as you know, if you've been watching this series, over in this building here, I made a whole building just for making biodiesel, and that was to use the diesel generators add-on for Create, which turned out was a load of rubbish. And because of that, we got all of this stuff in here, completely surplus to requirements, as well as all of this stuff upstairs, which is just totally useless now. So I've got loads of space in here. I could just tear all this out and use it. That said, since updating my pack, there's a whole bunch more diesel stuff. There are huge diesel generators, which you can all connect together and create even more power. There's also crude oil, actual diesel, gasoline, turbochargers, and you can even find oil in the world and pump it out with pump jacks. But my biggest issue with the diesel generators wasn't so much the power output that they produce, although that has been doubled in this latest version. It was the fact that you couldn't change how long a bucket of biodiesel would last in them for, and well, realistically, they last 3 minutes, and to produce it's very difficult, and I just didn't think that was right, considering lava buckets are actually really easy to get hold of, and they will power a blaze burner for 1,000 seconds, which is like 16.5 minutes. So realistically for me, I think biodiesel should last in a diesel generator for the same amount of time, but you couldn't change it in the config before. However, since this update, you can now change the burn rate of the fuel in order to make it last longer, so maybe diesel generators aren't so bad after all, and in that case, I probably should leave all of this stuff in case we ever want to use it again, which means the actual area that we've got to produce our new stuff isn't quite as big as I thought, although I'm pretty sure I could squeeze it all into this area here. So let's start with crushing the blaze rods into blaze powder, and the way I would normally do that is with a little system like this. The blaze rods would be in there, they'd get crushed through these crush wheels and go into that barrel. But because we've learned that belts are no good for us, I'd kind of like to do this without using belts, and I wonder, is it possible to run these across item drains? And here we go, a little setup that's using 3 item drains instead of a belt, but will it work? Let's grab a blaze rod, stick it in there and see. No, it just went straight through. Oh man. Okay, don't worry guys, I've got a plan. What if we got a depot there and put the crushing wheels on like that? Let's take my blaze rod, stick it out of there and put it on there, and absolutely nothing happens. Oh man. And there we go, we now have a beltless crushing system. If I put the stack of blaze rods up there, they're going to come through here, they're going to get crushed, and they're going to end up in here. There we go, 58 of them already. Wow, that was fast. In which case, we should stick a whole bunch of those in there and see how we get on. Next, we need to make Orchid Potion. That needs nether wart, a blaze burner, and water. And what I'm going to do is exactly like what we did in the building over there, and that is to take the nether wart from there and deposit it in there with a mechanical arm. Oh, geez, I filled that 2 barrels of these filled up. Oh, geez. geez, hang on a minute. Use another mechanical arm to take fuel off this depot and put it in there. And connecting all that together, that should start making awkward potion, which it looks like it is. We'll then stick a smart pipe on there with an awkward potion filter, stick a pump on there and have that go into another basin, and that needs another mixer on top, and that should then filter awkward potion into there. It is doing good. Now that all of our blaze powder is finished, we can take a barrel of that and stick that on there, stick a depot in front of it with a funnel sticking out to put it on there, another mechanical arm to take that out of there and put it in there, and one more mechanical arm to take even more fuel out of there and put it in there. And this is getting a little bit in the way of my stairs now, which is not ideal. But then this is only going to be running when we actually need it to run. It's not going to be one of these farms that just runs constantly, because there's no need for it to, because I have to AFK for the blaze powder. But it would be nice to set this up in a slightly better format so that I don't have to deal with all of this mess. Speaking of mess, here's a whole bunch of mess. There we go, that looks a lot better than it did, and now we should be generating potions of strength. We are. Oh, fantastic. So now all I need to do is take that potion of strength and some cinder flour and put it on a depot with a spout, and it'll turn into redstone. And I'm sure I can find enough room in here to do that, although I kind of wish I built this the other way round now, because it's all a bit in the way. Oh geez, give me a minute. Well, that might look a little bit more of a mess, but believe me, it's a much more compact system going on for making the awkward potion and the potion of strength. If I can get around it to show you, we've got our depots there, the mechanical arms in front, all of the pipe work in front of that. We're connected it all like this, and it's all working. And where's the crushing wheels? Well, I'll stick them back in a minute once I've tidied all this up. So then we just need a smart pipe coming out of there, depot there, barrel for cinder flour, funnel onto there. That'll put the cinder flour on there. That's going to turn it into redstone, and then we just need to take it out and put it somewhere. I'm going to use a belt, but it's only a little one. Barrel on that end with cinder flour in. The cinder flour is going to come there. It's going to get squirted by that. Then the redstone can go straight into that barrel then. Nice. Said you're not going to use belts? Yeah, but sometimes it's better. One of them there, one of them there. That's that belt going in the right direction. We just need that pump powered now. Pump power, power, power. That's the pump powered. Yes, we're getting potion of strength in there. So I just need to go and grab a whole ton of cinder flour. And you need to put the crushing wheels back. Yes, and I need to put the crushing wheels back. Jeez. Okay, here we go. One barrel's worth of cinder flour there. And it's getting turned into redstone. Now, it is only one at a time. It's going to take a long time to do it, but we've effectively got a whole barrel's worth of redstone there. That's amazing. Right, now I can put those crushing wheels back in. I guess we can stick them down here a little bit out of the way in front of this window. And there we go, our little crushing setup is set back up again. Have all of those as well, mate. I don't think I need them for anything else. But you need them for something else, probably will do. So how are we doing over here? We've still got 3 barrels full of blaze powder there. We've still got nearly a barrel's full that's actually being pulled from. We've still got nearly a barrel's full of nether wart that's being pulled from. And we've got potions of strength for days. And we're already nearly 2 stacks of redstone in. So while this redstone continues to pile up, I'm going to go back to my test world and find out what else from Create is laggy. Well, what about item vaults? Well, they don't appear to be too laggy at all, really. And what about chutes? Oof, yeah, chutes are laggy too. So far we've got belts, tanks and chutes. What else? What about item drains? Yeah, they're just as bad as chutes, if not worse. Oh, geez. Andesite casing, however, is perfectly fine. Oh, geez, depots are bad too. Oh, why are depots seem to be worse than the rest? Oh my goodness. What about smart chutes? Smart chutes are bad and kind. See, they're just normal Minecraft hoppers and they're perfectly fine. Yeah, for some reason chutes, which pretty much do exactly the same thing, are awful. Hoppers instead of chutes then. Encased fans are absolutely fine. So are encased chain drives. Blaze burners are fine. What about ones with blazes in? Whoa. 43 frames per second for blaze burners with actual blazes in. Mechanical arms are bad too, even worse than the others, I'd say. Not as bad as blaze burners though. Oh my goodness, mechanical crafters are as bad as blaze burners. What? Okay, we need a new ultra bad pile here. Yeah, mechanical drills are okay. They're better than belts, but they're still kind of bad. And I can go with a not too bad pile. Mechanical saws are bad. Mechanical mixers are pretty bad as well. And they're pretty much in line with mechanical presses, also pretty bad. Mechanical bearings, pretty bad. And windmill bearings are pretty bad. Oh, Oof. Mechanical harvesters are by far the worst. Mechanical pistons, on the other hand, are not too bad at all. And mechanical plows are nowhere near as bad either. Mechanical pumps are a lot worse than pipes. And mechanical rollers are even worse than harvesters. How can that be? Jeez. And with all that gone, but just this lot over here, my frames are still nowhere near where they were. So what have we learned from all this? These things are pretty bad. Those things are slightly worse. These are even worse, and those things will just completely lag out your game. And that means that realistically, out of all of these items, there really isn't a best way to transport things around or deal with them. The conclusion is just everything in smaller quantities, I guess. So knowing what we know now about these tests, I want to do a couple more. First, I want to check storage drawers, which do seem to have quite a significant impact. Probably about the same as belts and item drapes, to be honest with you. The spruce trim is absolutely fine, so having a whole bunch of the storage drawers connected with trim isn't going to cause any problems at all. Okay, drawer controllers cause a bit of a problem. They might not affect the frames per second particularly much, but they do affect the actual ticks per second of the game. That graph on the bottom right should be scrolling through smoothly, but it's not. It's got big old spikes of lag because it's trying to process all of these controllers being connected to each other. That said though, replacing those out with drawer controller slaves is absolutely fine. So as long as you don't have loads of actual drawer controllers, you aren't going to have a problem. And just going back to those spruce drawers for a second, they are causing a bit of frames per second lag, but they're not causing any issues for the world at all. The last test then is frame blocks. I put a whole bunch of just frame block cubes there, and that's not a problem at all. And the same thing can be said for frame slopes as well. So yeah, frame blocks, really not a problem, and I thought they were. So knowing what I now know, how easy is it going to be for me to take this world, which is getting 40 frames per second roughly in this area, and get it to a reasonably smooth 60? And I think I'm going to start in this building here, which I've already rebuilt the internals of 4 times over the course of this Let's Play, but I'm going to try and take out as many of the belts and unnecessary chutes and things like that as possible, replace it all with spruce storage drawers and trim, and see if I can't help with the FPS a little bit. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Why am I doing this again? In fact, you know what? I'm not going to start with this. I'm going to go to the basement, and I'm going to start with these lag-making machines. These are my cobblestone generators. There are a whole lot of belts in here. There are a whole lot of chutes in here. There's a whole lot of everything in here. Oh, and I didn't test funnels. I should really test funnels. Okay, so a chunks worth of andesite funnels is pretty laggy, probably about the same as belts, if not slightly worse. And brass funnels are pretty much exactly the same. And apparently you can't place tunnels on top of all of the tunnels, and these ones are somehow halfway through. What? I don't know. But yeah, I'm sure tunnels will be fine. So back in the world again, I guess the first thing I should do is disconnect the power from these cobblestone generators to stop them generating cobblestone, and then just destroy absolutely everything. Okay, so here's how I'm going to do this. I've replaced all of the chutes underneath these with hoppers, and at the front 2 hoppers, I've got a couple of drawer controller slaves, which are all connected together with spruce trims all the way down there. So then all I have to do is get that out of there and send it that way, which will be a whole lot less belts. However, I could even just do that like this and bring it all the way down here with the spruce trim, saving myself even more belt. Now this is costing me an awful lot of wood because spruce trim is sticks and wood, but I've got tons of wood because I've got a wood farm, so it's all good. So now I've got that working on that side, I need to get it working on that side. So I guess there's the moment of truth. Let's turn it back on. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but it's already feeling a lot smoother to play. But let's find out what happens when I actually turn it on. Here we go. We're making cobble, and it's going into the system. The hoppers are starting to back up, which means they're not transferring the items fast enough out of there, which is fixable if I add in even more of these drawer controller slaves. And I think I've done it. All of the systems now have a full row of drawer controller slaves on. All of the hoppers are pointing into those. I've put torches down to stop the lighting updates. It feels a little bit smoother, but still a little bit framey when the cobble generates. But the good news is now none of these hoppers are backing up. They're all going through into the system, and they're all getting taken out at that end. So that's much better. And would you look at that? 147 frames per second. That's an improvement. And those little green lines at the bottom are nice and tightly at the bottom, which is good. And the reason for this isn't just because I got rid of the cobblestone generator. You'll actually see if we go over to the factory, I have completely torn out everything from each factory and completely rebuilt it using just storage drawers to interface everything. And it means I've got a whole bunch more space now that I didn't have before. In fact, it's absolutely crazy how much I can squeeze everything in just using this system. And if we hop downstairs underground, there's a lot less power lines going on. Everything's a lot more optimized down here. And all of the storage drawers that hold the items are just down here where the items get sent off to the trains. And yes, we've still got a few belts and things going on down here. That's a little bit unavoidable, really. But overall, things are running a lot smoother than they were. I'm hardly getting any lag spikes at all. Everything's nice and neat, and my factories are much easier to get around now because there's hardly anything in them. So all in all, that's a massive improvement. The only downside is the factories don't look anywhere near as interesting as they did before. There's way too much empty space, and these poor little monkeys that are driving around completely pointlessly, and that makes me a little bit sad. But I've learnt a lesson today. I've learnt a very big lesson, and that is that creating a town like this that's absolutely rammed to the hilt with create contraptions and belts and tanks and all of that sort of stuff going on is probably not the best way to play with a mod pack like this. I think having things spread out further apart and minimizing the sort of contraptions you've got in close confinement can really make a big difference to your game. And when we move away from this area, which we are doing very, very soon, I'm going to make sure that I'm a little bit smarter with how I plan everything out. Storage. I've got tons of it. I've got a bunch in here with all of these chests. I've got a whole bunch of it in this building over here, and a whole bunch more in this one. I've also got a whole bunch of it down here, which is linked to my rail network, and over at my starter area, I've got a whole bunch more. I've got a big old storage room here with a ton of stuff in it, and I still haven't connected a bunch of stuff in my power station up to the storage yet. I've got all of these things in here that are just accumulating, and it's a pain. It's an absolute pain having to keep traveling back and forth between this area here and my snowy area all the way over there. And considering I'm going to be moving away from that area very soon, I'm going to have nothing. And my plan has been for a very long time to move all of the storage from all of those places all the way back to Hill Valley over to a big old storage facility over here. But there's a bit of a problem with that. And that problem is that whilst this terrain is relatively flat, it's still also full of many slopes and many hills. And it means that having things like rail networks over here are going to be pretty tricky because it's going to be full of floating corners like this, which is very difficult to landscape under. Now, you can get away with it when it's in areas that you don't really go to, but when it's areas that are going to be right out there in the open and you're traveling past a lot, I think it's going to look pretty awful. So I've come up with a new plan. Looking at the map of the world that I've explored around this area, we can see a whole bunch of things going on. We've got our snowy area here, we've got our starter area here, and this is where I was planning on doing the storage. We've also got our tree farm area here, and if we come across here, we've got something there, which we'll get to in a little bit. But realistically, as I expand this world and I move to new areas, I'm going to need something relatively central. And if I had storage over here, as much as I've got access to the water, I'm not going to really have access to anything else. So this little area here where there's already something built would be perfect because it's slap bang in the middle of this big landmass. And that little area is all the way over the other side of these mountains. As we drop down over here, you'll see I've already connected a whole bunch of stuff, and we've got this very interesting looking building, which is soon to be demolished. And that's because it's probably one of the ugliest buildings that I've ever built in my entire life, and it's also because I've already recorded this video once, realized I wasn't happy with it, and decided to cut most of it out and start again. That said, in a second we're going to be going back to what I've already recorded, but skipping out the bit where I built this horrible thing and a few other things that I've done. And just to talk you through this, basically this was a mishmash patchwork of different build styles that I tried to put together into a chunk of line thing that was going to be a central power station, which I would run all of my power from this area. But I've decided I don't need to do that, and I don't want to do that, so it's going to go, and this is going to be part of our storage network instead, although the main storage facility is going to be over here in this big flat area there. But before we get cracking on any of that, there's one thing I want to address, and that is these filling tanks. My jetpack and my power drill both run off these tanks, and I'm forever filling them up, and this is the point where I'm going to cut back to stuff I've done earlier. So I'll see you when we get back to this bit. And currently, in order to refill all those tanks, I come over to Hill Valley. I grab my empty water tanks and I stand here and just fill them up from this pond, which takes ages. And then I grab my empty fuel tanks and I go all the way down to the bottom of my mine, which takes ages. I fly all the way down this ridiculously long tunnel, which takes ages. And I come to this area, which used to be completely full of lava, not just diamonds. It had lava all the way down there. Oh, geez, I'm getting shot. It had lava all the way over here. It had lava lava all the way through here, and there's a little bit left, and it had lava all the way down to this point here. And basically what I do is I come along, try not to stand in the lava, and just fill these tanks up like this. And you can see this is a very tedious and boring process, and you can see exactly how much lava I've actually used throughout the course of this Let's Play just on that portable drill and my jetpack. Ow. But no more, because I've got a plan. Now, despite the crazy number of create addons I've got on this mod pack, there's actually no way of filling these tanks up other than taking them and actually clicking on lava. And we've got an infinite lava source here. So my plan is to make some sort of deployer system that will take lava from this using one of these hose pulleys, so it doesn't actually take any of the lava away because it's infinite. Put it into something that this can be dipped into, and then I can just give these to a deployer over time, and they'll get filled up and come back when they're full. That's my little plan. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Now, the first thing I want to do is make a whole bunch more of these tanks. There we go, another 4 of each should do. And then I need to go all the way back to Hill Valley to get some more kelp, because I've completely run out over here. Oh good, I've got 31,000 of it. That should be plenty. That should be plenty of those for a while. And that means I can now craft up another hose pulley, which means I can get some pipe and I can make this system. That said, I've already got all of this stuff here and I don't need this nether system anymore. I could just use this. That would make more sense, wouldn't it? I'm not going to need it in the future, but what if I do? But I won't. What if I do? Oh, geez. I've already got... No, I'm going to... Just in case, I'm going to leave it. Okay, so here we got a very, very crude idea of what this could be. We've got a hose pulley pulling all of that lava from that infinite lava source, pumping it into there, and then we've just got a deployer on top. And I'm hoping if I give that deployer one of these empty fueling tanks, it's going to fill it up. Oh, wonderful. And if that works for lava, I can't see why that won't work for water either. So here we go. Yep, that's working. Nice. So now all I need is a little system to automatically put in ones that are empty and automatically take out ones that are full. Now, how could that be? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I may have a bit accidentally turned some of my infinite lava source into obsidian. And now I'm very much glad that I didn't get rid of all of this, because I'm going to need it again to refill all that hole. Okay, I think this system should work, although I've not had much luck with filters recently. The idea here is there's a filter on there that says to only allow filled ones out of that funnel. They'll go into this hopper here and into that barrel, and then we've got a couple of barrels above. So technically, if I put that empty one in there, it comes straight back out. But the filter's got a full one in it, and I got it on respect data, so that little system's not going to work then, is it? These filters suck. I wonder if I just put a full one on there. Is that still going to allow empty ones through? Yes, it is. Oh man, does it at least work with the water one? No. Oh man. Don't worry, peeps. I've got a new plan. And here it is. We're going to be able to do 5 at once of both types, and all I've got to do is bring my water tanks down here and put them on these depots, and they're just going to get sucked into those deployers. And then I can do the same things with the fueling tanks on these ones. And then once they're finished, and you can tell when they're finished because they've stopped touching the water, I can just go and grab them from these things on here, which is a little bit more manual, but it'll do. Only problem with this is it seems this lava isn't actually filling up all the way through, and I guess that's probably because it's taking from those other ones. But these pipes are going all the way through there, so I don't understand why it's not filling up the block. Maybe I need another pump. Okay, I've got 3 pumps on it now, but still doesn't seem to be filling up in the middle. Why not? And let's just pump that. Why does nothing ever work the way I want it to? If I put that there and that there, it will, but it won't do it if they're connected. Oh, geez. All right, well, maybe we'll just have 3 at once then. Well, even with just 3 of them going, it's still far quicker than it was doing it by hand down at the other place. So, yeah, I'm going to call that a success. Time to move on, which means it's time to grab the portable drill and then find a decent spot in this mountain range to dig a big old tunnel for this train track. And ideally, we want to be coming out roughly around about this point here where it's most flat. So if I turn around and just go straight back from this direction, it's going to be roughly where those trees are. So all I need to do is continue that terrain around here, dig a big old hole with the power drill, and then we can dig an even bigger hole with this contraption once I've modified it a bit. So I better get cracking. We've now made a huge tunnel. I need to lay down the other piece of track, and this item vault's now got a horrendous amount of stuff in it. And this tunnel's got a horrendous amount of stuff in it as well, so I think some torches might be a good idea, and possibly a way to deal with this water. May have a bit made it wet, mate. And there we go. We've now got 2 lines of track that go all the way down this thing, as well as a whole bunch of torches. Then it comes all the way round here and all the way back here. Okay, now that that's all in and smoothed out a little bit, I've got a bit of a problem with this track. You see, my tracks are laid out so that there's 2 of them. One goes that way and one goes that way, and the one on the left goes in that direction. So the diesel engine will be able to come down here and get to that station, but the only way he can get out of there would be to go up that way, which takes him on the track that goes in the same direction as which he was going originally, which means he can never get back to where he was going. So I either need to make a big old turning circle over here so the trains can actually turn round, because that little mess down there is temporary and I want to get rid of it, or alternatively, what I could do is make this entire village a turning circle by bringing these tracks down through these trees here, through this forest, and linking it up where it goes down to Hill Valley over there, which means it could go whichever way it needed to go. But that now means I've got to get that track all the way over there through the... Oh, geez. Why do I do this? I think I'm going to need more track. Big swoop. Go. What a lovely swoop you've got there, mate. I know, beautiful, isn't it? And we want that like that. How does that look? They do go together. That's good. I can't see them through the trees, but it doesn't look like they're overlapping. So yes, that works. So the next thing I'm going to need to do is get this destroyer back out, put it back on the track facing in the opposite direction, and then realize I've done the entire thing off center. Oh, oops. Let's just fix this all up a little bit. There we go. Ow. Oh, ow. Stop it. We should be good to go. Well, that's that little bit of path clear. Now it's time to go all the way through these woods and down to the other side. But before I do that, I'm going to need a whole bunch more tracks, so I'm going to head back to Hill Valley and make some more. And now that I got a whole bunch of track, it's time to go and get it laid. Yeah, lay it. No, don't even say it. Maximize turn, put it in. Most of it's gone through the ground, which is not ideal. But will my little choo-choo train be able to demolish the path all the way there? Demolish? Demolish. You said demolish. Shut up. Let's go. There we go. We now have a full track system. I've even put some signals down as well to stop things crashing, and now that goes the whole way round the area, which means our trains are never going to get stuck and they can go round and round whichever direction they want, which is fantastic. Okay, and that brings us back to this point of the video where it's time to demolish this building. And I think I've pretty much got everything set, but I need one more thing. And the last thing I need is more fuel again, because my backpack tanks have completely run out again. So we just need to head back down to the basement area then and grab some more of these tanks. I need a better way into this basement area. This just isn't great at all. Okay, I've got a couple of fresh tanks on me now, so I've got plenty to get going on with, and I guess I should probably head back over to that area. Hang on a minute. Excuse me, Mr. Beardstone?
Oh, dang it. Hey.
I wasn't expecting you.
No, I was just, you invited me to your ski village, remember?
Yeah, I did, but I didn't expect you to... How did you get here?
Oh, it's best we don't go into that. It's all very complicated.
Right. I noticed you carrying a spyglass.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Oh, but
No,
must probably a glitch.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, I'm definitely not over here stealing your ideas or anything.
Oh, well, that's good then. Well, to be honest with you, I could probably come back to your place and get some more ideas as well. You see, I've just built the most lovely... Actually, it's really nice. The best thing I ever built. You can come and help me open it today if you want.
Oh, yeah, that sounds amazing. I'd love to. I'd love to. I do have a couple of things I need to look at around here.
I could give you a tour. Not a problem.
Okay, yeah, if you could do a particular focus on your delivery vehicles, that'd be marvellous.
Okay, well, we've just happened to have one's just reversed in here. I'll just stop the driver disappearing and get an object. No, we'll just have to follow him, Mr. Beardstone.
Look at that. See, this is what I wanted to see, Foxy. I'm so sick of building trains.
Yeah, it's quite frustrating building trains all the time. These, I have to say, even if you have to do the rail underground, these vehicles are much better.
Wow, he's pretty good.
He's done it a few
times. At reversing.
Yeah, he's done it a few times, and he's going to go over here into the car park. You see. What he'll do now is he's going to grab some items from the train station through a little hole that I forgot to cover up. Don't look at that hole. What hole?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's it.
This is awesome. This is awesome because basically I've built an area. It's got lots and lots of trains in it already, and now I'm adding more buildings. I don't want to just have a bajillion trains going around on top of the.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, I was considering maybe doing like some sort of like 50s vehicles, delivery trucks, and things like that.
Nice.
And well, I figured what better place to get inspiration than to come see the guy who's already done it.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want some more inspiration, I haven't got any more vans or trucks, but I've got a couple of forklifts and a dumper truck running about over here. Unfortunately, they don't actually do anything anymore other than run around because I had to totally rip out all of the internals of my factories because I was getting a bit of lag.
I mean, the fact that they're being driven by monkeys is mildly terrifying, but apart from that, is awesome. I mean, this is exactly the kind of thing I was after, really. Yeah, something that's not a train.
Speaking of things that are not a train, would you like to have a race, Mr. Beardstone?
What? Of course I'd love to have a race.
Follow me. I just happen to have, just on the off chance that someone might turn up to my world, I've built a new vehicle and I'm desperate to race it, you see.
Curious. It's not going to, like, make you teleport into my world again, is it?
I hope not. I really hope not. No. So, in this episode, what I've done is I've actually completely linked all of these tracks that go around the entire snowy area now.
Oh, you got a big old loop-de-loop.
Yeah, it's like a big racetrack. And I've got the DeLorean, obviously, which is lovely. And did you know, Mr. Beardstone, that DeLoreans in real life were made with stainless steel?
I did not, no.
Yeah, they were very, very heavy, and as a result, didn't go very fast. And then this chap, I can't remember his name, but he invented a new car, a very modern one made of stainless steel. And it's
okay.
He called it a Cybertruck.
Oh God, yeah, the Cybertruck, yeah.
So I want to see, of these two stainless steel vehicles, which one's the fastest?
Okay.
So have you got a preference which one you prefer to drive?
I mean, the DeLorean, obviously.
Fair enough. You take the DeLorean, then I'll go with the Cybertruck. If we just pop them on the tracks here. Right.
Okay.
I have to go in through the window. You can go in through the roof.
Yep, I'm in.
Right.
I'm in.
And then I guess we should do mark, set, go. 3 laps, I think, maybe.
3 laps.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay.
I can do this. Wait a sec. Are we gonna come across other trains while we're doing this?
Possibly one, but I may have modified the track slightly to allow us to potentially go round them. Right. On your marks, go. Come on, Cybertruck, you got this. Right. So you're always pretty much turning left. Wow,
okay, I feel like I'm going super fast.
Yes, well, these are cars, not trains, Mr. Beardstone. What cars do, they go very fast.
Hey, I see.
Yeah. And they've got fuel in, and I may have modified this lesson slightly, but there we are, I'm on lap 2 already. Oh, you're right behind me. Oh, gee, watch out for that train. Oh. You didn't go round it, Mr. Beardstone.
I'm in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, dear. Did you die?
This is the worst. Yes, I died.
Well, I guess
I just crashed a DeLorean into a train. I guess you win the race.
I guess I won. Yeah. Oh, marvellous. Excellent. Good. Well, there we go. Cybertruck faster than the DeLorean. Who would have thought it? A modern electric vehicle faster than a very old not electric vehicle.
Okay, well, I'm about 1,000 blocks away, so I'll see you in a moment. And when I get there, I will probably be starving.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Well, when you get here, I've got a job for you, that grand opening. So yeah.
Oh, that sounds fantastic.
I'll go get prepared. Oh dear, grave of Mr. Beardstone. I've got your things here, Mr. Beardstone.
Thank you. I have an obituary.
Yes. Yeah, that's what happens when you die, you see. But, thank you for taking part in that race. But now it's time to make a very long journey through this tunnel and go and do a grand opening of this new building that I've built that I'm very proud of. Honestly, I think it's the best building I've ever built.
Yeah, I know you, Foxy.
Yes.
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, of course it is. Why would it be wrong?
You're hard to trust sometimes, Foxy. I think it's your tone.
No, not me. Very trustworthy fellow, my mum said.
See, look, it's saying things like trustworthy people don't need to say I'm a trustworthy person.
So here it is. The what was going to be a power station, which is now surplus to requirements. I mean, I love it.
What?
It's a grand opening. I can't wait for it to be open by Mr. Beardstone himself. I'm so excited.
I get to open it.
Yes, but there's a button there and when you press it, something really special will happen with this building and it will be open for the public to come and see.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, 100%.
Okay, honest. You've literally put honest, mate,
yes,
on it.
Grand opening, honest, mate. Because I'm a very honest fellow, you see.
Right then, let's open it.
Whatever you do, don't blow it up.
Why would you say something like that?
What did I just say?
I kind of feel like you set me up there.
Didn't really
there was 1 or 2 suspicious things involved in this. Why would you build a building with TNT in it? Is my first question.
Just press the button again, Mr. Beardstone.
Just press the button again?
Yeah.
Is this to make sure it's definitely open?
Yeah. Did you press it?
Yeah. Do you want me to press it again?
Yeah. No, half of my, someone's put TNT in here and half of it hasn't gone off. That's weird.
Very strange,
Yeah.
Foxy, very strange.
Maybe,
Yeah.
maybe I've had another visitor that I wasn't expecting. Oh, all of my hard work and effort on my beautiful building. It's sadly it's fixable, but I don't want it, Mr. Beardstone. Being totally honest with you, because I'm a very honest sort of fellow, I don't like it.
Really? I didn't get that impression whatsoever.
It's probably the ugliest building I've ever built in my entire life, if I'm being honest with you. So, yeah, it needs to go.
Yeah, you might. I mean, I really like the chimney.
Yeah, chimney's nice.
Yeah, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it might be all of the New Year festivities that took over my brain while I was doing that one. But, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, fair enough. Glad I could help.
So,
thanks for killing me in a road race.
You're welcome. Anytime.
But yeah, well, anyway, I think I've got all I need. Stolen all. I've been inspired. Yep.
100%.
To basically do exactly the same thing.
Yeah.
Thanks.
How are you getting home? That's a point. How did you get here?
Well, so what happened was, I'll figure it out. It's fine. Look, it's best not to ask questions, okay? I don't have a DeLorean like you do. I had to find different methods of getting here.
Right.
And I'll have different methods of leaving as well. There you go. Look, you can keep that.
Oh, thank you. I'll put that on my wall. Where'd he go? Huh. Doesn't look like Mr. Beardstone at all. Well, that didn't exactly go to plan, so I guess I'm going to demolish it myself. Here we go. We'll have all of my mechanical pistons ready. This is probably going to take a couple of sweeps, but all I need to do now is just wind this handle, and hopefully off it'll start going. And there we go, a nice big blank canvas for us to build it all over again. Hooray! Jeez. Well, this isn't 100% done, but this'll have to do for today because, as usual, I've run out of time. As you can see, I brought my little freight locomotive here to figure out exactly where the platform's going to be, and the idea here is the freight locomotive is going to unload its items and they're going to get stored in this storage building, ready to be transported to a storage building. Yeah, this is like an intermediary process. It's more like a shipping logistics service. As you can see, we've got a nice little office building at the front with lots and lots of these amazing lights. We've got some big windows, and we've even took the time to decorate a little reception area with a nice sofa, some pictures, some plants, some shelves, an entranceway. And if we go through into the hallway, we've got some lockers, some backpacks, got a little sink to wash your hands, and we've got some offices with nothing in them because I've run out of time. But don't worry about that. That's absolutely fine. If we then go through this door, we get into the big storage warehouse, which has got all sorts of things going on here. None of it actually does anything. It's all for show, but this is basically racking with big old crates on there, and there's a lot of that. We've got a couple of containers here, and they are actually vaults. You can store items in those, but I don't know whether we're going to yet. Also got a couple of little electrical panels on the wall, another faucet because you need to wash these places down sometimes, and that leads us to our loading bay where lorries will come up eventually and load all of the items to take over to the warehouse. We have got a mishmash of two different designs going on here. I tried to go for sort of a modern looking warehouse and a modern looking set of offices, but also with that sort of 70s wood vibe that we've got going on here on the outside and the inside, and I think it kind of works. And what's this I'm standing above? Well, I thought it'd be interesting to have some like little ponds underneath the little area that you walk through here, but at the moment there's no fish in there and, well, no plant life at all. It's just ready for when I have actually got time to do that. And on the roof we've got a whole bunch of different vents and things like that going on just to basically fill that space out a little bit, and that's basically it. Overall, I'm pretty happy with the design, to be honest with you, and I have tried putting different styles of lettering on the front with things like store and haul and freight or ship and things like that, but it just didn't work. I even just tried a logo on there and yeah, it just didn't look right. I kind of like the plain simplicity of this building, to be honest with you. And with all that in place, it means next time we can really get cracking extending this little tarmac area to have some lorries going up and down. We can extend the platform and get that sorted out. We can get the items offloaded from this train and actually into here somewhere, and then a system to get them back out of here into the lorries, or trucks if you're from America. In the last video, I built this storage facility, and the idea here is this is an intermediary storage that this train can drop off items to, and then they'll get transported from this warehouse over here into a big storage area over there, which I haven't built yet. But I've kind of run out of a few things. This mesh fence costs quite a lot of industrial iron sheet and string, and I had a reasonable amount of string, but then I accidentally made way too many of these mesh fences, and now I've got no string left. The other thing I need are these shipping containers, but the problem is they require dye, and I haven't really got many dyes. Back over at my snowy area, I've got a handful of different dyes here, but I could really do with a farm to make more, and obviously a string farm as well. And a string farm shouldn't be too much of a problem, because if I go all the way back to my original starter area, once upon a time I went looking for spawners, and I just happened to find a spider spawner which has been sat here doing absolutely nothing. So I'm going to pick it up using the carry-on mod, take it somewhere and build a string farm. I just don't know where I'm going to build it. Now, it would make sense to build it somewhere over at my snowy area, because I'm not 100% finished with this area yet, mainly because most of the interiors of these buildings still need doing. So perhaps the internals of one of these buildings is the best place I could build this. The problem is they're all very... Oh, redstone, mini redstone, thank you very much. Anyway, as I was saying, the problem is these are all pretty much full of stuff. Now, this little biodiesel factory I've got going on here in this building is technically surplus to requirements, because as much as I plan on using biodiesel in the future, even though this thing's absolutely ginormous, it's very slow to produce what I need it to produce. So I'm going to have to do it in a much bigger bulk setting somewhere else. So I think if I rip all of this out between this area here, the area upstairs above it, and the area downstairs below it, I think that'll be plenty of room to be building a spider farm, and probably a dye farm as well. So I suppose I better get to ripping all of this out, which makes me a little bit sad, but, you know, we must progress. Oh geez, my tomatoes are going everywhere. We've got tomatoes all over the place, mate. Oh no, what have I done? Oh jeez, I've got biodiesel and ethanol everywhere. Oh, it's a disaster. And there we go. We've got a whole bunch more space now, ready to build a spider spawner. But before I do that, I've got something else I need to do. See, you guys in your comments are actually really useful. And I'm hoping because of a lot of the comments I got in the last video, I can get this machine, which is designed to fill up my jetpack fuel tanks, is going to be a lot more automated. You see, I've been trying to use these filters to determine whether or not these fuel tanks are actually full or empty. And it turns out that I'm not supposed to use a list filter, even though there's a respect data thing on there that says that it will match durability and other attributes as well. But apparently, I'm supposed to use these attribute filters, and that's just wool and nuggets. So let's make a handful of these things and see if I can't fix this system. Cannot stack. What does that mean? Oh, I can... Oh, I changed the stuff here. Neither of those are what I want. I want how full it is. Can I, if I put that one in there instead, the full one, can I? No. No. Yeah, this doesn't look like it's what I need. Now, if I was to put, let's say, my axe in there, you can see there's a whole bunch of different attributes, like is damaged. But for these fueling tanks, they just don't have what I need. So unfortunately, peeps, this attribute filter system's not going to work. I just wasted all my money on them. Oh, jeez. Anyway, that's enough of faffing about with things that don't work. Let's go build a spider spawner. I don't know if there's going to be enough room in here to do this. I think I might need to make this one underground. So let's build it down here in the basement instead. With a bunch of chain drive across here like that, and one just there, that should be everything connected to power. So that should mean if I cover those up, this thing should now work, and we shouldn't get any climbing up the walls, because they should die before they can, yes, get a chance to. And then we can really minimize the chance of that happening by adding in a speed controller and putting those saws on as fast as it'll go, which apparently is over... Really? That's overstrict? No, well, there is a lot of saws there, I guess. Well, right, it turns out I can't get it actually any faster than it already is, which means our power station must be pretty much at capacity. What's not a problem, however, is we've already got 15 string, but that's not very much. And also, it would be really nice if this little system got a spider eyes. And the only way I can really do that is to do what we did over at the blaze spawner and use a looting sword on a deployer. And that's easy enough for blazes because we can route their paths with lava and water and things like that to get them where we want them to go. It's not, however, quite so easy with spiders because spiders like to climb up walls. However, I would like to do a little bit of creative testing. So over in my test world, as we know, spiders like to climb walls, and I don't know whether something like this would work. Now, this is a whole bunch of encased fans, which will use a crazy amount of SU, but in theory, it should stop spiders crawling up the walls, and it should push them towards this deployer, which if I switch this over, is going to use a diamond sword in order to get the drops for us. Now, the problem is, when I did my little animal farm, the fans didn't affect anything that was pathfinding in the opposite direction, so I'm a little bit concerned that this is not only going to use a ridiculous amount of power, it's also probably not going to work. But there's only one way to find out, so let's do this. Can they crawl up the walls? We could actually have belts running down the walls, something a little bit like that, pushing the spiders down and then belts across the bottom. The only problem with that is, in a recent video, I looked at all the things that were most laggy in the game, and encased fans weren't particularly laggy, whereas belts were very laggy. And there you go, you see, those spiders are fighting against those fans, but eventually they make it. And if that's the case, I can probably reduce the number of fans in here drastically to save us a little bit of power. Joining back into the server, it looks like all of my things have stopped running, which can only mean we've totally run out of power. Now, I could go around and turn things off one by one at a time. The other thing I can do is make my way back down into the basement and build a secondary power station down here. But what I can do now is use straws. In what the monkeys is that machine? What's a rolling mill? And that way I don't need to use a mechanical arm to feed the blaze burners. I can just feed it in directly with pumps. Not that I can plug it into anything. Oh, my power, is my power back on? Huh, these are running and now all those are running again. What? Okay, well, we still need more power. All right, where am I going to plug this rolling mill in? There. Oh, now I've run out of power again. And for now, let's just disconnect our new system. There we go. Okay, rolling mill, how do you work? I guess I'm going to need bamboo. I've got one bamboo. I must have more bamboo than that. Jeez, okay, fine. Make more bamboo, mate. And I guess I just throw it on this rolling machine. I do. Just chuck it on. There we go. 20 straws. Everyone can have a straw. There you go. That makes you all look kind of... You've got little hats on. Oh, amazing. Don't know if I've got enough room here. Okay, in that case, I'm going to have to go a bit further down before we start going up. Okay, pipes for all of these guys. Hose pulley all the way down in the lava. Let's have an infinite water source on this side. And I think we should probably have a couple of pumps going in here just to make sure we got plenty of water. And there we go. We now have a level 9 boiler. It's only just there on heat, but this should be self-sufficient now because I've added a bunch of water wheels here to basically pump in the water and pump in the lava. And now we're generating another 147,000 SU, which is half the amount of my whole power station. So the way I'm going to do this then is to basically leave my power station connected to that half of the factory area, which is all of this stuff over here. And then our spider spawner and all of this other factory things are all going to be powered by our new system. And that means this power station has still got over 116,000 SU left, and the other one now has 60,000 left. So that's good. Excellent. Which means I can get back to this spider farm. And there we go. We now have all of the systems in place. All of the fans are blowing in the right directions. And the good thing is, if I put tinted glass above, you don't get any of the particle effects, which is good for frames per second. And now currently, that deployer is just going to punch all of the spiders to death. So we need to get it a sword. And you guys in the comments told me that if I put a mending sword in, the deployer will mend itself. And the sword I've got here is my best sword, and I don't think it's true, but I'm going to try it. It's fully mended at this moment in time. If I pop a barrel on there and throw that sword in it, that should go into the deployer, and we can keep our eye on it for a little while and see whether or not it loses its durability. But it's definitely working, and we're getting all sorts of things up here, which is fantastic, and we're getting a whole bunch more spring than we did before. And while there is a little bit of light leaking in there, I don't think it's enough to affect the spawner, so that's good. Why has it suddenly gone dark? Well, you see, a lot of the time when I'm recording, I'm using this brightness mod so that it doesn't look awful for you guys on YouTube, but it can be a little bit of a problem when I need to see what the light levels are like. I'm coming underneath to check on the sword. It's not fully mended anymore. It has taken some damage. I don't think I want to leave it with my amazing sword. You can make a super enchanting system and have the... I know, I'm going to be doing it soon. And now that we've got the spider farm in place, we're going to need to build a flower farm. Unfortunately for me, we're in a meadow biome, so we should get a good range of flowers. That said, we're going to need a lot of bone meal to grow them, and this isn't providing us any bone meal because it's a spider farm. However, back over at Hill Valley, once again, we have my slime generating farm, and that runs off skeleton spawners. And there's only one spawner in there, and that generates more bone meal skill than I can keep up with. And that's just using swords, not even a looting sword. And I don't really want to pump a load of that bone meal all the way over to the other area just so that we can pinch a bit of it for a flower farm, because we're going to need a lot. That means I could really do with another skeleton spawner. And it just so happens that when I was checking out this area for our new storage system, using a little bit of cheaty free cam, I may have happened to have come across a bunch of spawners down here. This one's spiders, and this one's skeletons. There's another one down here, which is zombies. And rotten flesh is pretty useful in Create, so I think I can double up our spider spawner as well as turning it into a bone and a rotten flesh farm. And with the magic of waypoints, I can now see them all underground, which is very handy. All I've got to do is dig. Okay, so that's our spider one sorted. Just put that there for a second, and let's go get the skeleton one. There we go. Wait a minute, there's another spider one. I'm going to be string rich. Oh, it's in the deep dark. Oh, I've come to... This is spider as well. I've come to the wrong one. Oh, geez. So now I've got 3 more spider ones. Yeah, here we go. Hey, zombie friend. Well, that's a lot of spawners to squeeze into that little area there. I don't think I'm going to fit them all in. It's not big enough, but I get as many as I can in. And that just leaves room for probably one more, which is going to be skeletons, which can go there, and they should be able to get past there, yes, but we're not going to have room for zombies. So I guess we can save zombies for another time. But here we go. It's working. It'd be nice if the skeletons got pushed by the fans, but they don't seem to be. Now, another thing we're going to need to filter out of here is going to be bows and armor, because that's going to clog up the system. And that should be easy enough. I need a flint and steel, another list filter, and another brass funnel. Put that on there, turn that the right way round, and now that's going to dump everything that we don't want. We just need to get those skeletons pushed across a bit quicker. See, they're trying to shoot the deployer, which means they're backing off from it, and they're backing off against the power of the fan. But I should be able to deal with that with a couple of belts. And there we go, with those belts at the front there, that should move all of those skeletons to the front, into the sword. I think I might need some more deployers in here, because those guys are not going anywhere, despite the fans and despite the belts. Put those all into attack mode, and they don't need swords, because they'll still hurt the entities if they just happen to get stuck there just by punching them. Okay, I think I fixed it. I also think we've got way too many mobs in there, because I broke it, but it's fine now, it should catch up. Well, I've been AFK here for a little while, and I've also made a couple of changes, which is now turning all of our bones, which we've got loads of, into bone meal just via this little contraption here. As you can see, we've already got over 15,000 string, a whole bunch of XP, and a whole bunch of other stuff, and I've even had to put an overflow here for all the other junk that we get through that I can't filter out because the filter's full. But this thing's running really, really well, and that means we've now got enough bone meal to make this flower farm. And over in this creative test world, this is the area we've got to play with inside of this meadow, which is, believe it or not, where my ski resort used to be. This is what it used to look like. So I'm thinking something like this might work. We've got a little harvester system, we've got a storage interface going into what will be our storage drawers, we've got a little redstone clock here, and when I activate that, that sends power through a redstone link, which connects to all of these dispensers under here, which are being fed bone meal from this chest here. And as you can see, that works pretty well. The only downside here is we're mainly getting yellow and purple flowers. And as a result, that's not giving us many dye types. Magenta and yellow and light grey. So this might not be the most ideal place for this farm to be. So we could look at other areas of the world in this area where there's a lot more different types of flowers altogether. Or even over where our new storage building's going to be. There's a whole bunch of flower types around here, but we'd need something pretty massive to harvest all of these. Now this area here, we've got a whole bunch of different things going on. We've got all of these blue and white ones. So we could automate a few different smaller ones to get all of those different types. But back on the world, there are other ways of getting dyes as well. We're already getting a whole bunch of brown dye from crushing our cocoa beans. We've got a bunch of beetroot that we can get red dye from. And if we crush bone meal, we can get light grey dye. We can crush charcoal to get black dye and grey dye. And we can even crush carrots and cloveberries to get orange dye. And we got a whole bunch of carrots. But the green dyes, well, we're already producing those here from our sea pickle farm, so that's not going to be an issue. We got a whole bunch of green and light green dye, which really only leaves us with the blues. And you can get cyan dye from crushing nether stuff, and blue dye from crushing lapis. And I've got a bunch of lapis, so realistically we can probably make most of the dyes we need already. So I've gone round grabbing a few of these travelers backpacks, which I get from my farms, and I've gone around filling a few of them with the dyes that we need, or at least things to turn into dye. We've got dandelions, carrots, a whole bunch of lapis, we've got the green dyes, we've got charcoal to turn into black dye, that needs filling up with bone meal, we've got brown dye and cocoa beans, and we've got our beetroot. But then I heard an explosion, and I know what it is. This is isn't the first time it's happened, but over at my little spawner farm, there has been a blast. And I don't know how or why, but something ends up exploding, and I think it might be one of these backpack things that we get. The bad news is it means we've lost both of my diamond swords, and none of it's come through here. But I guess I needed to come back to Hill Valley to crush a few of these dies anyway, so I might as well make a couple more swords. Now I just need to crush a whole bunch of stuff. I get a lot more dye than I was expecting. I've got a whole chest full of dyes here that don't fit into these backpacks. We've got all of the greens and the yellows. We've got all of the blues. We've got the reds, the orange, the pink, the magenta, the purple, the white dye, all of the brown, and the black, the grey, and the light grey dye as well. That's every single type of dye just from crushing what I crushed and mixing a few things together. What are you making a dye farm? Yeah, I don't need pot, mate. And with these brand new swords back in this system, that should be all good to go now. No more exploding. I've just come back and there's zombies in there. So I guess because it's dark down there, things could just spawn inside there. So that's probably how we got a creeper. So I need to make the bottom full of non-spawnable blocks. Otherwise, yeah, that's going to be a big problem. I'll put tinted glass at the bottom. They shouldn't be able to spawn on that. And coming back to backpacks, it's about time I made another one of these big backpacks because I've got all sorts of stuff in all sorts of places that just don't fit in my normal 2 backpacks. They're currently absolutely full to the brim with most of the usual create stuff and building blocks, but since I added all of these new create add-ons, there's just not room. So I need a new one. Well, so much for this being useful for carrying all sorts of the new modded stuff because I've absolutely filled it full of other things, like all of the different colours of walls and dyes and useful things, a few of the create things that didn't fit in my other backpack, a whole bunch of useful tables, and all of my storage drawer stuff, which is really handy, but it still means that I've got chest upon chest of stuff that just doesn't go anywhere that I've crafted up that doesn't fit. But that's fine for now. At least I can get on with building this building and getting everything the way I want it, starting with these containers. And just a few little bits dotted around like this makes all the difference. Right, next, ponds. Yeah, fishy, fishy, fishy. Okay, flying fish, let's grab a few of these. Ow, ow, ow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can I put seagrass on here? I can, so that's good. There we go. We got all of our little fishes in there and a whole bunch more of them in there, and that looks better than it did. It's just not great, is it? It's fine. Next, I need to go inside and deal with these offices because these are no good. Totally empty. They need desks and things. I've got a problem. No, no. Oh, jeez, I just finished this room. Well, there we go. Anyway, this is a little conference room to keep things nice and simple. They've got a whiteboard on there, a box on here because it's a storage place, a bit of paper on the desk, and some plants. And in the other little office, we've got a couple of desks with mice and keyboards on and some screens. They've got a whiteboard, a clock as well, which actually tells the time, a cookie jar, and some cabinets. And I think that's probably about enough decoration for inside of here. Now what I need to do is get this train to unload its freight into here so that we can then deal with it later on. Now we've got these shipping containers here which actually act as vaults, so we could store a whole bunch of stuff in here, but I think we're going to need a bit more space than that. We're also going to need to think about how the lorries, or trucks if you're from America, are going to attach to this and how we're going to get the items out, and I don't really want it all on display. It'd be really easy just to stick a portable storage interface there and one there and have all of the items go into that, but I don't want it all to be visible. I like the look of this and I don't want it clogging up with all of this create stuff. So what I think I'm going to do is have the trucks back up to around about this point here and then have those storage interfaces in the floor, probably around about that point there, so they're hidden and they should be able to come up through the floor and connect to the truck, which means it's probably a better idea to actually just store everything underground. So having access to a little basement around here is going to be particularly useful for us, and I could probably squeeze in a little set of stairs to a basement round about here, or even just a hidden ladder would do. No one would ever know, except me. Okay, so we've got a big old area under here that we need to then get all of the items from those trains all the way over to those storage things there and be able to hold a whole bunch of stuff, so I guess I better get digging. Well, there we go. That is a big basement area with our train line over there and our exit point over here. So we've got plenty of room to play with. It's a little bit of a shame that the roof is mainly dirt, but I guess we can put up with that. Now the next thing to do is figure out exactly where I want this station to go, and I want the train to pull a little bit further forward than this because I'm considering having a fourth carriage at some point in the future. So let's grab our train, kill the fly. Why is there always a fly in my train? And pull this forward. And now hopefully, yeah, we could probably get another 2 containers on the back of this then, but I'm not sure that will fit our other yacht. Oh, Jesus. No, wait, go away. Choo, choo. Shoot. There we go. Good. Anyway, right, station. And we'll call this store and send, because that's what it's going to be. It's going to store it and then it's going to send it. And I probably should put loads of storage interfaces down here so that any old train can come here and unload, but this is probably going to be realistically the main train that's doing this sort of stuff, and for some reason its interfaces is not lined up with this block. But it's at the station. Huh, it's weird. Did I not get the engine lined up right? There we go. We're at the station. Oh, there we go. That kind of works. A bit weird. I don't understand why it's off half a block, but there we go. And that means we need to get items out of both of those things and store them somewhere. And I guess the easiest place to store them is just going to be in a big old vault. Okay, those vaults are lined up underneath our chutes, and we're going to empty the items out with smart chutes rather than normal chutes, just because they will do a stack at a time rather than 16 at a time, so it'll unload a whole bunch quicker. The train is now empty of items. Oh, this one's got a bit left. There we go. And then there's room here for another couple of these in case we need another freight container in the future. Now, of course, instead of using belts and stuff to send all of the items down there, I'm going to use storage drawers and controllers because it's a whole bunch less laggy. Then I'm kind of hoping I can just use these as pipes and put one on the other end and just have everything filter through. But I don't know, it's not going to work like that without actually having any drawers in, which is a bit of a shame. And considering we'd need storage drawers for every single type of item that we're bringing... Oh no, we don't need them for every item we're bringing over. We only actually ever need one, because they'll be able to go into there and then come out of there. There we go, look. Now it's got red sand in it, and if I move those, the red sand's... Yeah, so that works. Oh, nice. Okay. So now all I've got to do is get it up to these things, and I'm going to do exactly the same thing, so we don't need any power here at all. And now we're sending all of the items into those interfaces. And if I put a couple of these drawers on here, then we can have multiple items coming through at once. So that's good. But in order to really test this, we're going to need this train going backwards and forwards, picking up all of its items. So I need to finish this track off, or at least lay a whole bunch more of it. Well, I'm getting a lot of digging done today, and as a result, my shovel's just about dead. But thanks to that lovely spider farm, I'm now carrying a whole bunch of nuggets of experience. And I believe if I put this shovel in my offhand and give that a munch, my shovel gets a little bit repaired each time. There we go. It's a bit rough around the edges, but we now have a big old loop and a big old space here that we can add something in the future. But for right now, I need to get this train with a schedule on it to send it back and forth to the place where it picks up the items to get it to come back here to drop them off. And thanks to my new backpack, I'm carrying a couple of schedules as well as a few leads. So all I need now is a driver. Hello, my new little chicken driver. Right, schedule then. Snowy factory station until there's no cargo in activity for 5 seconds, and then come to the store and send and basically do the same thing. Off you go, little chicken. So off we go. Right, we need to make sure that this train actually ends up linking up with this station, and also think about how's it going to turn around? It's got to go the whole way round there. How's it going to get on the other track? I haven't really thought this through. It obviously thinks it can get there, otherwise it wouldn't be going. And it's going to come... No, it's going all the way to Hill. It's going all the way to Hill Valley to turn around. Oh no, I haven't planned this track out very well at all. Now we're going to have a disaster, because this one's also going to Hill Valley. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. I may have made a boo-boo. Now, I was going to say, this isn't necessarily a major issue having this train coming down to Hill Valley, because I actually want a whole bunch of stuff bringing from Hill Valley to our new storage system as well. That said, oh geez, this is not ideal, is it? And now I gotta go as fast as I can to catch up with that other train before it gets back where it's going and goes the wrong way. Yeah, oh, here it is. Now, is it going to actually collect any item? That's the next question. So once it gets here, all of these items should start flowing through into the train. They are. Oh, that's wonderful news. That's working very well. And then once this is full, it should head back to the storage area. So I need to think of how we can get that train to be facing in the track on that direction, coming backwards and forwards from over there. Now, I could just make this track link up with that bit there and then make that go both ways, which might not be the worst thing in the world. Alternatively, we could add a T going this way so we can go onto the track that way from here, which is probably a better thing to do. Now, will it actually join onto this? I don't know if it it will. Probably not. No. Oh, geez, that's not going to work. So we can't have a T going that way unless this is totally flat, in which case all of that track's totally useless. But it does need... Oh, it really does need to be able to go that way. Here we go again. Well, there's a little bit more of a mess going on here, but I think we've fixed it now. The train can now go in all the different directions from here. It can also go up and down this hill if it needs to. So our storage one has got a much more direct route now. So I should be able to give him his schedule back and all should be okay. Little driver, please do the right thing. So at this point, he should come along here and he should go down straight that way if he's got any sense. He is doing, and the signals are closing, so that's good. That all seems to be working. And then he should be able to go straight to the station from there. Oh, good. It's working. And a little while later, I have fixed everything, included adding another container to this train. And these are now actually using shipping containers so they can hold a whole bunch more stuff. And underneath the floor, I've removed absolutely everything and put in another storage drawer system, which requires no power. And all it has is these item drains from these drawer controller slaves to the storage interfaces. And these storage interfaces line up with the container trucks, because if I could actually see this thing while it's going, each one of the container trucks now has 3 portable storage interfaces underneath it, so that even if it's slightly offset, it's going to connect. Now, in order to get all of these to fill up nicely, I've added in these item drains to move all of the items down from the 4th one all the way down to the 1st one, so we'll fill up here first. I've also added on these display links for each one, so that if we go all the way over here and we pop up through this temporary hole in the floor, we've got a display board that shows us how full each one is. But I kind of don't want them all to fill into this one, so let's throw another quick item vault down here. And then we can drain all of these items into that one and then have all of these storage controllers just coming from this one. So with a few more item drains, we're now sending everything from all of those with no power at all through to this big old storage vault, which then goes into our drawer controller system to be fed out into the trucks that are going to pick it up later on. And now we can see from our display board that we've got container levels 1, 2, 3, and 4 that are pretty much empty, or at least they will be once they've transferred all the items. And M stands for main. That's our main one, which is feeding our storage system. So with that all in place now and all of our stuff upstairs decorated, I can consider this little building done, which is good because I've got all the things to do. Starting with fixing this train track so it actually matches the rest of the stuff, and then I've got to head back to the snow area to do some stuff there too. And there we go, with a little bit of gravel and some lanterns at the station, I declare this little building complete. Apart from the fact that we don't have anywhere for the lorries to go, this grass bit's not done, and we've got a whole bunch of junk over there. But other than that, this little area is complete. Apart from that bit down there and that bit round there and all of those bits around there, but apart from all those bits, this area is complete. However, this tunnel leaves a lot to be desired, and so does this one over at the snowy area, and so does this one which leads down to Hill Valley, although this is slightly more complete than the other ones, it just hasn't got an entrance. And they're not the only things in phase 2 that are not complete. We're still missing a whole bunch of shop fronts. We've got nothing in here, nothing in here, nothing in here, and nothing in any of these ones. And not only that, this train track down here that leads into this end of the tunnel is all still floating over the edge, and the cliff needs doing, and so does all of this terraforming down here. And that's a lot to do, considering this is supposed to be my final episode of phase 2. How am I going to get all of that done and get the video out tomorrow? I've also still got to link up all the storage from all of these buildings over to the train station so it can get collected and go to the new area. So I think I'm probably going to spend most of the day tomorrow just twiddling about, finishing things off here and there and seeing what I can do. If I don't get it all done, then I don't get it all done. Well, progress is slowly being made. I have designed a few of the shop fronts now in this hotel, not for the want of issues though, but we'll get into that in a minute. Before we just had the food shop, but now all of the shop fronts in the town are done, starting with the Sweet Tooth Candy Store, which has just basically got a whole bunch of candy goods around, a bunch of chopping boards and cookie jars with things like that in. We've got some cookie jars with some liquids in, mainly chocolates, and we've got this little area at the front here with some items on display, a little glass cabinet, a seat ready for a shopkeeper, and that's about it really. Big old candy cane blocks. I've had to craft up a whole bunch of stuff, and I think that's probably why I avoid doing interiors, because it's just a ridiculous amount of just crafting little bits, 1 or 2 items here and there, but lots of them, and that takes a long time. And once I finished the Sweet Tooth shop, I went on to one that sells fancy ski stuff, or fancy ski gear as the shop's called, and this one sells fancy ski boots. It also sells fancy ski jackets, fancy ski pants, and it's even got fancy ski hats using the supplementaries mod with the little hat stands, as well as some pedestals to show off some more hats. Everything in here is very expensive, as the sign says. And whilst that one is ridiculously expensive, this one is only reasonably overpriced. This is the best second-hand store in town, and it basically sells second-hand stuff. It might be old junk, but it could be your old junk. And it's reasonably overpriced second-hand rubbish. And there really isn't much to say in here, because it's, well, there's not much going on. Back out and back down the street and across the road there, we've got some very interesting little shops going on. We've got the disappointing diesel stuff, in reference to the fact that the diesel generators episode was pretty disappointing, and this sells diesel engines, and modular diesel engines, and all sorts of diesel engine things. I've also added faucets onto the tanks with the basins, so we can actually get the liquids out of there and put it into the basins. And there's another little shop front here with a seat on it, and you can walk straight through this shop into this shop, but we're going to come in from outside. This, of course, is Gloria's Lovely Buns, and this is the shop where you can buy buns. See, there's a big menu on the side with buns written on it, and there's also buns on these chopping boards. There's a little cooking station with more buns on the walls, and there's even a little seating area so you can sit down with your lovely buns, which is lovely. And last but not least, the next shop is my particular favourite, and this is Ebony's Emporium of Exotic Creatures and Whatnot. And if we go in here, this is where our spawner farm is, and I basically gone around with these supplementaries cages, collecting all sorts of small animals. And we've decorated this shop so it's like a little bit of a mystery type place, and we've got a rare baby white dragon in here, which is nice to catch. We've also got some more baby dragons here. They're just crows, but shh, baby dragons, honest mate. Over here we've got a fly, which is evil incarnate and do not feed, and we've also got some crocodile food, which is basically a lamb, a piglet, and a raccoon. Over at the back of the shop we've got a monkey sitting on a seat, and there's also room for a shopkeeper to sit behind there as well. And behind here we have some obscure parrots, which are basically baby chickens and hummingbirds. We've got some wasps from lands far away, which are bees, and I actually caught that one while it was angry, and it stayed angry. I've also put the zombie spawner in here, which I've called the companion cube, because of course if you put it down you get a whole bunch of companions spawning from it. And then we've got the very small gorillas, which are a bunch of monkeys, and we've got a rare white woolly gorilla that goes bar, which is a lamb. And then finally we got some more raccoons, which are thieving dumpster raiders. And I particularly like this shop. I really like the design of it. I like the eeriness, and I can't wait to get some sort of shopkeeper in here. I'd really like a witch, but I think that could be dangerous. The only thing I don't like is the fact that these vines keep growing, and because these are from the chipped mod, you can stop the glow vines from growing, but you can't stop the other ones from growing, which is a little bit irritating. Anyway, I mentioned problems. What problems have I had? Since updating to the latest version of Create, I've had a whole bunch of problems over the last few episodes. I just haven't really been going on about it. The first problem was that a whole bunch of my gearboxes started going the other way when I updated, which meant a whole bunch of my belts started running backwards, and that meant I lost a whole bunch of items, particularly over here where I store all of my wood. You see, the wood from my wood farm comes in here, and this was all going in reverse, which meant I lost absolutely everything from about this section of storage drawers. It all just got flung on the floor below me off the end of the belt and got sucked out of the storage system, and that was a bit of a disaster. So I brought Chuck online to AFK over at my wood farm to ensure the trees would grow, and I left him AFK all night. And when I came back in the morning, all of this area was just covered in logs because none of it had gone into the storage system. And the reason for that is that, again, since I've updated, half of these storage interfaces just keep stopping working, and then I have to reconnect them. Ow, ow. So I've had to go around this area and pretty much rip out every single portable storage interface, including the ones on the train, and put them all back in again. But even after doing that, some of them still keep breaking down. This train, for instance, when it comes over here, doesn't always drop off its items. Sometimes it looks like it's connected, but nothing comes out the chest. And this is causing quite a few problems, not just here, but also we saw the problems earlier with them lining up with the trains, and we've had a few of these problems elsewhere as well. This train, for instance, wouldn't pick up anything at all, so I had to completely rebuild that carriage, and similarly, it wouldn't drop anything off over here as well. So all of that AFK time was pretty much just wasted with all of those items just despawning on the floor. But for the last couple of hours or so, it has been running, and we have started to accumulate a few logs in here now, but it's a little bit annoying having to keep coming through all of these buildings, checking everything and re-putting everything back together again when I'm trying very hard to get this thing done. Speaking of getting this thing done, with all of these shop fronts now done, the only building in this area that doesn't have any form of decoration is my hotel. All of the rooms in here, apart from this little enchanting room here, the main part of the downstairs area, and my workshop are all completely empty. This area up here is completely bare. All of the bedrooms are empty, and all of the area upstairs is completely empty as well. So I've got a whole bunch of work to do here. But I'm not going to do this yet, because the next thing I'm going to do is get the inside of our tunnels sorted out, because that should be relatively easy. like Mr. Beardstone. Well, that's both of the tunnels now decorated, and as you can see, I've used the ugliest blocks in the world. Believe it or not, this isn't diorite, it's cobblestone. And why have I used cobblestone for this? Well, because it took millions of blocks and lots of crafting, and it's the only thing I had in massive quantity. I've also had to craft up all of these stupid little zinc lamps, which has cost me so much glowstone and zinc, it's unreal. But at least now they look slightly better than they did. And of course, the one going over to our storage area is done as well, and I've done the outside tunnel entrances on both sides as well, so that's good. So next should probably be the hotel interior, right? No. I'm going to finally get this cliff wall sorted so it's not just such an overhanging mess. Well, that's by no means perfect, but it's a whole lot better than it was, and I've added a whole bunch of fences and lanterns down here to keep this track area a little bit better lit, and I've shaped the landscape around here to try and add a little bit more dirt and grass in and smooth it all out, and I've even filled in this corner down here. So that's another big job done. And this tunnel here that leads back to Hill Valley really does need something doing to it, but to be honest with you, this was part of the first phase, so I'm going to leave it as it is and just, you know, use that as a sign to show that I've improved over this next phase. That makes sense. Similarly, another area I'm going to totally ignore is this horrible track that comes down here that we carved out in the last episode, and the reason for that is because, well, it's out of the way, it's not something I'm ever going to be travelling down, and that's a whole bunch of work to do for something that no one's ever going to see. That said, I will get rid of these floating trees because they're no good. And you could argue, what about the people with the world download? Surely they'll see it. And that's true, because I am going to be putting a world download out as soon as I've finished tidying up this area. And that'll be going out to all of my amazing patrons at any tier for just being there and helping me out through all of my content creation over the years. I just want to say a huge thank you to anyone that's ever supported me in any way at all. So yeah, they'll be getting the world download. Amazing. Right, anyway, I better get things fixed up so it's not too shabby. Alright, okay, there's this little area here which I always intended to cover with snow, so I guess I should do that now. So there's that little job done. The next pretty nasty job is this bit here. All of this needs leveling out, so I've got all this terrain to shape and sort out. And now that corner looks a whole lot better, and so does all of this track round here with all of these fences and trees and lanterns, and so does that wall over there with that train stuck in it and all of this terrain up here. So does the area around the power station and all of these trees and all of this, and so does all of this all the way up here, including this little hill that I've terraformed. Yeah, I've been really busy. Jeez, that's took me a long time, but we've now kind of finished off all of the track around the whole of this area. I think it looks a whole lot better. The only thing is the DeLorean and the Cybertruck have gone missing. Where could they possibly be? You'll have to wait for the download and go and look for them, because I'm not telling you. So slowly but surely we're getting through all of these jobs now. There's not many left to do, although I have forgotten half the ones I said I needed to do because I didn't write them down. I've found another job to do. I completely forgot about the original tunnel I dug through this hole in the hill that I then used to fill up my composters with peat, and it's just a big old hole that needs filling up and sorting out because it's a big old mess. So I'm going to do that next. Well, that didn't take very long at all. That little hole's gone and the tunnel's all covered up, and now we've got a snow line coming down from here to here, which makes it not look quite so sharp. So that's good. And with all of these amazing changes now in place, there's one last thing that we need to do in this area, and that is to somehow get all of the items out of all of these storage systems over to the train station, get a train to pick them up and take them over to that store and send place that we built in the last, oh geez, we've got a whole bunch of, this is going to take ages. Now, I really wanted to get our van to do this for us. I wanted it to go around all of the different buildings, pick up all of the items and drop them off the train station. But the problem is it's actually picking items up from the train station and bringing them over here. And while that might not seem like a problem, it is a bit of a problem. See, it's very difficult to get these things to extract one item and put something else in. And whilst it is possible to use a funnel with a filter on a storage interface in order to tell it what items you want in or out, it don't always work, and it often gets confused to the point where the storage interface often doesn't do anything at all. But that's not going to deter me from trying. So first of all, I'm going to disguise that portable storage interface there and put it underneath some snow, just like that. And then I just need to get the items into there. Right, now before I get carried away with all of this, I actually need to rip all of this other stuff out because I need to optimize this, and I also need the power for something else. You see, we've got some power here, but I'm going to be using an encased fan to blow the items up into the train. And with a bit of jiggery pokery, we've now got that fan going at maximum speed, pushing the items up into the train. To get the items out of the train, we're now going to need a smart chute because we don't want to take the items out that we're putting in, and they need filtering for sugarcane and slime balls. Next, we're going to use our storage drawers in order to get this to work, and none of this will work without an actual storage drawer controller, and it also needs a couple of storage drawers in there so the items can actually move through it. And I'm just going to put a handful of those there, and that should be everything sorted. Yeah, there we go. Items coming through there and items in here. Fantastic. Oh, good. Well, that worked then. So now I need to decide which items we're actually going to send away, because of course we don't want to send everything, because a lot of this is used for processing. It would be nice if I could come up with a nice easy system to make sure that we only send half of certain things, and we can sort of do that with threshold switches, but if we look behind this thing, it's already a total mess of threshold switches, and I'm probably not going to get many more on there. So I think just to be on the safe side, we'll just send the things that we're definitely not going to need. I also want to send all of this, which could be quite tricky because this is nowhere near the other things. Finally, I'd like to take all of the things we're getting from our spider farm, and I'd like to figure out a way to get the limestone out of here. Probably connect that with what we got going on downstairs. No one would ever know. Now, currently, the van goes over to the farm first and then drops all of the items off here like it is doing into this place. So I don't think it's a good idea to then take items directly out of that place and try and do what we did at the train station. Instead, we'll get the van to pull up maybe outside of this building here, and it can take from there and there at the same time, pulling all of those items out from below. But this is where things are going to get particularly tricky, because we need to filter out exactly what items we want sending from all these storage systems. And realistically, these filters have not got enough slots for all of those items. Now, I don't know if we can put filters inside of filters. We can, but I don't know if that's actually going to do what I want it to do. So I guess this is a good time to come to the test world and find out. Okay, so we've got a little system here with some dies in. This is going to get transferred across these item drains into this little system here, and I've got a couple of list filters on me. This one is saying allow red die, and this one is saying allow blue die, orange die, and then the list filter for the red die. So if I put that in there and spin it round, hopefully they'll all come out. There goes the red die, and there goes the orange die. Yes, that worked. It turns out there weren't actually that many items I need from these three places, so if I combine those together like that, and then throw that on there, and then open that, those items should start coming out, and they are. The van is now going incredibly quickly because he's got blaze cakes on board, which are classed as a fuel, which is not ideal. But is he dropping those items off here? That's what I want to know. He is. Oh, this is good. Look, we're coming through here. Okay, now I've got him coming to the van spider collect. After he's been to the shops, he's stopping here to get all of the stuff from our spider farm and our limestone farm. Then he'll go off to the gold farm, and then he'll go to the car park and drop it all off. And believe it or not, that's everything from the town that I want him to be doing, which just leaves all of the wood over here that I also want moving. And this is going to be a lot more tricky because it's much further out of the way. That said, it's actually directly above where the trains come through, so it wouldn't be too difficult to get those items to come down here and actually piped into the train at this point here. And I think rather than trying to jam even more stuff into this train that has a ridiculously small item vault, I'm going to get the other train, wherever it is, to do it instead. And with this funnel here, that is our wood farm connected to the train. Use a couple more of these floorboards and no one will ever know. So that's our wood sorted out. Oh, fantastic. We're getting most of the stuff done now. Well, we're already getting a whole bunch of items in here, and the reason they're in here and not anywhere else is because I haven't fixed the train yet to actually be able to take these items. And rather than getting this train to collect the items from the town, I decided to use this one instead, and all of the items are going out of there and into the train, which means this train's picking up a whole bunch of stuff. Wonderful. Right then, that's all of the items now being transported from the town over to the storage area. The only problem now is that this storage area is so full, it can't accept any more items. Pretty much everything full. So I've added yet another massive container in here to alleviate some of those problems. The only problem now is I can't actually read this one on the notice board because the display board's not big enough for another line. But that doesn't matter because this one's always going to be pretty much full. Out you come, guys, into this one. And that means that these can drain off finally, and we can actually get some more stuff over at this storage area. Geez, I better get a big old storage system worked out pretty soon. Otherwise, this is going to be mayhem. So with all of that now in place, all of our storage systems working, it's time to get back to the snowy area and get things finished off there. The only thing left to do is the hotel. So I thought, since I'm giving this to you guys as a world download, I'd really appreciate to see the ideas that you have decorating this place and then posting them on my Discord so I can see, and if I really like them, I might even copy them into the world. So that saves me a job having to do this today. But there is one more thing I'd like to address before we end this phase, and that is poor old Nigel, who's been stuck in this hill for what has been a very long time now. Nigel is my express locomotive that got put away in here because I made him pull freight, and that seemed to upset a lot of people. But I can't just leave him here forever. And as much as I don't have a job for him to do right now, because there still aren't any passengers in this world, I'm sure we can think of something when we start the next phase. So out you come, Nigel, out of this dark and dingy hole, and let's get him somewhere that he can just chill out, relax, and enjoy life. No, not back in your tunnel, mate. until we're ready for him. Oh, Nigel, if only we had a bunch of passengers you could pull, but that's never going to happen. So flying back to our snowy area, I'm sure we're going to have a bunch more jobs to do over here when we get to the next phase. But for now, oh my goodness, what's all this? It's a bunch of passengers waiting for a train. But where do all of you guys want to go to? What's that? The new area? If only we had a train that could take them there. Nigel, I've got a job for you, bud.